Hey guys, hello. How is everybody? Is there going to be some new people, Leland? There'll be some new people coming in. Check community channel out, and I told them I absolutely love y'all, and that you all are the amazing community. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You're so sweet. I don't know if I already put my little profile picture back up there or not. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And you are amazing. Hi, Storm Baby. Hi, April. Hello, Auntie M. We're going to give it a little bit and let everybody get in here. I don't know about having this camera on, guys. Hello, Lindsay. How are you today, sweetheart? I'm glad you caught the live. I don't know how well this is going to work. Thank you, Auntie M. But my background is not, is sort of glitching. I am well. I am very well. Thank you. I am very well. Did anybody check out that uh, video I put out? There's not a whole lot of that's not gossip out there, guys. And like I said, I do not want to put lies out there or start rumors. I mean, I told everybody yesterday what I knew. Yeah, do you like that? It's not actually new. It's been my screensaver on my computers and stuff forever now. Isn't it pretty though? Thanks, Storm Baby. Thank you, single mom. Um, anyways, I didn't want to put rumors and lies and all that crap out there, so I actually decided to do a video. Just Don B had made the statement the other day when he was doing the video about Marlena asking, her for who she was or whatever. And he was saying people were calling the Cookie Monster out and Bert and Ernie and good afternoon, Robin Lee. And sounding like people are just pulling, names out of the hat. And so I thought maybe if we put all of the names together, that everybody could and put their connection. I didn't put everything that I know or that has been allegedly rumored about them, but I put the important connection to 110 Ben Hill Road on there, and I thought maybe we could discuss that this evening. Me too, trying to get the Easter things together. Yeah, I only have one little bitty Easter baby this year to worry about. Little Green Men, yes, and I actually had put that on the title. I actually used that. Don B thought that was hilarious. I said, what am I supposed to put on the title? And I put Summer Wells, Little Green Men, and how they're connected to 110 Ben Hill Road. And, it would not allow me to use that. And so I took that title off and put what's on there. And still, it was not a copyrighted picture of the Little Green Man or anything. But I still got copyrighted on it. And I even changed it and put Jody Sue's face up there, and they still know they already caught it and put a copyright on me. Either that or somebody in the pictures that I used has a copyright on them. So it didn't change. So now I've got to share whatever money I make on this video with whoever it was. So anyways, and I meant to grab my list and bring it in here, but I think I can remember who all's on the list. But right this second, guys, because we're not supposed to, I know everybody does, but we're not supposed to smoke on camera. So I'm going to clip the camera and smoke real quick, and I will turn the camera back on. Yeah, it does suck, but oh well, I can't change it now, so. Gosh, this group makes me feel loved and appreciated. Well, why wouldn't you, single mom? You are loved and appreciated here. I know you've been going and hanging out in other dive bars, but this is the original, the one that loved you. Always use a fair act clause. Right. Well, I have looked for all that stuff, and you know what? Like the copyright stuff and all that, I could not find a copy of it anywhere that you can just use, Hope everyone is having a great afternoon. Send you all some good vibes. Thank you, Leland. You're in here, sweetheart, so we're going to be having plenty of good vibes. I promise. See, single mom, I told you, you are loved. Anyways, let me click this camera real quick, guys, and then I'll be back in a minute. I mean, I'm still here, but I'm just going to be talking and you won't be seeing me. Ouch. That was punishment, wasn't it? I got smoke in my eye. So they don't want you to smoke on camera, but other creators can smoke. Yeah, absolutely. They're not supposed to. But yeah, evidently. The first time that as far as I know, the only time I've smoked on live, they wouldn't let me monetize. So I don't want to take no chances on it. We all hang out in those sleazy dive bars occasionally, especially here lately. Yeah, single mom, I didn't mean anything about that. I've been subscribed, so just saying hey. Hi, Jam. How are you doing, hon? My point, single mom, is you are loved and very appreciated here. And we wouldn't want you to think anything different. Good Friday tomorrow, and I get to watch the grandbabies all day. No school tomorrow. Yay for them and me. Well, congratulations. I'm happy for you. I'm just glad I'm so old now that my grandbabies are so old now. I don't have to babysit no more. It might have been all right if I was doing one or two at a time, but I had all 6 of my grandbabies all the time. Every time I had one, I had all of them. April, I was wondering the same thing. I see creators smoking on camera. Nothing wrong with a cigarette. That's true. We're not even supposed to be talking about tobacco, though. Can you believe that crap? I mean, I could probably talk about it and get away with it, but It is crazy. Hey, let me tell you something, guys. When I accidentally, because I mean, I was just using common sense to begin with, as far as what rules and, you can and can't speak about in YouTube. And obviously, I've got a little bit of a brain because most of everything that I knew you couldn't speak of was true. But I accidentally ran across what you are and are not allowed to. You're not supposed to, even if a little kid pushes another kid down on the playground at school, you're not supposed to talk about it. It's promoting hate and promoting violence. I couldn't handle all 5 of my grandkids at once. At least I know the 13-year-old would help with the newborn. Well, yeah, but you have to understand all 6, well, my 6 older ones are literally like back to back. There's 18, 17, 16, 15, 15, 14. I think that's all of them, right? 16, 15, 15, yeah, 14. And then, of course, I have the baby, which she's 6. What now? Sorry, I'm late, Nana. How are you? I'm good, Spirit Hunter. How are you today, babe? For everybody that's coming in and I didn't see you come in, hello. To make yourself at home, kick your shoes off, and all that good stuff. And if you got something to say, throw it out there, guys. You know how it is. I have not a problem. Hey, Nish, did you get my email? Teaches you to censor yourself. Yeah, they do. Well, honey, it wasn't YouTube that made me censor myself when I started this crap. It was just the world out here. With the fact that you can't read Dr. Seuss to, kids no more, or Dumbo and all that crap. That's what made me realize what I could and could not say on here. My oldest is 31, my youngest is 7. Oh, Lord, April. Honey, what did you do? Good gracious. Your oldest grandchild is 31, or your kid? Gotta love cancer. Oh, yes, you absolutely do. Yeah, I sent Thunder an email today and said live at 5 so that in case he didn't get the notification, his butt would still be here. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You adopted 3. Okay. Well, mine are all natural. My four were back to back too. And then my kids had to outdo me. 2 of my kids had 6 of them in the same 4 years that I had. I had 4 kids in 4 years. They had 6 of them in 4 years. My youngest grandbaby is 6. Got 2 in 2 different years, and they go all the way up to 23 to 27 of them. Or there's 7 of them. I guess, yeah. You're welcome, Thunder. I'm just glad to see you here, hon. Nana's place would not be Nana's place if we didn't have our fun facts. I mean, just plain and simple, would it, ladies? We got to have Nish here. April, thank you for opening your home and your heart to those babies. You're an angel. Yes, she is. Thank you. You got 6 grandkids, 2 adopted. Forever 31, then 31. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. 31, 13, 11, 8, and 7. Well, my heart goes out to you for your angel, sweetheart. I could not imagine losing a child and them actually staying lost. If you know what that don't sound right. My youngest son has died on 2 different occasions. I've gotten that phone call twice, but they've brought him back both times. So absolutely, I'm sure they are, April. I really hope you guys do enjoy, even though we're not rock solid in here just pounding the pavement every minute of every time I come live, about summer. We have summer on our hearts and on our minds constantly. You're welcome, April. Green Eyes ain't connected to anybody but gonna still whoop Baltimore ass on the spot. I know who Green Eyes is. I know who that is. Yeah, I know you. How are you doing, Lone Wolf? Glad to see you in here, babe. Fun fact, we are not free right now. No, we're not. Your kids are 30, 27, 27, and 21. You got a set of twins? Wait, what? Oh. You want to know what Lone Wolf said? Green Eyes ain't connected to anybody, but gonna still whoop Baltimore's ass on the spot. I said as, yes, as, not ass. Imagine that. Mad Hatter, whatever she want to call me. Well, that's because of our conversation the other night. I knew who Green Eyes was. I didn't even notice it was you when I popped the comment up there. Your kids are 23, 22, 18, 14, 10, 4, 2, and 2. Holy crap, girl. Is that really your kids? How many do you got? 7? Holy crap. No, 8. Lord, child, I feel for you. Storm baby. Jeez, honey. I mean, I had 8 of them, but 4 of them didn't biologically belong to me. They were my stepkids. No twins. My biological child is 27, and then the one I adopted is, oh, okay, single mom. Well, that's awesome. You have an 8-year-old? You have 8. Okay. Wow. Magic Carpet Ride. That's a good one, yes. Hi, Tennessee Rose. How is my baby girl? Eight kids in 2 months. Oh, yours, yeah, yours, Christola, yours is 8 and 2 months. No, yours is 7 and 2 years, right? Darn Storm baby, you go, girl. You absolutely. Okay, guys, what do y'all want to talk about? Do we want to discuss all the people that was known to have been on Ben Hill? Well, the Wells property. We all say Ben Hill. We all know that we're talking about the Wells property when we say that. We all think of that as Ben Hill. My son and stepdaughter are both 28, 4 months apart. Oh, Lord, honey. I'm good today, sweetheart. I guess I could turn it. I meant to turn the camera on. Hi there, Tennessee Rose. The last 2 are 2 months old. Oh, okay, I get you. Oh, you meant, huh? Yeah, okay. Well, that's the way you're supposed to be. It's supposed to take a village to raise kids. And it don't matter if they're yours or not. They belong to all of us. It looked like she said she had 8 2 months old. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be a scary thought, wouldn't it? Fun fact, my parents were married, but I'm still. You're not supposed to say that. Why would you say that? I get that's how you read it. I mean, if I think about it, yeah, that makes sense. That's why, yeah, it'd be a scary thought. Somebody to have 8 2-month olds. Holy crap. That'd be scary. Oh, they weren't married to each other. Okay. But you know what? That word doesn't exist. It truly doesn't, because to be one, you had to actually not have a father. And guess what? You wouldn't be here if you didn't have one. So that word does not exist in my vocabulary. Nana, I gave you your own ringtone on my phone today. I changed all my ringtones. Oh, sweet. So what's my ringtone? Fun fact, I'm a love child. Fun fact, Thunder, I am too. I have 8 sisters and 6 brothers, but I am technically an only child. I really am. I was mostly a single mom of 4, but I had 2 jobs and raised them. Well, that's awesome. Well, like I told you, I was for a while, I was a single mom of 4 too. Right. Exactly. I'm an only child because I'm the only child my mother and my father had. Sorry, guys, about that glitching out. Super heart. Awesome. Exactly. I feel the same way. I'm in my bed, guys. I didn't feel like sitting in the living room today. Hey, one, four, the worries and the complications of being a single parent or a parent for that matter, no matter whether it's 1 or 10, it's all the same. Yeah, they did break the mold. Well, I can't say that because I was the last one both of them had. So I was like the end of the ball of yarn. I'm so sorry, Christola. That's fine, sweetheart. I'll talk to you later. What happened there, I wonder? Hi, Nana. Is your email, etc., posted on your profile? I am having something interesting and funny to tell you. Um, I can put it on the bottom of the screen for you. Oh, dang it, there it is. Can you get it there, or do you want me to put it in chat? Thank you, sweetheart. She said she likes my angel wings. I didn't even realize it would do this when I came on camera. I swear I didn't. I've not had a chance to check it out. Thank you, Crystal. I thought you were going to lay down, baby. You figured it out how to send you an email last night. Did you get? No, I don't think I did, sweetheart. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't get it because I checked my email right before I went to bed. Yes, Christola, lay down and take you something for your headache, sweetheart. Get you some rest. Oh, Lindsay, I'm so sorry, hon. I was a widow raising 4 kids. Youngest was in my tummy. Others were 4, 6, and 8 when he passed. Oh, that's horrible, honey. I'm so sorry. You get some rest, Cristola. Migraines are terrible. They are. Fun fact, Nana looks nice today. Good hair day. Thank you, Nish. Get some rest, baby, and I'll see you tomorrow or whenever we go live again. You know how I am. Never know what Nana might be doing. Oh, okay. I will take another look then. Guys, when y'all email me, please let me know who you are so that I mean, it's not like I save all my emails, but I need to know who you are so I know if it's not somebody just out here randomly sending stuff. Water, water, water. Yes, my son would tell you the same thing, Christola. Drink plenty of water. You're more than likely dehydrated, sweetheart. I get so tired of hearing my son say that when I get a real bad migraine. As a matter of fact, I've had one pretty much all day myself, so I know how you're feeling. Here we go, guys. I'm smoking again, and I ain't turning this stupid camera off. We'll see. They're already copywriting me, so why should I let whoever's getting part of my money get it? Is anybody on here capable of working Spring or Teespring? Do y'all know how to do it? Or, I mean, I know how to do it. It's just I tried 3 times and it keeps freezing up on me for some reason. It will not let me like save the product and then put it on a shelf. Okay, sweetie. I'll check it out. Hang on, I'll go check it out right now. As a matter of fact, I'm still here though. Don't y'all be misbehaving while I'm not looking. I'm here and I can see out of the corner of my eye and out of the back of my head too. No, ma'am, did not get it. Nope, did not get it, sweetheart. Nope, it didn't come in. Thank you, Leland. Yes, hit the like button, guys. I don't know. It may not have been. Sorry, I said that wrong. The live chat is not, or the live is not being copyrighted, but the video I put out today that's got the little green guy on the front of it, they copyrighted me. And as soon as I seen they copyrighted me, I took that picture off thinking that was the only thing they could have copyrighted me on and put something else on it, and it still kept the copyright on there. So I put him back up. They said that they wasn't gonna, it wouldn't bother my channel, but that they were gonna share my revenue with whoever copyrighted me. Okay, you have a good evening, hon. Try to get you some rest. Oops. About knocked my Coke over. Yeah, they control us by monetization, but they will get paid. Rules for 3, but not for me. Absolutely. I know you were down all last week. I know. No lights, no noise, just a pitch black bedroom. I know. I normally, when mine gets that bad, I have to go to the hospital and get a shot of Nubane. And for anybody who wants to fuss at me for the soda, I've got orange juice too. Okay, guys. What? Seeing how obviously we're not going to be talking about, you know, anything serious today, which is fine with me. I mean, I always keep Summer in my heart, my prayers, and her brothers too, and all the missing kids. And it's not like I'm just saying that. Trust me, I know their names well. All the ones that we've been dealing with lately, and I can name them. And I done forgot what I was gonna say. Y'all just wouldn't quit talking, and you got me off track here. Hang on a second, I'll remember it. Oh, what do y'all call sodas? What do you call sodas? Do you call them a Coke? I was down yeah. Do you call them Coke? Do you call them soda? Do you call them pop? Do you call them fizzy drinks? Evidently, I am, sweetheart, because Tennessee Rose sent me something today and I did not get it. I have nothing in my email by the name of by Tammy. Nothing. I have Trina, Tony, Tina, the real life, the Google, and that's it. Everything that starts with a T. Pops. Y'all are all from the north, aren't you? Fun fact, I drink Sunny D, half water, half D. Oh, Lord. I couldn't do that. Sody. Call it Sody. Well, hello, Spring. I haven't seen you in here before, sweetheart. Welcome. Patricia, welcome, sweetheart. If anybody's in here that Leland sent this way, let me know, okay? Throw your hand up or wiggle your fingers, clap your toes, something, let me know. It might have been. I didn't think about that, yeah. Because her picture's in there. My cigarette went out. Well, you're welcome, sweetheart. Y'all make yourselves at home. Everybody's welcome at Nana's. Everybody has a right to say what they want to say at Nana's, too. Well, I mean, as long as it's not rude, crude, or, just distasteful in general. Yes, welcome to our free space like Subshare. Yes. Let me tell you guys something. I don't know whether it's good or bad or whether it bothers him or not, but y'all just amazed Don B yesterday because he can go into other people's live chats and people just, oh, Don B, hi, Don B, how are you doing? We love you, Don B, blah, 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 blah. And he was just amazed that y'all didn't just go crazy yesterday when he came in or when he was on the phone. Ain't that interesting? Told him, I said, my people don't go crazy like that. They might be crazy in other chats, but not in mine. Yes, we love and pray for Summer Moon Utah Wells. I pray the good Lord is watching over her, either watching over her right now or he's holding her in his arms as we speak. It is not a doubt in my mind. And by the way, guys, all those people on that video, I'm not saying none of them. I'm maybe Candace and Dawn, but I'm not accusing or saying that any of them are involved in what happened with her. I just wanted to say, these are the people that everybody keeps saying, we're throwing Big Bird out there. We're throwing Bert and Ernie out there. Wheels of justice roll slow. Yes, they do. But it's not that the YouTubers are throwing all those out there. It's the simple fact these people have a connection to 110 Ben Hill Road, and they need to be looked at, whether they're guilty or innocent. They need to be looked at. I mean, come on. Sharfie Jr., everybody was interviewed except for Sharfie Jr., and he was the movie maker here. Have you not arrested? Yeah, exactly. Hawkins County, why haven't you arrested the people that are guilty? Thank you, Leland. Thank you, Auntie M. Please tell me you got that off The Wizard of Oz. I looked on YouTube, guys, to try to figure out how to slow the chat, how to do make sure everybody's comments are being shown. I could not find a video on that. Oh, I found one video, but it was telling me to go into where, like, you put your hashtags and all that stuff when you do a video. But it did not have what they were telling me to look for. Hawkins County Sheriff's Department needs a spring cleaning, just my opinion. That's most of our opinions, sweetie. It would be a better world if CB and GH was in jail with DW. Summer's our angel, regardless of if she's still here with us or if she's up above. That one beautiful little girl brought us all together and united us for a good reason. Absolutely. Amen. You don't drink it. You call it soda, but you don't drink it. Fun fact, in Canada, smokes are $15 a pack. Holy crap. I think I would definitely quit smoking. Fun fact, I started smoking the generics because they're cheaper. And they're still under $35 a carton. It is unreal to me. Tomorrow will be 10 months since her alleged disappearance, and we still have no idea what happened. There's no evidence of anything, apparently. God bless Summer. Absolutely. And it's stupid that they're saying that they can't find anything. I mean, everybody hollers, oh, well, they can't tell us. They can't tell us. It would jeopardize the investigation. How is saying, guys, we're getting close, how is that going to jeopardize the investigation? Or, hey, we've checked this area and didn't find anything. That would not jeopardize the investigation. Nish, an ex-girlfriend of mine, lives in Canada, and she was paying over $10 2 years ago. Smokes are running $7 here in Ohio. Guys, I hate to tell y'all, but back in 2002, maybe 2000, anyways, whatever year it was that I was on the Montel Williams show, when we went to New York, Marlboros were $12 a pack then, and that was in early 2000s. And how that was possible is beyond me, but seriously, they were. I know they say that she won't be found. Makes me sick every time I think about it. What part of Ohio, single mom? It makes me sick that she's not once, he's not once, none of them have once went out there and looked. And we all know that she didn't walk away from that house. We know she didn't. But if Dawn and Candace wanted to keep up the appearance, that she supposedly walked away from that house. Why the shit didn't they go out there? I mean, the 11 acres belongs to them. It's their property. Nobody can tell you that you can't walk around your own damn property. Why didn't they, as soon as the law got through talking to them or interviewing them or whatever they were doing, giving them booze, whatever it was, why didn't they go out in their own yard and walk around and look for that baby if they wanted to say that she'd walked off? I'm sure they have more than they tell us, but they could tell us something, anything. Exactly. That's my point. It would not hurt the investigation for them to say, okay, look, we've checked here and haven't found anything. Not so fun fact. There are people in this chat that care more for Summer whereabouts than their parents. I believe everybody in this chat feels that way. I can remember back, guys, let me tell you, me and my sister, when we were little, we were at the laundromat with my mom. And back then you could still buy cigarettes out of a machine. And I remember my sister she had snuck 50 cents and she bought a pack of smokes for 50 cents out of the machine. Absolutely. Good spring cleaning in Hawkins County would definitely help things. Yes, he does. Robin, where did you say you were from? Why do you guys like my chat so much? I mean, other than the fact that we don't have so much chaos and screaming and arguing and all that good crap. I mean, is there one thing that I do that other people don't do, or what? You know, I don't ever want it to change, so I need to know what it is I might be doing right or wrong or whatever. You're from Florida? Thank you, Nish. Thank you, Storm Baby. I try to. You have to understand, I always had my kids, my stepkids, and tons of nieces and nephews. One time when we were going to church, it was just me, my sister-in-law, and my brother and sister-in-law, my sister and her kids, all of our kids, and just me, my sister and sister-in-law, and the kids from that made up the entire Sunday school class. And there was probably 15, 20 kids in the Sunday room, the Sunday school class. Oh, well, thank you, sweetheart. I remember smokes out of the machine. Grandpa owned a Perkins restaurant and actually had 2 machines in there. Well, aren't you just a baby, no filter? Make me feel so old. Because I found it easier for this chat to back up some of my theories. Well, exactly. But the thing about it is everybody has an opinion. Everybody. Well, hello, hun. Thank you from Australia. Radmilia, is that how you say it? Um, if it's your opinion and the way you see it, even if somebody else can't see the same thing that you see, does not make it wrong. It's your opinion. And I can appreciate other people's opinions. Just because it's not mine, don't make it wrong. And I'm not going to criticize it just because it's wrong. Now, there are some theories out there that get a little overboard because this community is very respectful and there's no drama and it's all about Summer, not everybody else. Well, thank you, Leland. Well, I mean, it's not. It is all about the missing kids, all of them. It really is. but we don't always stay on topic. But I think it helps us if you can clear your head of the stress and trying to figure something. It's like studying constantly when you're in school. If you study too much, you're going to lose what your brain is trying to retain. Oh, thank you, Leland. Last night, stalked everyone accusing the church of taking. Who was doing that? Not in here. Some chats, they delete questions for no reason. I know, and I can't stand that. Hi, MG Day. Good. We'll call you M. Okay, sweetheart. I thought since the Amber Alert is still up, law officers are required to give updates, aren't they? Honey, I don't know. Like I've said, I've argued with several people about this, but I'm telling you, there's supposed to be 4 requirements in putting an Amber Alert out. And one of those requirements, she meets all the other 3 without a doubt. The 4th one is identify the child, which obviously they can identify the child, but give a description of either the car that they were took away in or the person that took the child. That never happened. Nobody ever gave a description. And from my understanding, that's one of the requirements of having an Amber Alert out. Diamond, Diana, hello, how are you? Everybody that's new coming in, I didn't see you guys come in. Welcome. Please enjoy your time here. Everybody has a right to their opinion and the right to their say, okay? Fun facts, Nana does good housekeeping on the top of the show, but not much info anymore. Huh? I'm not understanding what you're saying, but there's not a whole lot of info out there, Nish. I mean, the only thing that's out there is gossiping about Candace or Ernie or BK or... I mean, there's really nothing out there. And I do not want to make up lies and rumors and... Oh, not... Okay, on the Wells case, we welcome all opinions, Nana's place, and we're open to discussing all of them. Nobody here gets belittled for what they think because right now anything is still possible. Absolutely anything is possible. And if you don't think out of the box, you're never going to figure out what did or did not happen. Okay, Nish, sorry, I misunderstood. Lip Lock No More made a video yesterday about Ronnie and his failures to keep the community updated according to the Amber Alert protocol. I need to go watch that. I have not watched that. She has in the past, should I say, made a bunch of videos that could be titled Ronnie Lawson, You Suck. I did see the title of it. I just didn't watch it. Rumor from, I can't remember who, FedEx or UPS driver saw the red Tacoma with little blonde girl in it. Truck pulled out in front and delivery driver almost hit it. Oh, wow. When did that come out? I've never heard that. Thank you, Diamond. Welcome, honey. Everybody new here. Make yourself at home. I seriously and truly mean that. This channel would not exist if it were not for my viewers and my subscribers. And so, therefore, this channel belongs to everybody, and everybody has a right to have their say here. I did too. I stopped watching, what is his darn name? I used to know his name. I can't think of it now, but I used to watch his. Nana, she went off. Who? Oh, Lip Lock. Thank you, Leland. Okay, hon. Hello, Miss Mary Ann Nolan. How are you doing? Did you get supper cooked? And how is your lovely other half doing? I'm getting a phone call. Be right back. All right. I quit watching True Crime Rocket Science too. I quit after I've about stopped watching all of them. And I only go on there and read the darn titles. I mean, you can guess what they're saying from the titles from most of the channels that are out there covering Summer's case. I mean, come on, guys. There's only so many times you can watch Chris McDonough's interviews. Please. Nick, yes, that's his name. I literally have seen people, Chris McDonough did the interview, then Chris McDonough reviewed his interview, and then I've seen people reviewing the review that he did of his interview. And they do it like 3 or 4 times back to back, reviewing the interview. And it gets old. America is the greatest country in the world. We are awaiting code red storms, so we shut the house down. Other half is good. Thank you. Oh, Lord, honey, I forgot. That's right. That storm's headed your way. Well, hopefully it won't hit you. It didn't hit us yesterday. I'm sure it hit a lot of people on the west side of Tennessee, but it didn't hit us. I got to see a picture of Marianne today, guys. She's so cute. And she's got the most handsome young man of a son. Yes, Marianne, you better stay safe. Take your Sims and head to the basement. We also found out that we're both simmers, guys. Along with Cristola's a simmer too. No filter. Hello, sweetheart. Thank you. Great to see you. If y'all are wondering what I'm doing, I am scratching my puppy dog. This is Biscuit. Ain't she just adorable? Donna, what is your opinion on Ronnie Lawson and how he's handling his job as far as Summer cases? Running back, I've said from the beginning, just like I did with Don Wells, I might not know how or what they did to that baby, but I knew from the get-go that dude was messing with that baby. He was diddling that baby. From the day he did that interview and he had his son beside him, I have felt that. And from the very beginning, the first time I seen Ronnie Lawson do an interview, I think there's way more to what's going on. And I think maybe not the whole entire county or the whole entire police department is involved, but I've got a real bad, funny feeling about Ronnie Lawson. And it stems from the Summer Wells case and the Carly Trent case. You need to go check that one out if you haven't. You take care of your mom? Well, aren't you a wonderful son? She's a pretty baby, ain't she? Let me cover her ears. I actually don't like brown and black dogs. I don't think they're pretty at all. But my son, she belongs to my son. Her's a beautiful baby. I would never say her not pretty. She actually belongs to my son, but I take care of her. Exactly, Marianne. Get to the basement. Karen, isn't it Karen? Take Karen with you and go to the basement. Yes, she looks just like your dog, don't she? He is a good son. He looked scared. And now, me and Don B was discussing that one day, and we were trying to figure out, first of all, why would you take your child down there? Because we were discussing why he was holding on so tight to him, right? Well, Don B's like, well, if you were down there around all those people, you wouldn't want your kid running all over here and there. Two, if you were in that situation, you wouldn't want. I only watch like maybe 5 creators the rest of the time. It's mostly music of mine. Oh, she's so cute. Thank you. Um, Don B's like, well, maybe he was hanging on tight to him to keep anybody from asking him any questions. And that's a good thing to look at. He didn't want reporters and stuff, jumping at him and trying to get him to talk and stuff. But then my opinion was, well, why did he even bring him down there in the first place? And Don B, of course, stepped in and said, maybe the kid threw a fit and wanted to go. Maybe he wanted to feel useful. His sister was missing. What do we think about Candace saying she didn't know that Don was? I call bull crap. Nana, you are not the only person. I also have heard this from a person named Chip. She's in the UK and she's called out Ariel bad. She's like beyond pissed. Called him out a few times. Yeah. Marianne, I got a question for you. Remind me the next time we talk about that, okay? Thank you, Nish. She is. I love her to death. At least they have no doors, so how did she not know? Yeah, exactly. Karaoke lady. Hi, sweetie. Glad to see you here. Exactly. They had no doors. And not to mention, guys, I'm gonna turn this camera off for a few minutes. Not to mention, you're the mother of a 5-year-old child, and obviously this has been going on for a while. And no bigger than that house was, it wouldn't matter if it had 10 doors on the bathroom. Or walls for that matter, because at the time it didn't have walls or door on it. You're the mother of a 5-year-old child. How do you not know when a grown man, father or not, and y'all can talk bad about me if you want to, father or not, what mother allows her 5-year-old to go into a room where a naked man might be? How can she say she didn't? I wished I could talk to her. God, I wished I could talk to her. I would not be kissing her butt like all these other damn people are. I would flat out call her out on this bull crap. Oh my Lord. Just like her lazing around and not cleaning that damn house knowing that CPS was coming. Before Summer got gone, after Summer got gone, she still did it and let them come in and take the boys. She is a piece of crap. Ugh. Sorry, guys. Now you need a cat named Gravy. No, my Louie just passed away not too long ago. But if I get another dog, I'm seriously, it might be Jelly. I might name it Jelly. I'm way behind, guys. Sorry. I started running my mouth. No, and I'm back to the double door refrigerator. Only reason I'm back away, creators constantly tell me fridge always had 5 bully holes. Now, I know that's not true. Okay, and you must have been, I forget who it was I was talking to about it. You must have been the lady that said that she got, or maybe, no, I'm going to correct myself, okay? There was a rumor of a viewer at some point. I'm not saying you're it, but that said that they thought maybe Dawn, she was in there playing hide and seek. He didn't know it. He used a pew pew and didn't realize it, doing that to the refrigerator. Well, the thing about it is, you love it when Nana runs her mouth. The thing about that is for one, there would have been too big of a mess inside the refrigerator for that to have happened. Now, if the bullet holes were not there, oh Lord, forgive me for saying it. If the pew pew holes were not there to begin with, and then they are there now because people have said they've saw pictures of both, that would make sense if there was really an accident and that's what happened. And granted, accidents go away when you actually make them go away, so they become no accident anymore. But the plain and simple fact is, after it happened, he could have gotten mad and done that to the refrigerator because he was PO'd that it actually happened. That would make sense of why it didn't have holes and then it did. She had 7 children taken away from her. Well, 6 and lost 1. Do you know how many families would have given anything to have had kids and would have loved to give them a life? Makes me mad. I know, sweetheart. It makes me mad too. Yeah, pew pew. I'm copying Matt off of Demolition Ranch. That's what he calls it. And I mean, he's one of his shows. That's all it is pew pews, all different kinds with all different size things that go inside them. Happy Holy Thursday to those who celebrate Easter. Well, thank you, Marianne. Happy Easter to everybody, guys. And although I know it's not Christmas, but remember the reason for the season. Our Lord and Savior died and to save us, and that's why we have Easter. Things are going down that may cause, You lost me, Nish. The mayor woman has photographs of the fridge before, and it was the only piece of junk ever removed from the Wells property. Oh, I didn't know it was ever removed. I've always been stuck on that. Well, I mean, and it might be that might be it. And like I said, people say that there was, and then there wasn't, and then there was, and it very well could be that an accident happened containing that, and then he got mad. And if you think about it, like Doug, he always yeah, the Doug always plays that clip of where Don is beating on it, and he's like, "What is this? What is this?" It could be the something happened, and maybe he pew pewed it, thinking that was going to get some kind of revenge against it. Oh, I missed those two. Yes, I did. I missed those two. Well, no, the Sandman, we can't prove that he was ever there's not even any rumors out there that he was actually seen, or that we could prove that he was seen on the property before she got gone. And I don't think we can about Chase either. All the people I put in that video, guys, either have been seen up there, talked to somebody up there, have been known to live up there. My Maxie is looking all puppy-eyed at my phone listening to you. Oh, we still don't know where the couch went from downstairs that they kept in front of that door. And let me tell you something, guys. The friend that I have that went up there and done the volunteer work on the house after, the boys were took, when they started remodeling the house or whatever you want to call it, he swears up down there was no couch or anything up there. He says the only furniture in that house are those bunk beds and a small, like what we would call probably an antique kitchen table, the kind with the metal legs and fiberglass top. He said that is the only, that and like 3 kitchen chairs. That's all that's in that house as far as furniture, dressers and stuff, but not things to sit on. Don, I sent you a video of a man who was guilty of blank. He reminded me of Don, how he treating the mother during the news interviews. Good. I want to see that. Thank you. I may use it if it's okay. Yep, the couch and the fridge both got gone. Because when I was talking to Bobby, he was like, "What couch? What are you talking about? There is no couch up there, and I never saw a couch up there." Send emails to TBI. They are the ones who should be briefing the public. Well, true, yes. Hi, Just Britt. How are you today, hon? Things are going down that because these kids, witnesses to go missing, and right. I don't just fade off, guys. There's just certain words I'm not sure I can say on here, so I don't want to say them. So I just avoid saying them. Thank you, Teresa. I'm me, guys. I can't be anybody but me, and I can't handle somebody being fake. Something that'll make me mad or anything is somebody pretending to be somebody they're not. And although I do prefer to look like I do on the screen right now, granted that was about 12 years ago, um, Don B gets on to me all the time because I won't go on camera without it. I look a little bit decent. Oh, you're tired to start a new job? Where you work? Well, I won't say where you're working at, babe. What general business are you working in? Are you a maid, a waitress, a principal at a school? You know, that kind of thing. What are you? I slept over the Skittles synthetics shown on the seat of Summer's proof of life photo. I realized Candace ain't that stupid. She's not. Oh, that's okay, Nish. I mean, I don't think the computer reads the words, but they can hear what's being said. Let's hope they ain't got damn computers out there smart enough to read words yet. I'll tell y'all a story. A few weeks back, me and my daughter were at Walmart, and we're walking around trying to find dog beds for her dogs. She's got a uh, husky pit mix, and she's got a boxer, full-blooded boxer. And so we had to get them some new beds. And we're walking around, and all of a sudden, you know, one of those we're talking the big ones, like huge, like way bigger than a shopping cart, you know, and it's about as tall as I am. Was coming straight for us, one of those sweepers that sweeps and polishes the floors at Walmart. Only problem, I mean, it had a steering wheel and everything. Only problem was there was nobody driving it, nobody controlling it, nobody walking behind it, nothing. It was just running around Walmart all by its little lonesome. My daughter started freaking out. I had a good hair day for once and wasted on the chiropractor. Well, is your chiropractor cute? Oh, working with kids. You have had a rough day, darling. You need to kick back and put your feet up. Put your feet up, take your nerves off, lay them on a shelf somewhere for a while. Because I know they're frazzled. We have food stores here with robots who help you shop. Oh, wow. Well, there you go, Silly. You didn't waste it. Besides that, your hubby's real cute, too. I don't know why you're crushing on Don B with the hubby like you got. They are all over. Yeah, I bet they are. I think I'd have to tell them to go take a flying leap. No filtered good hair days are few and far between. You rock that do when you can. Exactly. I am. I'm relaxing, but running on like 4 hours sleep sucks. Oh, I bet it does, baby. Thank you, Lindsay. I don't know why it is, guys. You guys get stuff before I get it. So I'm always behind you guys. I don't know if it shows up on that side or not. You'll have to save that for a private conversation. Okay, that's fine with me. And you know I'm just joking about you crushing on Don B. My son said, "Is there a chance Don W, another child and someone, got revenge by taking and doing away with something I have not thought of?" Spirit Hunter, actually, there was said there's a rumor out there, and I'm gonna beat around the bush so nobody can actually say I've said anything, okay? So try to keep up with me. Hi, Brenda. It has been said that if a certain female that I recently done a video on may have took for revenge because possibly there was somebody close to them that might have been a victim themselves. If you understand what I'm saying, I don't want to be said I'm starting rumors, so I'm not really saying it, but I hope you get what I'm saying. But it was said it could have been revenge for that reason. I just found out you can get married everywhere starting Monday. Well, won't you look at that? No, you can't. Not here, you can't. Brenda, I want to apologize again, honey, for yesterday. I didn't mean to just jump to conclusions. And I did see where you posted the same thing on Don B's comments. So I know that you weren't saying anything out of the way. Okay, I hate trying to beat around the bush and say something and not say something at the same time. But you understand why I'm trying to hold my tongue about that. Plus, that's unconfirmed. It is a rumor. It is allegations, and God forbid that it's true. Thank you, Leland. Hey, Leland, why don't you ever talk much in chat, honey? I flip between the boys dirt biking with Summer. He balancing yourself would explain two places. One searcher found, but disturbing. I never thought about that, but I still go on the premise of I played in the woods, guys, when I was her age, barefoot. And with all the twigs and the rocks and the branches and leaves and whatever you might find on the in the woods on the ground, I don't care how much it's rained, you're not going to find a little girl's footprint on the bottom of the woods on the ground in the woods. There's too much debris on the ground for a footprint to have been made. If it was plain mud or dirt or something and it had been raining, fine. But when you're in the woods, that's very few and far place. Those bare spots are very few and far between. There's normally always debris on the ground in the woods. Sorry, Lindsay, I didn't read your comment, hun. Candace was mad because Dawn said she didn't shower much. Well, wouldn't you be? Of course, she should have been showering, but wouldn't you be if your husband got on, prime time and announced that to the world? Jody Sue is an odd duck, but you know what they say. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it's a damn duck. You guys, it don't have nothing to do with the Summer Wells case, okay? But one day soon, I'm going to get a friend of mine to come on here and visit with us. They could have drugged something that belonged to her through the woods, right? Um, she's older like we are, but she's about as country a beauty queen as you can find for somebody our age. She's very pretty, but she sounds so country. So country. And I just want you guys to meet her. So one day soon, I'm going to get her to get on here with me. Fun fact, Trudeau, our honorable leader, likes China's basic dictatorship. His own words. No way, really? I just wanted someone to listen to that to get their opinion. Well, I've not slowed down long enough to watch it, sweetheart. And I don't want to sound, I'm not saying anything about any other creators, but not that there's anything wrong with that channel, but it's just not my cup of tea. I do watch it from time to time to get information or if there's somebody on there, but just to sit and watch it to enjoy it, There's a photograph of Jody Sue's 20-year-old son in a kiddie pool with Summer and other photographs of him on the property. Right, and that's why I included him in that video today. I didn't make those statements because I have not seen it, but I know Fred Hill did talk about that. But I didn't want to start rumors, guys. So but anyways, I'm still catching heck over that Robin video, guys. You're back. That was an awful long phone call. Hell, you got hell. Listen for a train, sweetheart. Oh, no, I tried putting it out 2 or 3 times today and kept getting trouble, and it still wound up getting copyright claim on it. So I just got it out like right before we went live. Maybe 20 minutes or so before we went live, honey. It's got a little green man on it. That's part of my problem, I think, why I was having so much trouble getting it out. And I don't talk in it or anything. It's just of all the different people that have actually been on the Wells property before Summer went missing that we know of, and how they're connected to the Wells property, so that people don't think we're just pulling it out of our hats. Leo Sayer, one more than words can say. Duh, I don't know why I couldn't read that. Believe it or not, that is one of my favorite songs. He's got that one and another one, and I can't think of the name of it. David Dotson, the Pied Piper, showed up right before SDA Church, was heavily involved till he just up and split the church down. Okay, let's discuss him for a second. Yes, very creepy. Okay, baby, you have a great night, hon. Thanks for coming, sweetie. Let's discuss David Dotson. Yes, he was the funeral director at the time. Yes, it is rumored that he was the first person at the house that evening, even before him and Robin went up there. It is rumored, speculation, allegedly, that he went to the house, was there, left, then met up with Robin and went back. We know all the rumors about what everybody thinks he may or may not have done to help out with that. But the fact is, as far as him leaving, if he's innocent and doesn't have anything in it, guys, the man joined the church 3 months before she got gone. If he's an innocent man and didn't have nothing to do with it, and he was honestly just trying to help this family out, trying to take those boys out to get them away from the horrible, situation they were in. And people, think about it, put yourself in his place. Just because you were trying to be neighborly and fellowship and help these children, and you are accused of all the horrible things this man was accused of, if he's innocent, would you not have run? You would have done everything you could have to get away from all the accusations and the claims and the bad mouthing too. I mean, think about it. I've just listening to stuff for 5 months. I just seen DW on the behavior panel. I knew they was hiding something because they was lying. Right? Can't find the panel where the FedEx driver was mentioned. I need to get better at writing the source when I take notes. True. Hi, Cold Case Crystal. Glad to see you here, sweetheart. That's fine, baby. We don't mind. Raining in my heart. Oh, no, that's not the one. He was a one-hit wonder, but he had one or two hits. I can't think of what the other one is. I was hoping I'd come here and find them to be arrested. No, I wish, sweetie. Sorry, I'm behind again, guys. TT, can you please tell me something? Oh, wells can be covered with woods that can rot. Right. They can be. Who is Bible Robin married to? His name is Mickey Lane. That's her second husband. I think one of my all-time faves is Summer Breeze, Hills, and Croft version. The typo negative version are both amazing. Yes, I love them. Let's go down here. Happy pre-Easter to you, honey. Happy pre-Easter to everybody. One hit wonder, 96 tears. No. We're talking about Leo Sayer, guys. Come on. Here, what am I doing? I'll look it up on my phone. DB game there. Wow. I was there. I just stay and watch a lot of places. There's some places I wouldn't go, but see them anyway on the other channels. You don't like DB? That's really odd. Most people on YouTube love him. Trust me, I have to admit, I have to tell him at least once a week that I love him. If anyone is on Facebook and wants to add me as a friend, please send me a request. Marianne Nolan Jr. is my name on there. I am very bad at adding people. I'm sorry. Be careful about doing that, Marianne. Fun facts. Summer Breeze is mine and my hubby's wedding song. Oh. Perfect wedding song. Yes, I go there often. I love DB. Okay. When I Need You. That's the one I was thinking of. Or I Can Dance. No, it's not I Can Dance. It's When I Need You, I think. I'm pretty sure. Hang on a second.
Download the Domino's app today and become a Piece of the Pie Rewards member to earn points toward free pizza.
Switching to Allstate is easy.
Oh, I hate commercials.
Is even easier. Click for a low auto rate today.
When evil entered, there are a lot of dangerous people associated with this. Yes, that's it. With this case, so everyone needs to be careful. Exactly. Fun fact: 2 shots of vodka, lots of ice, filled with clamato, dash of Tabasco, stick of celery stick. No way. Nothing tomato, nothing vegetable in a drink. Signs as much as I can say also. Yes. More than I can say, yes. Fun fact, hubby and I were neighbors in a mobile home park, and that's how we met. But I fell in love with his car before I ever even saw him. Well, that happens, honey. Let me tell you, me and my sister-in-law one time saw a car in town, and I've never been one for, not even when I was younger, falling for a darn car. But we were out having fun, and we saw this pretty car, and then we saw this Indian guy in the pretty car. And honey, we were almost out of gas too, and we chased this car 20 miles. We followed him all the way to his house and wound up meeting him. And then I was friends with him and he's passed now. I believe he's passed, but I stayed friends with him for the remainder of our lives. Hi, no gigging. I'll try to pick up on the topic, but as a Dutch, I can only hold my breath. Ha ha ha. We're like always no gigging. We're in here talking about 50 million things all at the same time. So you just jump in wherever you want to, and if pretend like you know what you're talking about. Nobody will ever know that you didn't. Caesar, I missed something. I really missed something there. Uh-oh. My chat, okay. He had a Grand Prix that was decked out. It ended up becoming my car when we bought him a truck. Well, that's pretty awesome. I have to say that my first husband had a 1969 Camaro, red Camaro with the sports scoop thing on the back. And it had only been owned by one person. It was his best friend. And he bought it straight off the showroom floor when he come back from Vietnam. And so this car wasn't real old. And what am I talking about? I was 14, 15, something like that. And we had that car. I loved that car. Pontiac Grand Prix, 2 doors in the 1990s or in the 90s. Yeah. Let's see. Fun fact, I once drove a 1981 Monte Carlo. I used to drive a Monte Carlo. I don't remember what year it was. Only very loud car I've ever drove. I loved it, though. It handled really good. GM products are the best driving vehicle that you can have. I'm partial to Grand Prix. That's the only thing my mom would drive. Come on. I'm listening. I'm just eating my food that's just been delivered. That's fine, sweetheart. You go ahead and eat your dinner. Everybody, you go and do what you got to do. I am here. I'm always going to be here. I'm not going nowhere. Just think of me. I hate to say it because most of you are some of my age, but just like your grandmother ain't never going to go nowhere no matter what you do. I'm not going nowhere. You got to tell us what you're eating, though. Test at the DMV in the funeral flower car filled with flour. Come here, baby girl. Come on. You told my baby girl. You sure is. I love it on my baby, guys. Y'all have to overlook me. Trust me, if she could eat my computer or my phone up, she would. She hates when I get on them. My seal had Grand Prix in red. The door handles were up and down on opposites 2 long ways. I remember her car purred when the engine ran, and it was the color red. Loved that car. I bet you did. Fun fact, I wore dollar store glasses to pass me G1 Drive. Really? Just found you. Hello from Australia. Well, hello, Arbor Bat. Make yourself at home, sweetheart. We talk about a little bit of everything in here, a little bit of nothing, a whole lot of summer wells, a whole lot of missing kids. And guys, I'm going to, whether you want me to or not, or whether you like it or not, should I say, I'm liking our numbers tonight. We have 40 and 43 in top chat. Round of applause for all the Nana's amazing subs. Absolutely. For all Nana's amazing viewers. Some people might not be subs. Viewers are important also. Does Tennessee have hard salami? I don't know. Why would Tennessee have hard salami? Honey, we're country folk. Hey, everybody. And Nana, how's everybody in the chat? It's good to see you here. I hate spam calls. I hate them. I hate them. We're doing good, Lisa. How are you tonight, baby? I'm glad to see you here. Welcome, Barbara. Yep. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all the new people who have entered the room. Happy Holiday Thursday or Happy Holy Thursday. I hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful weekend this weekend. I hope everyone goes to church on Sunday morning, on Easter morning. And I hope everyone says thank you to Jesus Christ every day. And don't forget to say an extra prayer for all the babies. That's what I was going to say a minute ago. Just so that their names are out there. And if I miss any, let me know. But Lord, I'm saying a prayer right now for Angel Overstreet and Michael Vaughn and I can't pronounce her name, Marianne. Dulce Alves, for Oakley Carlson, for Harmony Montgomery, for Summer Wells, for Summer Wells brothers, and all the siblings of all the missing children. I know there's some I'm missing, guys. What's the little 2-day-old baby? I can't think of her name. What is her name? Kennedy Hoyle. If y'all can think of any others that I'm not mentioning, just right offhand, I pray that the little Joe Clyde Evans, I say that every time, little Joe Clyde Daniels, his his remains are found. I pray that too. And for the West, I almost said that, for Classic and Sincere to be found. Lena Kill, yes. And we add her name to that list too. Lord Jesus Christ, I pray for all these children. Put a band of angels around their head, keep them safe. And if they're not with us any longer, Lord, please keep them in your arms and let them know how much they are loved. Thank you, Marianne. I could see her name in my head, but it takes me a minute to remember how to pronounce it. I keep wanting to say Duluth. I see, yeah, Harmony. The little girl from Hawaii, is that not the Lena girl? Right, and all the ones that we don't know about. Absolutely. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I'm wearing my Classic and Sincere wristband right now. I have about 5 extra if anyone is interested. Please, could you send me one? If that's a sling at meanness, you are in so much trouble. Remember, I have your email address. And I know what you look like. Respect your elders. I'm not that much older than you. You know I'm just joking. Lake Hill isn't. There was one for me though. There was. Does anybody remember her name? Can you did? All right. Fred Hill, the one that Ziggy talked with about the bones. Um, he is a descendant of Ben Hill, the dude that the road is named after. From what I understand, he is blood related to Andy, Jody Sue's Andy. I've heard that Marlena Crawford is kin to them also. I've heard there's a connection. I'm not sure if it's blood related, but I'm sure it would be to the Sherfies, Don Jr. and Senior. And the reason I don't know if they're actually blood kin or if it's just Senior's girlfriend because she's a goad or was a goad or her mother was a goad. Anyways, Don's stepfather, William Goad, that's how they're connected into that. If you go back far enough, that whole holler up there was one big family that sort of just split over time. But as far as blood relations, nobody is blood related to Don and Candace or any of their children. Nobody. The only reason that Don had wound up with that property, he was not supposed to have, was because when William Goad died, that property was actually supposed to have went to his sister, who is Sherfy Jr.'s mother-in-law or whatever you would call that. That property was supposed to have went to her, but because he married Karen, Don's mother, then she wound up with the property. When William died, Karen started getting a government check of some sort. I'm assuming a disability check. She was not allowed to have that much property in her name and draw a government check. So she got a hold of a lady that evidently has lots of property up there in Hawkins County by the last name of Trent and had signed the property over to that woman in the agreement that when Karen died, that woman would sign the property over to Don Wells. And that's how Don got that property. Can't remember the little girl's name from Hawaii, but her adopted parents got her gone and they're in jail. Right, exactly. I don't know if that helps you or not, whoever was asking, but that's what I know. I hold my breath for those missing kids, and it makes me remembering now, feeling so confused after watching Highway of Tears. It's also sad. Highway of Tears. I've never heard of that. Is that a movie or a documentary? Fun fact, a bird just showed how much he respects Jay Biden by dive bombing, pooping on him on live TV. Oh, wow. How many memes do you think is going to be out by morning over that one? So probably none of the locals like them being there. No, Sandy, they don't. Not at all. They came in, they took property that belonged in a family that the family wanted to stay in the they took property that belonged to a family that has been there for years, and the family wanted the property to stay within the family. They took it, they've destroyed the property. I mean, look at the mess that's up there. And not only that, they have given what was probably a more kept in the shadows kind of stuff, they've brought all kinds of doom and gloom on that area. And that's another reason that Ronnie Lawson, in my opinion, allegedly, Lord forgive me if I'm wrong, I do not want to spread rumors or cause, anybody to feel a certain way. But in my opinion, that's why Ronnie Lawson don't want people coming up there snooping around us, because he is distantly kin to all of them people. And whatever might be going on, like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, what happens up in Beach Creek and on Ben Hill stays there. And with too many people poking around, it's going to be bringing a lot of stuff to light. Trail of Tears, I don't think that's what they mean. Plus, they do drugs and don't take care of the acreage. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I hope I have the title right. It's about a Canadian highway where a lot of people, kids and women, disappeared. Thunder, can you enlighten us on that? It's a documentary. Fun fact, Native and others have been abducted on the highway from Oregon and Vancouver, Highway of Tears. So he has it right? You were right, no gigging. You used to stay there on Ben Hill? Sandy Gant. If I have to stop this live chat right now just to get you to answer me, I will, young lady. You need to come in here and tell me what you're talking about. If you used to stay up there on that hill, I want to have a one-on-one conversation with you. My daughter-in-law had a run with Lawson the other night. Karaoke lady? Karaoke, are you from up there? If anybody is from there or has lived there, or please get a hold of me through email. I want to talk to you on the phone. It was Dutch TV. How sad is that now on the Highway of Tears? Yes. No, I've never been there. Oh, I thought you were saying that you used to stay there. Karaoke lady. By chance, do I know you? Have I talked to you? You said your daughter. Oh, okay, never mind. Wrong one. But yeah, if you have any connections up there, please get a hold of me through email. I want to talk to you on the phone. My email and my post office box is running across the bottom of the screen there. If you need to, one of the mods can drop my email in the chat box. Yeah, I bet you are glad you didn't stay up there. No, I live in Kingsport, but my daughter-in-law does. Well, I would still love to talk to you, hon. If you're willing to talk to me. Your daughter-in-law actually lives up there, so. Wait a minute, does that mean your son lives up there? If they want it all to stop, then they should make sure summer is found and things will die down until trial. True, I agree with you 100% when the evil entered. But you have to understand, Candace is not going to admit anything, and she's not going to come forward with any information, because if she does, then it just sinks her. Because that means she's going to have to admit that she knew something. No matter what part she played in it, she knew something. And that means her butt's gone to jail. The elites have tunnels to their homes. Then the home can never be owned by regular people. Oh, yeah, I'll talk to you. No, they are divorced. Okay. But yeah, just get my email, sweetheart, and then we'll talk on the phone, okay? If you don't mind. Every little bit of information helps. And obviously, as you can tell, I'm not putting a whole bunch of videos out here claiming this and that and the other. So it's not like I'm out here starting a rumor mill. And people can say that all YouTubers are out here for clicks and views. I'm not denying one bit that I want the money, need the money. This is my only form of income right now. But it wouldn't matter if I wasn't getting any money for it. I would still be on here doing this. The children are our future, and everybody needs to help try to take care of them in whatever form that may come in. Somebody said there could be evidence on that couch. I don't know, because I mean, Chris McDonough went up there, what, 5-6 weeks after Summer got gone, and it wasn't there then. Got a question. Is Ernie out of jail? Just being nosy. As far he was last night, I know, honey. I heard him. I heard him talking in the background when I was on the phone with Xander. Candace is being pushed over the edge. Well, you know what? I mean, I feel bad for her to an extent. Hi, Tony. But the plain and simple fact is, if she would come clean and tell what she knows, then she might be able to get right with the Lord, and maybe she wouldn't go mentally insane. Yeah, she asked Sandy. Sorry, I didn't know that you didn't know that. Yeah, her and Ernie are hanging out together. They were up here in Newport last night. I've done a lot of research, and there are connections to the Masons and a billionaire. Right. I've heard that Andy, Jody Sue's Andy, is part of the Masons. It's going across the end of the screen, and No Filter put it in there a minute ago, but I'll type it back in, hun. Just grab it out of the chat box, okay? There you go, sweetheart. Don't I apologize if I drop out of chat. We're getting some nasty weather right now. 50-mile-an-hour winds. We just lost shingles off the garage and the drain pipe off the house. Honey, if you need to go, go, sweetheart. Y'all's safety is what's more important here. Absolutely go. Wonder she went his bond. That I don't know. He's feeding her a line of bull crap, hoping that she's going to tell him the truth so he'll get the reward. That's why him and the other one are fighting over her so bad. Yes, No Filter. Please be safe. Hide in the basement. Okay, karaoke lady. I'll be looking for your email, sweetheart. She's in Ohio, but Marianne is in New Jersey. But that tornado that came through Tennessee and Kentucky last night is hitting them now. Go to a safe place. Prayers for all. All of you that anybody in that area, please stay safe. He's telling her everything that Donna said. Well, I guess in the hopes that she's going to break and tell something. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't watch Ernie. I don't watch his channel. Not saying that somebody else shouldn't, but I'm just saying I don't. But the few times, I mean, he's probably full of crap. I agree. I'm not saying that he's an upstanding citizen. I want to get this out of the way. in my opinion, whether it's fake or sincere or a line of bull, he is saying all the right words to Candace to get her to spill her guts. I believe that 100%. No matter what his reason behind it, it don't really matter as long as we find that baby, right? And everybody wants to give this person or that person or the other person hell for how they're going about it. Plain and simple, it don't matter if they're going for the reward. Does it really matter to you? Are you going to get the reward? No. Am I going to get that reward? No. So why do we care who gets it? As long as they get the information that we are all looking for. And it don't matter if it's BK, Ernie, Joe Blow, Blowhorn, it don't matter as long as we find that baby or find out what happened to her. So, I mean, hey, I wish them all luck. I'm late again. Hi, Nana with 2 N's. Been picking up grandkids from ballpark, but I will rewatch. You're fine, honey. Nana, I'm not real crazy about Ernie or Benny, but I think he may be getting Candace to tell what she knows. I agree 100%. That's what I was just saying. You're fine. You're fine. Like I said, for some reason, I'm running behind you guys. I really thought we had something last night, too. My heart broke when I found out we didn't. No, as long as she is located, that's all we care about. That's exactly it. And I don't mean to get on here and act like I'm preaching to y'all. It's just I get very passionate and very loud when I get passionate. And this is the whole reason I started my channel, is so that I could get on here and just raise mortal Cain and just say what the crap I thought, because I can't very well say it to them idiots as much as I'd like to. All the suspects, stay tuned to YouTube to find out what we know. Right, exactly. Maybe that's why the law don't tell us nothing. No gigging. If it gets bad, I'm going to hide in the bathtub. I can't do steps easy enough to make it quick escape to the basement. Don't forget the mattress over top of your head. Candace will have to be sober before she spills the beans. I don't know. I think somebody needs, instead of pizza, I think somebody needs to go up there with a dang jar of moonshine. Thank you, Lisa. Leland, thank you, honey. I love all of you guys. I really do. And I really, truly feel like you all are friends of mine. Cover yourself with what? A mattress, but if she has a hard time getting down steps, I don't know if she'd have a hard time covering herself with a mattress. Maybe your cute hubby can jump on top of you, baby, in that bathtub. Y'all can have some fun while you ride out the storm. When evil entered, I agree. They stay one step ahead by watching us. Exactly. Right. I knew. It just that you hit the enter button before you finished. I cover myself with a mattress if I didn't have a water bed. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you'd have a hard time covering yourself with a mattress, wouldn't you? Guess you're just going to have to take poor old hubby in there and put him on top of you. I'm visualizing taking your mattress with you. I don't know what you're wanting, Biscuit. See, you know why I love you guys so much? Because you guys will sit here and listen to me go off. And my kids and my grandkids are like, oh, geez, Donna, please don't. Couch cushions would work. Does your couch cushions come loose, no filter? You can jump in the bathtub and hubby can throw them at you. I'll pull the baby's mattress and ride it down the basement steps. There you go. You got it now. Good, Auntie M. You never did tell me, did you get that off of Wizard of Oz? First off, how do you squeeze a queen-size mattress into the small tub? Laugh my ass off. I'm picturing this for myself. I didn't even think about the couch cushions. My family is the same way. All I've talked about is summer for 10 months. Exactly. I mean, seriously, they were so thankful. My kids especially was so thankful when I started this YouTube channel so that I could talk to somebody else about it. I'm not joking. My daughter tells me constantly, though, I've got wonderful kids. I do. My daughter was just telling me the other day how proud she is of me for doing this. Isn't that sweet? You have to understand. Hang on one second. Let me read this. My kids, grandkids, friends are worried about me when I talk about online. Mine too, honey. Mine too. Don't feel bad. My daughter, what I was going to say is my daughter is such a wonderful person, and she reminds me so much of my mother and who my mother was. My mother was a wonderful, wonderful, great lady to me and to everybody else. But my daughter reminds me so much of my mother. I have told my daughter since she's been grown with a family of her own, I'll tell her all the time, I want to be just like you when I grow up. And I totally mean that. I would love to have my daughter's self-confidence and her drive. And, she's just a wonderful woman. And she has done so good raising her children. Hell, hubby would probably let me fly away with the wind right now. My daughter is I told her, I said, well, I'm so proud of you and how you've raised your children. I said, you've done such a good job. And she's like, what are you talking about? You raised me. I have 4 children and 7 grandchildren. We all need each other. Yes, we do. Fun fact. Sorry, I get to run in my mouth about my kids. But anyway, she was saying, what are you talking about, Mama? You raised me. And I was like, yeah, but you done such a better job raising your children than I did raising you guys. She sort of shrugged it off. And I said, well, I tell you what, I said, well, hopefully your kids will do a better job raising their children than you did. And she's like, right, exactly. My son yells at me for being on YouTube too much and getting into these emotional cases. He knows how soft-hearted I am. I completely concur, or I completely understand. But my kids know better than try to tell me what to do. What says a lot about me, about how I talk about my kids? Hello, Tina Durham. Y'all have to understand the loves of my life, my existence, my world is, and honestly, are my children and my grandchildren. My grandchildren outrule my kids now. And they have from the first day I had one. I would put one of my kids out on the street in a heartbeat over one of my grandkids. But whenever, and Lord, I know that the Bible and the Lord says it's not supposed to be like this, but from the first time when I was grown and got into a relationship, plain and simple fact is my mother gave me birth, I gave my children birth so they come first. Well, the Lord comes first, but my kids come first. My mother gave me birth, so she came second. And then whoever I might have been with came into play. But my kids and my mother came first and foremost in my life. My sister asked why I watch all these things. I said because I have a heart. My sister, oh, I couldn't watch that stuff. I couldn't deal with it. I can't handle it. I could. It's always tragedy and boohoo, and I'm like, well, no, it's not. We're not doing it to focus on the dark and the sad and the grim. We're focusing on it in hopes to get the kids' names, their stories, and their pictures and stuff out there to hopefully bring them home before they're harmed too bad or before something worse happens to them. Fun fact, only in a world of lies will speaking the truth be an act of rebellion. 100%. I'm behind again, guys. Sorry about that. You adopted one of your grandkids, Nana? You're a great grandmother, Sandy. Wow. I'm afraid that my oldest one is looking in that direction. 20 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. Oops, I missed something, darling. I told you guys I'm behind. I was following Gabby and ended up following Summer. Right? It's brought a lot of good people together, but it's also brought out the evil ones, which is sad. That's true. Hello, Martha Lambert. Larrabee. Sorry, Larrabee. Hello, how are you? I hope everybody that's new in here, I hope you enjoy your time in here. We talk about everything under the sun, mainly the missing kids, the abused kids, the kids that were failed by CPS. And Lord, there's been plenty of them. And then we talk about food and drinks and music and jokes and fun facts. Our fun fact person is Nish, and he throws out some very interesting ones. And it just wouldn't be the same chat if Nish and all my mods were not in here, I'm telling you. That's right, it is. Sorry, guys. And I know I say sorry too much. Don't jump on me for that. When evil entered, I said that earlier. Summer united all of us who never would have met otherwise. This is true. I think all of our hearts hurt for Summer, honey. Oh, I miss my other three that lives about an hour from me. They are always busy. Oh, I'm sorry, hon. Hi, Storm Baby. Are you back? You never did tell us what you were eating. You were supposed to tell us. Please tell me it was fast food. Don't get me wrong. I can cook, folks, but I'm so over cooking. I swear I am. I would, oh, thank you, Versi. I would so live off of fast food if I could. If I lived close enough and I had the money, I would eat it 24/7. I wouldn't eat nothing else. Thank you, sweetheart. Versi, you're so generous. Thank you. Hi, babe. I'm so glad to see you're back. I'm very glad. Where are you from, Versi? Nana's place is a healing place. I could go on and on about what she's done for me. No filter now. You got to quit that. Honey, all I'm doing is being a friend. Oh, meat pizza. Awesome. See, now that's my kind of talk. I want Arby's and I want a banana split milkshake with it from Steak and Shake. See? Thank you, Nish. You know what I've got to cook for supper? I've got to go in there and fry pork chops. Living by myself in a dang camper, you believe I still have to cook? Not only do I have to cook for me, but I have to cook for this little piglet right here. Yes, I do. Oh, you're wanting you scratched. She's wanting scratched. She's not going to Arby's. Are you going to Arby's? Oh, you did say Arby's, didn't you? I've got a fun fact for you guys. Or it might not be a fun fact. Hang on a second. Fun fact, I got a Whopper on the way. Okay. This is a question. Who can answer it for me? What does the acronym Arby's stand for? Does anybody remember? Is anybody old enough? Versi, you're in Putnam. Awesome, man. But you've helped me so much, more than others have in the past 8 years. It's hard making friends after a stroke. Sweetheart, I really wish you'd quit throwing that stroke up. I mean, I understand it's a medical problem, baby, but there ain't nothing wrong with you. You talk just fine, you communicate just fine, and you're more brilliant than me. I mean, come on, I was using you for Google today. Remember? I couldn't spell a word. Hey, Jen, how do you spell this? My Google's out of commission. You're on my phone. I love you, Jen. We're friends and we'll always be friends, and I'll always be here for you. I've met the best group of people since I started watching Summer's Case. Well, that's awesome, 907. I just want Arby's. I'll probably go Monday after the chiropractor. You're old enough but don't know? Anybody else ever come up with that? No, it's not Where's the Beef. Y'all give up? I'm a single man living downtown, all kinds of fast food in 40 yards range, and I cook most of the time. Well, honey, I've cooked for kids and husbands and family members all of my life since I was like 10 years old. Yes, it is. You're right. No filter. It is America's roast beef. Yes, sir, is what it stands for. Well, I tell you what, whatever town you live in, no gigging, you tell me where you're at, and when next time I visit, you can cook for me. I hate cooking. Karaoke lady, thank you, sweetheart. I'm gonna get a bell, guys. That's gonna, dingle the fairy dingle, ding ding ding, like a glass bell, for when new members add. I had a Gotham and a cheese on a wrap because I didn't want to cook. I ain't never heard of that. Nish, come cook for me. I'm the only one in my house that cooks. It wasn't Nish. It was no gigging that said that. I'm going to his house if he cooks all the time. Yeah, exactly. I'm tired of cooking. You are a member. Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. You'll just have to get a lousy bell this time till I get a new one. That's awesome. Thank you. She did. You're talking about the drink. What did she call it? Use butterscotch schnapps in it. What was that called? She sent me the recipe, guys. I have it. I think it's our generation that still does some cooking. So now and then, and indeed, it's great to cook for the kids. I always cook for my kids. My kids could walk in right this minute and say, Mom, I'm hungry. And I would go in there and cook my kids a 7-course meal. No lie. My kids are all in their 30s. My grandkids know when I'm around, I'm hungry, I want food, and they know Nana will feed them. Oh, no filter. If I could get to Ohio, baby, I'd come and cook for you. Yes, he is unusual. You are, you are, you all are invited. But I live in Arnhem. Arnhem? Is that, where's that at? I wouldn't cook at all if I lived by myself, but I adopted 2 babies 5 years ago. Wow. Well, congratulations. It shows what a good heart you have. I had my grandkids cooking and baking with me since they were 2. I taught all my kids how to cook too, sweetheart. It don't change the fact that you're mama and you got to cook for them. Well, not in my house, anyways. Thank you. When Evil entered, I subbed to your channel and will come again. It's been nice to be around like-minded people. Well, thank you, sweetheart. Sorry it wasn't more insightful as far as summer is concerned, but as I've said 1,000 times, there's not a whole lot of information out there. I want to know that too, no gigging. Where is it at? What country is it in? I had a ham and cheese. I mean, my phone is acting up. Oh, okay. Hello, Ashley. How are you today, hon? I'm having a wonderful day, especially since I'm hanging out here with 30 of my friends, 40, 50 at times. I love to cook too, no filter. I'm the happiest in my kitchen, but sometimes it's nice to have someone else do the cooking. Just don't offer to clean for me. I'm too OCD to let someone else. Slippery nipple. Where'd you see that? No filter. Did you see what 907's talking about? Well, Nana, I have to go. Spirit Hunter, I'm so glad you were here, sweetheart. Oh, it's midnight. Where are you at? Oh, you're in the UK. That's right. Right? You have a wonderful night, sweetheart. If you do the cooking, only fair someone else does the cleaning. But she's too OCD to let somebody else do the cleaning. See, I have 4 grown daughters, but they love to come over for dinner and leave me the dishes. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, all kids do, hon. 907, yes, slippery nipple. I can't do butterscotch schnapps, but anyone after doing shots one night and falling down in the hill. Oh, she was talking about a drink. Well, let me tell you guys, I have wonderful children. I absolutely do have wonderful children, and they do cook for me. I even have grandchildren that will cook a meal for me. But for the most part, if Nana has a house, Nana does all the cooking and all the cleaning. They walk in, they chitter chatter, they eat, they chitter chatter, they make a bigger mess, they watch TV, play games, and they leave. No cleanup. You have a great night, sweetheart. We are so glad you were here. What's going on today? I've not been on here until now. Nothing is going on, honey. Just the fact that Ernie and Candace and all that was bullcrap last night. No filter, remind me to tell you about my son. My son's so anal with the OCD. He won't even let nobody cook for him except his mama or himself. And he hates fast food simply because he's a germaphobe. So he hates fast food. He's scared somebody would have touched the food. You wanting to come up, Ashley? You have to show your face. I don't want no bomb like I got the last time. So it was another one of their lies. I don't believe a single word of them. I don't either, honey. I'm dropping the link for Ashley. Ashley, don't trick me. Oh, you're talking about living with me? Well, you come on up here and you're gonna go on screen. Hi, Marianne. I seen you just posted that, honey. Or I mean, not posted it, but you know what I mean. And no filter. I seen you too. Hang on, I'm looking at them. Sandy, thank you. If anyone comes here for a meal, they come in to relax, not worry about anything. I don't even make the grandbabies clean up unless they really try. That's me, Jen. I promise you, I'm the same exact way. Babies have to grow up soon enough. They have to face this horrible world soon enough. Let them be kids while they still can be. I just had the most beautiful rainbow after this storm that passed. Nana, I texted it to you. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you, Marianne. That is very beautiful. I will gladly come up later. Okay, Ashley. Marianne, you want to come up, baby? I can't right now. My son is about to call me and he only gets to call a certain time. That's fine, hon. You're more than welcome to come up whenever you want to. Come on, somebody, y'all get your butts up here. Nish, how about you? You come up here. You've got a wonderful voice.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, yeah, I got it, Jen. Oh, okay. In the Netherlands. Well, I guess we knew it was in the Netherlands. We just wasn't thinking. Okay, baby. You make sure and come back. No gigging. Would you like to come up on panel? Come on, guys. Y'all cannot honestly, truly like to hear my voice talk this much for this long. You got to admit you want to hear other people and what their opinions are. Fun fact, hot dogs are my favorite ballpark snack. I have never been to a real baseball game or football game or anything like that in a big stadium. That's a fun fact. Marianne, trying to send you friend request. What is your profile pic? Honestly, yes. You're going to come up, Marianne? Night, Nana, in chat. Good night, Storm Baby. You have a great night, sweetheart. We'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Honestly, guess what? You like to hear my voice? You do not like to hear my voice all that. Come on now. We spent, 3 hours on the phone this morning? You didn't get tired of hearing my voice? Storm Baby. I'd come up, but we never did figure out why. Oh, we didn't, did we? We forgot to do that. Well, you can try it again. You've never been on panel? You don't know how? Okay, Nish. I'll let you go with it this time, but you've got to get that laptop soon. I have been on panel. I don't, or you, you have or have not been on panel before? I don't know about panel. Can you explain me more, please? Okay, listen, karaoke lady and no gigging. I will drop the link in the chat. And if you're on your smartphone, then you just touch it with your finger and then it'll take you through the process. And when you get up here, you have the option to show your face or not show your face. It's up to you. And then everybody can hear you the same as they hear me. That's what coming up on panel is. Scaredy cats, every one of yous. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Somebody needs to take it. And besides that, no gigging. We would really like to hear what you sound like. What is it, Biscuit? What is it? Is there somebody out there making noise? I guess y'all heard that, didn't you? If you're on a tablet, it works the same way, karaoke lady. You just touch the link. If you're on a laptop, you just put your mouse over the link and click on it. And it'll bring you through and tell you how to do it. Scott H. Hello. Scott, would you like to come up on panel? I'm glad to see you here. What kind of dog? She's supposed to be full-blooded Chihuahua, but I believe she's Jack Russell and Chihuahua. Everybody say hello to Scott H. I can't believe he has graced us. Thank you, Scott. I watch your channel all the time. Fun fact. Oh, I forgot. I'm not been putting stuff up on panels. Sorry about that. Or fun fact, I was asked to join my brother band today. I bought him drums and a microphone 5 years ago. Better late than never, huh? Right? I agree. Scott H says hello to everybody. Thank you, Leland. Scott, everybody saying hello to you, sweetie. That's right. Welcome to Nana's Place, where everybody's welcome and everybody's opinion is taken into consideration and taken serious. I'm going to drop this link again. Somebody better grab it, guys. No gigging. Sounds okay, but I have a thing with phones. Really, my phone has its 12-year anniversary, and I use 3 apps. I love my iMac though. No panel for on iMac. Okay. We'll let you slide. You're nervous? Well, don't be nervous. Just come on. It's okay. Just don't bomb me, okay? What's the link for it to come up on panel, Tony? Scott's the newest one to show up. Yes, he is. I don't know who he is, they local to Hawkins County, and he grew up running up and down Beach Creek. So he knows all the locals up there. And do not hold that against him. He is a very sweet, very handsome man with the most butter melting voice. I don't bite hard. Come on, guys. Like I said, y'all can't seriously think that I believe that y'all sit around here just to hear my voice. I think since Scott is used to being on lives, that he should join you on panel. Well, you'd have to talk to him about that. Other than Doug and Don B being on the phone, I've actually not ever had Christola comes in here, and Cold Case Crystal. But somebody that's a bigger channel than me, I've not had anybody come in here, so other than Doug. What was it like before Don moved in? Scott, can you answer that? Teresa, can you let me see your face, baby? Okay, guys, I see your face, so.
Can you see me?
Hang on.
How do I do
Yes,
that?
I can see.
I have my face up there.
How do you do what? Get rid of the camera? You don't want? Oh, I don't know. You have to turn it off on your side. Does it not have a button up there that says no camera? No.
I don't really see no. No, I don't see it. No, it just says private chat and comment.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wish to tell you how to. I've never been on that side of the panel. I've never went up on any panel. Thank you, Nish. Well, it's okay, Teresa. What? Here's Scott. Scott's joining us. Thank you, Nish. Hi, Scott.
Hello. How are you?
Uh-oh. I'm good. How are you, Scott? Scott, do you know how to tell her how to turn that camera off? You don't?
There should be, as soon as she clicked onto the link, there should have been on the very first page when she clicked on it, underneath where she had the option to X out the camera. It should say start cam. Just click on that and that will cut your cam off.
Okay, Scott, I did that, and I can.
You want to go out and try back in?
I can see. Yeah, I can see myself on the camera.
Okay, click on that says where it says start cam. Click that and you won't be able to see yourself. It'll turn your camera off.
I don't have that one.
Okay, well, anyway, I'm trying to figure that out. Teresa Scott, someone asked, what was it like up there on Beach Creek before Dawn and all them moved in? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was different than what it is now. We had talked about that. I'd talked about that on a live once before, and I'd talked with Jody Sue about it, and a couple other of my sources down there that I went to school with that just want to, stay anonymous. They don't want, to be billboarded all over the place and
Right.
stuff like that. And there was a time we were talking about, Dawn has made the reference to these boys and those boys.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Jody Sue and I and some of the other locals that, still live down there, and then some that are like me that have, moved away from down there over the years. And, we're talking about the differences of what it was like, the difference between those boys and these boys, and how and why all that occurred. And we're right in the age group of, we fall right in the middle of those boys and these boys. And that was when the transition of things were going from running moonshine to growing marijuana to methamphetamines.
Right.
And we were coming in, or I was my age, and Jody Sue's a little younger than me, and some of the people
really?
Yeah. And other people down there are closer to my age, but we were kind of, when I was down there, the moonshine was kind of going out. The marijuana was kind of coming in, and the meth was just starting up. And you got to see there was a big change, a noticeable change, just like everywhere else, between, very rarely do you see a drunk stealing grandma's purse and selling their mom's camcorder and color TV for meth, or, for a $5 pint of rock
anything.
But you get into the drugs, especially the harder the drugs, it seems like the harder the crimes get.
Exactly.
And you can actually go back and look at the crime rates on the TVI websites of where things like property crimes and things like that have had a drastic increase from the time when there was marijuana moving, or moonshine moving into the marijuana, moving into the meth. The crime rates in that area, the general area down there at Rogersville, Hawkins County, have increased with the increase of the hard drug usage. And of course you had, the Oxycontin highway as well, all the pills came in and
the
all
pain
that.
train. Yeah.
So there was a huge difference between people, sipping on corn liquor back in the mountains and, cooking meth in Gatorade bottles and, spraying Raid on window screens and smoking that shit. And oops, sorry, I cussed. And
oh wow, I'd never heard of that.
The addiction.
Hey Scott, got a question for you, hon.
Yeah.
No Filter asks, have you personally ever met Dawn or Candace, either one?
With the business that I was in, there's a possibility that I'm could have met Dawn, but I have met hundreds of construction workers.
Right.
Hundreds. I mean, I was in that business for, 20 years or better, so I've met
Scott,
hundreds of people. And Dawn just looks like, any other, contractor, sheetrock finisher, drywall person, framer, bricklayer, flooring installer, roofer. He just
Right.
looks like a regular, guy.
Right. I understand.
So there's nothing that would have stood out that I would have said, especially years ago. Why would I have any reason to notice him?
Well, I
You
think
know,
I think everybody thinks that you're a whole lot younger than what you evidently are. And so they figure when you were running Beach Creek in your younger days, it was like maybe 7 years ago or so.
no,
So
I
that's
was I was running Beach Creek in the late '80s, early to mid '90s.
okay. Well, you do look, or in the picture I saw, you look younger. So,
Right. That picture that I put out, that picture was probably about 16 years ago now, I guess.
right.
I think my son was probably around 3 years old in that picture, and he's getting ready to be 20.
Okay.
So that picture was a while back. I basically look about the same. I'm not going to lie, the hairline's receded a little bit more. My forehead grows when you get older, when you're a man, and my beard, instead of being brown, is gray, so.
Right. Well, you have a lot of people in here saying thank you for coming up on panel. I mean, I'm not rushing you away at all. I want to talk to you. I would love to talk to you. But your opinion, let me see. Can you tell us what I can't. What do you think about what happened last night? Because I can't think of the right way to ask you what I was trying to ask you. So, what do you think about the crap that happened with Ernie and them last night?
I really don't pay attention. Are you talking about Ernie or Candace going to meet Ernie and all that kind of stuff, and him delivering pizza?
About them being down here in Newport and all that, yeah.
Okay. Golly, that's right. I heard the other day, I was listening in on one of your streams, just kind of getting a feel of it. It's the first time I'd ever caught you live. I've watched your videos that you've uploaded, but I've never seen you live. And you said that you were in Newport. Man, that is some beautiful country down there.
Yes, it is.
They still fight a lot of chickens down there, don't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of cockfighting going on around here.
Yes, ma'am. Sure enough, some good liquor come out of them that part too. Back in the days.
Well, if you'll think about it, that's where Cosby is the moonshine capital of the world. NASCAR came out of Cosby because NASCAR was developed from the moonshine running.
Popcorn Sutton was from down in there?
Yes, absolutely. He sure was. And his moonshine's now world famous almost, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But no, I take it as a compliment that you come and listened. I take it as a compliment that you came in. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I'm nothing special. I'm just an old hillbilly.
Well, you might not be nothing special, sweetheart, but you've got a lot of women on YouTube swooning over your voice, let me tell you.
Right.
You could probably make some commercials using your voice. So
right.
But no, in here we talk a lot about the missing kids and stuff. We talk and pray for Summer and her brothers and all of them. But it's just a place to sort of come in and try to kick back and try to relieve some of the stress and the worry and stuff. We talk about that, and then we joke around and we talk about songs and music and just, food, whatever. It's just a real laid back place.
That's good. That's good. That's kind of the kind of atmosphere I like.
We don't have any arguments. No, I've never had to kick anybody out that wasn't bombing me. I've experienced that in the last couple live streams, and it sort of freaked me out for a minute.
Right. Yeah, you gotta watch, especially the more and more popular you get, the more and more trolls you'll have. My
Right,
advice there is just go ahead and kick them out and don't even look back. The internet is a
right,
huge place. There's thousands of people that are still yet to find your channel,
right.
and there's no sense to put up with aggravations from somebody that you don't even know. Why, you know,
Well, I've got a bunch of wonderful mods in here. I really do, but they've never actually really had any work to do other than throwing up, email addresses and stuff. But I'm
right,
sure you're right. There's going to be plenty of people coming in here once I start getting a little bigger, and hopefully
right.
that'll happen. It's going slow, but it is getting there. So,
Well, I've seen
and
No
people
Filter.
like,
I've seen No Filter
huh?
before in other. I said No Filter. Your mod there. I've seen them around in other chats before. And I
Right.
see PJ
She
Parlay over here. One of my mods came over.
Well, thank you, PJ. Thank you so much. Make yourself at home, sweetheart. Um, yeah, No Filter, I believe, works for work. You know what I mean? She's a mod for like 4 or 5 other people,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we've become fast friends.
Well,
And
that's
I'm like
good.
I said, I appreciate you coming in. Teresa, was there
Oh,
something you wanted to say, sweetheart? Oh, your mic is muted, hon. Your mic is muted.
now she could find the
I don't
same
know
button to mute the mic, or find the same button for the camera that she found for the mic. She'd be in business there.
Yeah, she would. Is there anybody else got any more questions for Scott? I'm sure he wouldn't mind answering them. Would you? Would you,
No,
Scott?
I'll answer what I can to the best that I can. But that
Well,
stuff
we
with
try
Ernie
not
and
to
stuff,
ask.
I just like to poke fun at all them. I really wish they would just go the hell home and keep their nose out of this. They ain't got no business down here doing none of this stuff. They're not
No, they don't.
professionals. They're not trained for it. All they're doing is just wasting Hawkins County's limited resources on stupid, petty infighting between them because Benny wants all the attention and Ernie's taking it away, and he can't
Exactly.
stand that. So they just I wish they'd all go the hell back home and let the TBI do their job.
Right. I bounce back and forth between, yeah, TBI, you get agitated because nothing is happening. So I go between, TBI is not doing a good enough job to, you got to leave them alone and let them try to get the job done. But it just really gets agitating. You know, everybody understands that. Oh, I hope, anyways.
Oh yeah, we do. And trust me, I mean, well, if you've ever watched my show before, I get agitated.
Oh yeah,
That, that's
Regina. Sorry, the name of his channel is Scott H. And anybody that hasn't went and subbed to Scott or listened to him, please go and do so. He has got a wonderful channel, and he's local to that area and knows a lot more than the rest of us.
I was actually going to do a live. I still might do one this evening. I don't know. I was just kind of roaming around on YouTube, seeing who was live and what they were talking about. But there were some
Right.
things that I wanted to address about about a lot of the things that have come out over this past week. Usually what I do is I don't get in a hurry. I'm not one of these people. If you ever notice, I'm not one of these people that as soon as something comes out, they immediately hit the live button and just start rambling and stuff. I let things kind of shake out for a day or so, and let me see what all's happening and who's reacting in what way and who's saying what, and put it all together in my mind, and that way I got a better idea of it. And I'm kind of at that point where I was ready to do another live because
Right.
of all the stuff that was coming out, especially the stuff, regarding,
Candace and all of them.
yeah. And, a lot of the stuff that was said, from the people that were on, that's why I noticed your title here. And that's why I jumped over here. Let's talk about the people connected to 110 Ben Hill Road and why we look at them. Well, there's a damn good reason to be looking.
From what I hear, yes.
I've done like 4 or 5 shows specifically, intentionally on just that very thing. And because I do think it's important. I think that's the main topic that we need to be talking about. And I was just going
to
discuss some of those things, including some things, that we've learned that may or may not be true about what was going on up there, because we've had several different accounts from the people that are connected to 110 Ben Hill Road, and just kind of comparing about, who's saying what about who, and piecing all that together.
Right.
Because you got Jody Sue saying one thing, and then you've got another person saying another thing that contradicts what Jody Sue says. And then you've got Candace saying one thing. And then in another stream, Candace will contradict her own self about what she said. And then you've got Grandis saying certain things, and then Grandis's friend saying certain things. And then you've got people saying things about Andy saying certain things. And then you've got Marlena Crawford saying certain things. You've got Crystal Spencer saying certain things. You've got, of course, Frank Light stayed pretty quiet during all this stuff. You've got Fred Hill saying certain things.
Can I ask you who Frank Light?
Yeah.
Frank Light. Can you give me a little bit of history on that? I mean, just a basic connection. Can you tell me where he fits in? Because I've heard the name, but I don't have a connection there.
Well, he's on
of who he is, how he fits in.
He was one of the main people that they supposedly searched, because you can go to the TBI.gov website for registered sex offenders, and he's going to pop up there.
And he lives up there in that direction, right?
Mm-hmm. Very close.
Okay.
Next.
Well, I was just
next over.
Okay. I was trying to.
I went to school with him and his brothers.
See, like David had connected.
How do they connect?
No, I was saying I knew that, like David and Fred and all them. I know how they all couldn't make the connection for Light. That's you answered my question. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What about that Andy Paul or Anthony Paul? Do you know he fits in?
No, I certainly don't. Have no idea even who that is. But I've heard the name earlier. I've heard the name, but I don't know who it is.
is supposed. Okay, we connect with Marlena somehow or another.
Right. Well, from what I've heard
And that's.
about,
Did you watch that?
you're cutting in and out. I can't hear you there.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
What was it you asked? You were kind of cutting out there.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was going to ask you, did you watch the video back when I was looking for Marlena Crawford? And then since then I had to delete that video, or didn't have to, but I did. And then I remade another one without her name in it.
I don't know if I saw that one or not.
Okay, well, she came in and started making a bunch of threats.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, saying that she is her uncle. I believe it was her uncle. She said that John Pruitt is her uncle.
Well, I mean, that's possible. It could. Oh, I heard something about that. Yeah. It's possible. I mean, they're all kin to each other. I saw somebody there that you pinned on the screen. Isn't the Lights related to the Bernards? They're all related down there in some form or fashion. I mean, they all are. And I mean, that's nothing out of the ordinary for a small community, you know, for everybody to be related. You know, I was interested in finding and talking to Marlena early on, because of some things that, you know, supposedly she spent a lot of time up there, and she had a young daughter, or has a young daughter. But I've talked to someone that has talked to Marlena, and I don't have any reason that I want to talk to Marlena, because basically what this person said is she just has a bunch of regurgitated stuff from YouTube streams in Dawn and Candace's favor, saying that everything was great up there and it was a perfect place to live and the kids were well taken care of, and you're going to have to pay her to talk because everybody else seems to be getting paid, so you got to pay her if you want to hear anything. And I was like,
that's
well,
exactly what she told me.
Yeah. So I was like, well, you know.
Oh, look at this, Scott.
I'm seeing what Lone was saying.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Lone Wolf, because I asked Jody Sue about Marlena, and Jody Sue, she's actually live right now as well. So is Squall. But everybody was like, or Jody Sue was like, well, there's no reason to talk about Marlena. You know, why bring her into it and all this kind of stuff? We've got enough people, you know, sticking their nose in. I did not know that Jody Sue ran and told Marlena to charge Nana to talk, but that doesn't surprise me. That's probably why Marlena said, you're going to have to pay me because everybody else gets paid. Because you can clearly see, you know, when Heels on the Ground was up here, you know, Molly goes right over and sticks money in Allison's pocket.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And, you know, they paid Dudley. So, you know, so I'd say Marlena, you know, she's just like the rest of them down there. She's wanting to try to cash in what she can for her 15 minutes of fame, but I'm not going to offer my platform to somebody just to come up and spew and say that it was a wonderful place to live. And like it was fucking Ward Cleaver. Oh, sorry, I cussed again.
That's
Like
okay.
it was, Ward Cleaver. Dawn was Ward Cleaver, and it was Leave It to Beaver up there. When we all know that's not the case.
Right.
It's the
Exactly.
case.
Well,
It's the case for her because she finds that way of living acceptable, which means more than likely she probably lives that same way.
exactly.
So
Exactly.
why would
Um,
I want to talk to someone like that?
Well, that's just like I got a hold of Candace's cousin, and that's exactly what the first thing out of her mouth is. What she's a good mother. And how would you expect her to act if it was or how would you act if it was your daughter missing? I also got a hold of one of Candace's friends from, I believe it was Arizona or Arkansas, one of those two places. And all she could do was spout out, how good Candace was. And this was before she didn't have any of the boys or Summer at the time. And she was actually with a man named Richard at the time, the woman told me. But I mean, there's no need. And I tried to explain, I'm not wanting to bash Candace. I'm literally trying to find out what kind of person was she before she got with Dawn. Was it Dawn that caused this problem? Was it, well, we all know Candace has done drugs from the beginning because of her two oldest kids.
Yeah.
But
well, in her criminal record,
I was literally,
she likes to get
exactly.
high, she likes to get drunk, and she likes to get mouthy and fight. That's what her criminal record
right.
shows. She's got a more violent past than Dawn does.
People, not looking for the truth. Right. Just he got charged for forgery and as far as I know, the first SA charges is the ones that's coming up.
Right. Yeah. He's never been charged for anything SA related, but I'm definitely not taking up for Dawn nor Candace. None of them. None of them are the picture of
cream of the crop.
Functionality. I mean, it's nothing but a massive picture of dysfunction in every possible way. Every possible.
Exactly.
There's so many dynamics involved in this. So many. I mean, it would take, and I'm not a professional in psychology or psychiatry, now I do have a lot of experience with addiction and alcoholism, personal experience, and then the experience of recovery and helping others, volunteering at clinics and rehabs and detoxes and stuff like that. So I've got a pretty extensive background in that field.
That's awesome, Scott.
But you've got the community environment, you have the culture of that community, you have the personal relationships, friends, and then you have the private relationships, which would be your blood related, your children, stepchildren, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandfathers, grandmothers, great grandmothers, great grandfathers, step aunts, step uncles. I mean, you've got all of those family dynamics going on down there.
Right.
And then you have you throw in the untreated addictions, untreated alcoholism, untreated, which I would say probably a lot of them suffer from anxiety, depression, delusions of grandeur. They're definitely all self-absorbed, self-centered, every one of them is in to cover their ass. Every time one of them says something, the other one has to say something to top that. You know,
Right.
every one of them adapts on the fly depending upon what the other one is saying in order to make themselves look better than.
Exactly. Hey, Scott, there's a question on the screen for you, sweetie.
Yeah.
What's your opinion of what or when what happened this summer? There's people in here that may not have watched your channel. It may not know your opinion. So
I think one of two things, and they're really, really close. I think that this has been my theory from the beginning. Dawn and Candace planned it. Grandma knew about it. Candace executed it, and Dawn covered for it.
that's close, very close to exactly what I think. I think Don got scared because he knew CPS was showing up. He's been diddling the baby. He
No.
said something's got to be done. Candace, you need to take care of this. Candace took care of it, and Don cleaned up the mess. I don't know how or what, but I think that's the order that took place.
The how or the what, those are the
Yeah,
two
that's what
things.
I was doing.
I think that they were involved in getting, I call it a controlled disappearance. In other words, Summer is at Uncle Johnny's or Cousin Bill's or somewhere. They know where she's at, and they sent her there for a reason, because if she was ever around and got, professionally medically examined,
Right.
things probably wouldn't have looked good. Or the other thing would be when they got home that day, and this is what I call the theory of she wasn't missing until she was. And what I mean by that is they got home that day just like any other 5-year-old kid that's been cooped up in a car all day long. To her, it would be running stupid errands. I can't wait till I get home and play. So she probably got home, got with her brothers, went off and was playing. And somebody, let's go back to your title, which is called Let's Talk About People Connected to 110 Ben Hill Road and Why We Look at Them. Well, I've looked extensively at the people that visit and or live on Ben Hill Road and who comes to visit the people that live on Ben Hill Road. And a lot of them are really creepy people. And I think that Candace may not have realized that Summer was gone because Summer was just out with her brothers doing what little girls and boys do. They were just playing. But somebody had the opportunity, most likely someone that she knew very well, and they conned her into getting in their car with her, and off they went.
Right. Okay.
And I think that Candace and Dawn, if that is the scenario, I laid out the first scenario that I thought. This is the second scenario. If that happened, I feel like Dawn and Candace know exactly who that person is. Or they may know that there could have been two or three different people that it could have been. but they know who those 2 or 3 people could have been based upon, because you know who's coming into your house. You know
Right.
who's coming to party. You know who's coming up and down the road. So instantly, I would know in my surroundings, if somebody was to do something creepy, I know in what direction I would look first.
Exactly.
You know,
Can I ask you what you think of that? Do you remember that Jody, I believe it was Jody Sue that said that she heard Candace yell, "What have you done?" Do you
and
remember
then
that?
and then the boy said, "Nothing. I didn't do nothing." Yes, I
What do
do
you
remember.
what's your take on that?
I don't know. I can't figure it out. I can't figure out what would lead to that, because the story goes that Candace was up on top of the hill yelling down at the boys who were at the creek. So how would Candace know that the boys had done anything unless something had happened to Summer up at the house and the boys didn't do anything, meaning that Summer had an accident on her own?
Right.
Because, and here's the reason why I think, here's a scenario that I was kind of thinking, okay, they get home, Summer and the boys possibly go down to the creek. The reason I say the creek is because 2 reasons. One, Jody Sue says when she's searching up the creek, she comes up on the boys playing, and they don't even know that she's there until she surprises. Second reason,
Right.
Don says when he comes home, the boys are at the creek, and he looks over, and his neighbor Don is over to the left looking. So there's 2 different people, Don and Jody Sue, that are putting the boys at the creek. Jody Sue says the boys are playing like nothing's going on. So here's why I was thinking, is it possible that when Summer got home, her and the boys went down to the creek to play? Summer was playing around. The boys weren't paying attention to Summer. She went up to the flat area near that shed, right near Beech Creek Road.
Right.
Because if you're coming up Beech Creek, from that end, it's a long straightaway. So if it was a creepy fellow, they would be able to see Summer by herself playing around in that field and would have the opportunity to pull right off the road there at the shed and say, "Hey, Summer, you want to get in? I'll take you back up to the house." The boys would not be able to see that because they were down over the hill at the creek. When Don drives the Subaru down, he drives
Yeah.
past the shed and then he goes down that little hill. Well, the boys would be playing in the creek and they wouldn't be able to see
Right.
up over that hill to see Summer playing, but they wouldn't think anything of it because they're kids. It's their property. She was just out playing. But somebody, it would be what I would call the crime of opportunity. One of them creepy people that mess around with kids down there had an opportunity to snatch Summer up and take off. So that's why I say she wasn't missing until she was. What I mean by that is Candace and Grandma are up at the house doing whatever they're doing. the kids are down playing. Then all of a sudden I don't know if it's dinner time or, it's time for them to come in and, take their baths. I don't know. But anyway, Candace had a reason for calling for the kids. The boys were there, but Summer wasn't. Then all of a sudden, Summer was missing. But how long before that had Summer been out playing? Nobody was even thinking anything was going on because that was a natural thing for the kids to be doing. If that's the case, I'm saying that Dawn and Candace have an idea of who that person could have been, or at least a very short list of people who it could have been.
No, feel free to ask, how many pig farms are in the area down there? Scott, do you know?
Oh Lord, I have no idea. People have asked me that a lot. I used to raise a hog every year. So if you ask, me right down at the end, I'm not going to give too much away about my property, but on down at the other far end of my property, they had a hog farm.
Right.
And now I've got I'm not going to say too much. I've got a large property. I'll put it that way. So from where my hog pen was to where I raised my hog to where the other people had their hogs there was a large amount of distance between those two places. So to ask me, is there a hog farm around there? Well, yeah. I mean, I know of another really big hog farm that's about, I don't know, 1.5 miles up the road from me. So is there a bunch of people that raise hogs down there? Well, probably so. I used to raise goats and hogs and quails and chickens and a black Angus calf and a Yorkshire hog and, because rabbits, that's where I got my meat from. Is I'd buy a hog and a calf in the fall. I'd buy 25 chickens to butcher in the spring, 25 chickens to butcher in the fall. I'd butcher a couple of goats. I'd butcher rabbits along the way. I'd butcher quails along the way because they reproduce so quick. And I had constant supply of quail eggs and chicken eggs and goat milk from my dairy goats. So, I mean, every one of my neighbors had, chickens and hogs and stuff like that. So it was nothing out of the ordinary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. But you're from the country. You understand why they're asking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, that's like asking, could she have drowned somewhere? Yeah. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many cattle ponds there are, creeks, streams, springs, lakes, sinkholes that gather water. I mean, I could not even begin to tell you how many ponds that there is. And the same thing about sinkholes and crevices and things like that. I could not even begin to tell you how many of those there are up here. I mean, there's tons of them. That was one of our biggest things is when we were kids growing up, there was a lot of sinkholes back in the woods, and we would swipe all the scrap lumber that we could from all of our dads and build us little bridges across the sinkholes so we could keep going further and further back into the woods.
Right. Hey, Scott, Sandy's wanting to know, do any of the people in question ride horses a lot?
Yeah, they do.
The creepy people you're talking about. Yeah.
Some of them do. Yeah, definitely.
Numerous huge ponds. Thinking, yeah. There's like he said, too many to actually name. He don't. There's no way to.
I mean, it's just that's
I
so
just.
common around here
I
because
don't know.
it's country. It's country. It's agricultural. If you look at the pictures that Chris McDonough has done, another guy was just down for 3 or 4 days here. Scott E. Scholes did a lot of excellent footage. If you look, you just drive and it's just fields and fields and fields and fields. It's agriculture. People raise cattle. People have horses, people have hogs and goats and sheep. Well, all those, they have to have water for all of those animals, So instead of having to try to tote water, it's just easier to dig
Right.
a pond. And, like I said, there's a lot of creeks and a lot of streams and springs and stuff that, ponds are spring fed or whatever.
Auntie M is asking, do you think Jody Sue has more knowledge than what she's saying?
Yeah. I do.
Well, I think the scream that Jody, you have to understand, in my opinion, that is the only story that has stayed the same throughout this whole mess, is the scream and the time Jody Sue has said the scream took place. That is the only thing that's not changed. Now,
Yeah.
if you put that scream together with Candace screaming, "What have you done?" Could she have found the baby and then screamed at someone else? I'm not going to say, but screamed at someone else and asked them, "What have you done?"
Yeah.
I don't talk about anybody under the age of 18 on here, Scott. I mean,
Well,
I might bring it up, but I won't talk about it.
Yeah, I try not to as well on other people's panels unless they're talking about it. Here's my thing, and somebody said this the other day, which I was just over at Jody Sue's, and the past couple of lives that I've went in over there, she hadn't even acknowledged me. She's pissed at me again for some reason, which, I mean, that's just the way that.
Don't surprise me.
We fight like cats and dogs, but we're able to put things off to the side and, talk about the real stuff when we need to. But we will argue and fight like cats and dogs. But,
right.
Through 10 months of this, we're still talking. But we do have disagreements on things. But a lot of people say that Jody Sue's stories has not changed. It has, but over time, now this is just me. This is my opinion on Jody Sue.
Okay.
Over time, Jody Sue has probably recalled things the more that she's thought about stuff. So there have been slight variations in her story. Now, a lot of people that don't like Jody Sue will just come out and say she's lying. She said this way back then, and now she's saying this. Way back in the beginning, she was pro Candace. Now she's against Candace. Well, like all of us, she is discovering things, I think, along the way, just like we all are.
I
So
don't
her story
think
has
she
changed,
was
but
pro Candace.
I think she was to an extent as
I
far
don't
as the domestic violence issues that they were both experiencing. I think she was, but because I think that her and Candace were both experiencing abuse from their partners. I also think they both probably provoked a lot of it.
Well, I that she right.
You know, because they're both.
The reason I watched me is she Candace showing up or with baby wipers and stuff. But now what someone want to ask you, Dr. Jody. I heard the other day that they talking about Jody Sue being friends with Ken Summer, blah blah blah. Well, I specifically remember Jody Sue saying nobody neighborhood ever knew that Ken was with Summer until they showed they then had been up and they couldn't truck up the driveway and
Okay.
they pulled the car seat out of the truck and had walked up. That was the first time anybody knew any.
Okay, you're cutting out again.
So
But right there is another. There is another change in that story. Because just the other day, I remember the same story that you're saying. Nobody knew that she was pregnant until they pulled up at the bottom of the driveway with the car seat in February, right? The other day,
right,
she said that they couldn't even get up Ben Hill Road, that they had to stop down at the corner of Beach Creek, walk up Ben Hill Road, carrying the baby in the car seat. So those two things have got to be questioned, because she very well did say a few times at the bottom of the driveway. But the other day she said it was at the end of Ben Hill and they had to walk up. They had to leave their car down there.
right.
So is that something that, well, first, did it even happen at all? Did she even see them bring Summer home? Second, did she see them at the bottom of the driveway? Third, did she see them walking up Ben Hill Road because they had to park down at the end on Beach Creek? So there's three different things that could actually be in play right there. Now, which one of them is the truth? Well, we don't know, because we hear different things as time goes on. So that's why I'm saying, for all these people that say that Jody Sue's story hasn't changed, it has changed.
Right.
It certainly has changed. And there's other little things along the way that have changed, but they've been very gradual. And I said, somebody left a comment the other day on one of my, I think it was in the live chat. I think so, because I brought attention to it. They said that of all of these players, Jody Sue has told the least amount of lies. And I think I would agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. I think Jody Sue has told I think she's told a lot of a lot of truth, but there has definitely been some changes in her story. Just like I said, about, you brought up the baby carriage in the snow, and nobody even knew that Candace was pregnant.
Right.
And then you say, I see somebody, Lone Wolf here, saying Fred and Jody's statements match up. She says a lot of people didn't even know that Summer existed. Well, Don Sherfy knew that Summer existed. Don Sherfy's girlfriend knew that Summer existed. Don Sherfy's girlfriend's mother, Mary Sexton, on Simpson Road, knew that Summer existed. Jody, Sue, and Andy knew Summer existed. Fred Hill knew Summer existed.
Wow.
So who else on Ben Hill Road knew Summer existed? Probably, I'm betting everybody on Ben Hill Road knew Summer existed, because Fred Hill's wife would have known Summer existed if Fred did. More than likely, Andy and Jody Sue were living on his grandma's land, 125 Ben Hill Road. So more than likely, Andy's mom and dad and grandma probably knew. I don't know about his grandpa, because his grandpa's old and sick now. But more than likely, they knew Summer existed. Marlena knew Summer existed. Crystal Spencer knew Summer existed. Frank Light knew Summer existed.
Just naming everybody off my list. Thank you, Scott.
Frank's brothers probably knew Summer existed, because they were helping in the search. So there's a hell of a lot of people that knew Summer existed. So you have to question yourself. Well, we didn't even know that she was pregnant until she pulled up at the car with the driveway. Well, if that's the case, okay, I'll take that. But after that, everybody around there knew at some point in time that Summer existed. May not have been on that day in February, but people would have known. They may not have known that Candace was pregnant, because I have heard of, people that, and I'm not body shaming or nothing right now, but you can definitely tell from the beginning of this to the now that Candace has lost some weight.
A lot. Yes.
And I have heard of, heavier women being pregnant far into their pregnancy and barely be able to tell that they're pregnant. I have heard of that happen. Now, I don't know if you...
There are heavier set women that... There are heavier set women that have went to the hospital with stomach pains and find out they're in labor. Yeah.
So, is it possible that the neighbors, when Candace went down to the, to check the mailbox, or they seen each other at the gas station or the Walmart, or is it possible they didn't know that she was pregnant just because of her, the size of her body? Didn't think nothing about it, because maybe she was just, heavier built, or, had a little extra weight on her or whatever. But people knew around there that Summer existed. So I'm sorry. That's another thing, that I just can't buy. So there are things from her story that have changed. It has not all stayed exactly the same. And if you look at the text that she puts out, regarding the scream, there's never any mention of the scream to Andy in those text messages. There's never a mention of anything being out of the ordinary in those text messages, except for Jody Sue's explanation of what was going on between the gaps of the text messages between him and her. Now,
Right.
taking that into account, the situation with Andy and what Andy was involved with and what he was doing on that particular day, Jody Sue probably wasn't very happy with him. So therefore, she wasn't going to probably get into all that mess because she probably didn't want to be talking to him anyway. Because according to Jody Sue, Andy was on camera all day, but the thing that Andy was doing on camera all day would not make your girlfriend or boyfriend happy if it were happening to you at that time.
Right. Hey, can I say something else?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Don made a statement. Of course, he knew that Summer was gone because from when Candace called him, she never called him back and told him anything until he got home. But then on another interview, he says that him and Candace was on FaceTime on Messenger his whole way home.
Correct.
Do you find that possible if there's absolutely no reception?
Nope.
No reception up there.
Not buying it.
Okay. And I think she threw them in the back of his truck when she left in her mom's truck just to keep anybody from tracking that phone and where she went.
Well,
You know, oh, I got worried. I got scared. I threw it. Go ahead.
now here's the other thing, and that's one of the things that I was going to address on my live. Shoot, I'll just have my live right here. We're just live here now. Just shut me up because I don't want to hijack your whole show you were having. That's kind of rude to come in and just take over somebody's.
You're fine, hon.
But
You were asked to come up on panel. I respect you. You're fine.
the other day,
Good.
I had spent a couple, maybe a week and a half. They were talking that I believe it was Candace had 3 phones and Dawn had 2, or vice versa. And then last night I heard that they each had 3 phones. And that was part of what my live was going to be. Is I was going to do a commentary on somebody else's live stream that they did, and I asked in the comments if they cared if I did commentary on their stream that they did, and they said no, I can use anything that they have. So that was cool. And that was Doolittle Talks. I don't know if you know her.
I've been meaning to go watch her, but I haven't yet. But the same goes for me. Anything, you know, you do your thing here, and you're more than welcome to use or talk or whatever you want to do.
Well, she said last night in her stream that they each had 3 phones, and that was based upon what it was either Benny or Shannon had said. Well, Shannon was the girl from North Carolina that came and was hanging out with Candace and was all pro Candace, and now she flipped just like Benny flipped, and you know everybody now they all got egg on their face, but they've got to act now like it was all planned to do that. But anyway, so you got to ask yourself, okay, they got 5 to 6 phones between the 2 of them.
Right.
Why?
I
Well,
Go
you
ahead.
got, you've got, now we'll talk about Don. Okay, Don could have a phone for, all his drinking and drugging buddies. And then he could have another phone that could be a work phone that he uses strictly for business. Because from my understanding, Don worked for Tucker Drywall, but he also did side work, like most people in
Right.
construction do, which, that's nothing out of the ordinary. So he could have had a phone. So when he was sitting around drunk at the house, if that phone rang, he would have to go, okay, I got to be serious now. This is a job. I can't act like I'm drunk. And then another phone for if his drinking and drugging buddies called, where he could just be himself,
Right.
That makes sense to me because I know a lot of people that have two phones. They have a personal phone that they talk to their friends and family on, and then they have their business phone where they do nothing but conduct business.
Absolutely.
Now we get to Candace. Candace doesn't work. So she has her friends and her family. Why would you need 3 phones for friends and family?
Okay. I don't think they had the 3 phones to begin with. I think the third phone came up after they went and replaced the ones that the cops took. But I do believe they had the first 2 phones. And
Okay.
as far as Candace having 2 phones, she wouldn't need one. And first of all, she didn't have any family except her mom. Her sister, Jeannie or Janine or whatever you call her, she does not speak to any of them. She
Correct.
doesn't want to have anything to do with any of them. So
Correct.
Candace had no one to speak to, but maybe her cousin that I spoke with and her mom. That's it.
Correct. And then the rest would be friends.
Right. But now
So,
I do have a question for you, Scott. She said she told Chris McDonough that while she went to town, first of all, she was only going to be gone a few minutes. So that's why she left the boys. And he said,
yeah,
well, what if something happened? She said, now I get the 2 younger boys mixed up. So whichever one it was the middle boy. She said he had his phone. Why wouldn't she have said, well, first of all, 911, according to her, don't work out there. But why would she have said the middle boy had his phone? Wasn't Josie? So I didn't mean to do that. Anyways, wasn't the oldest one supposed to have been there? Why wouldn't he have had a phone? And why wouldn't he have been the responsible one if something happened?
right. Right.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
just too many questions in this case.
And then you come up with that whole deal about what Benny first came out with was the phone that Candace needed to turn in that was Don's phone that he gave to Tim Mullen.
Right.
Well, here's my thinking on that. If the police knew, Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, the TBI, the FBI, everybody involved in law enforcement knew that Don was most likely going to go to jail because his blood test came back that he was drunk. Therefore, he was guilty of a DUI. That DUI put him in violation of his probation. They pretty well knew he was going to jail. If they would have wanted that phone, if Don was being cooperative, Don would have just gave it to him. If he was not being cooperative, they probably would have served a warrant to get that phone as evidence if they thought they had any reason to.
Right.
Now, the lead detective just told us on WJHL that they went through all the electronic data. So that tells me, first of all, probably from January 15th to present day, they've got taps on everybody's phone, Dawn's, Candace's, and Grandis's. So they would have known by checking Candace's phone number, because you can't tell me if Dawn had this secret phone that Candace didn't know about it and she never called it. So when they checked the phone records of Candace's phone, they would have seen phone calls going to this number, which was Dawn's other phone.
Right.
So they would have, if they would have had any reason, I feel quite sure Detective Pruitt or the TBI would have got that phone.
Right. And even if he hadn't have, people are, I'm not saying people are crazy. It's just the way I talk. People are crazy if they don't think, if those cops thought that phone was that important. They watch YouTube. They watch the creators. They know all about that phone from YouTube. And if they wanted it, they would go get it.
And here's the thing. Benny says that call was, I think, on March 3rd. So I think at the time that Benny released that phone call, it was like 3 weeks prior when that actually happened. So even if the police didn't know that the phone already existed, they would have known 3 weeks before that if Benny had told them that they needed to go get the phone. Because
Right.
Benny claimed that he turned everything into the TBI. So they would have plenty of time to have went to Tim Mullins and got it.
Exactly.
But Dawn went to jail on February 7th, a month before, or well, 3.5 weeks before March 3rd, when Benny released that call.
Right.
So
Hey.
that phone and that call was nothing but just a bunch of hoopla.
I
Period.
agree 100%. Have you heard about Dawn signing over the property to Tim Mullins just in the case that in case Candace goes to jail?
No, I have not heard that.
I heard about that today. I don't know
Okay.
if it's true. It is rumors, allegedly, people. But no, I heard about that today, and you have to wonder, he's been wanting her to supposedly get the baby's birth certificate straightened out. He's trying to get, the property in the right name. Maybe I still say that he's going to roll on her. I really do, if he hasn't already. I mean, it took 14 months in Sincere and Classics
Right.
case
Mm-hmm.
for the DA to get everything straight. So who's to say they're not already got things in the works and they're just gathering all this information?
Well, that's entirely possible. That is entirely possible, because I'll tell you what, when I got the 6-page indictments on Trezell and Jacqueline, the West boys,
Right. Sincere and Classic. Yeah.
I was shocked. When I got to the second page, count 2,
Yeah.
I believe that was the one where they listed the older children
Right.
had involvement. My stomach turned, Nana. I mean, I literally, I think I could feel the color run out of my feet onto the floor, and it just left me like pale. I was like, holy cow, these kids have been missing 3 months 3 months before, well, they were dead, allegedly 3 months before they were ever reported missing, and their older siblings were involved.
Right.
I was like, oh my God. Because that would
Well,
have
honey,
put
that
it in,
just happened.
that would have been
That
in
just happened
September.
again. Right. That just happened again in Sevierville,
Mm.
where there was an older child in the home and they were forced to help torture the younger children when that 3-year-old baby was killed in Sevierville.
Oh man.
It's unreal.
Well, see, here's the thing, and this is what I was going to talk about on my, well, I still want to do that live over on my channel because I want to do commentary on Doolittle's live, because
Right.
just the way that she did an excellent job with that live stream. I mean, it was really good. That's why I messaged her to say, hey, can you care if I use this? Because it was fucking awesome. Sorry I cussed again.
Oh, you're fine.
It was, I mean, for me, I thought it was extremely well presented the way that she did it. And, but there were some things that I wanted to, I guess my thoughts, that I wanted to add to it, or some other questions that maybe I could ask in addition to what she was asking. Not saying that she didn't ask good things at all.
Right.
But a couple of the things as she was going over it, I thought of in a little different way. So when she mentioned it, I was like, well, that's an interesting way to look. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Because there's a lot of smart people out there, that look at all this stuff and they see things a little different, but well, it's like, I'll leave this for my channel because this will definitely be for under 18. Because now I'm not.
Well,
I'm
no,
definitely.
I'm just. You can say
I'm definitely not gonna.
it's fine, Scott. Go ahead.
See, what I had, and a lot of creators had a problem with was the way that Benny and his chat were flat out implicating the boys, or one of the boys.
Right.
Now, what I was going to talk about was what had happened to the boys, which is entirely different than implicating the boys into doing something.
Right.
I was going to come at it from the angle that Doolittle came at it, as what the boys experienced,
endured.
Yeah. Because you have to think, we had an active CPS investigation before Summer went missing. So that means that whatever the boys were enduring, Summer was enduring too. Because the case was active before Summer disappeared. That's why I think Detective Pruitt when he said that the CPS case bleeds over into the investigation of Summers' disappearance,
Correct.
because at that time, there were things, very bad things, allegedly going on while Summer was still there before June 15th ever even occurred. And that's what I was going to talk about on my live. I think it's something that needs to be
I mean, you can save it for.
talked about, but I think it needs to be talked about.
I'm saying,
You're cutting out again there. Sorry.
in depth. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
There's a delay on this. Okay, there's a delay for some reason. But what I was saying, not that I'm refused to talk. I just don't want to run any of these children's names or mud on the off chance that somebody is wrong and they didn't have anything in it. They are the victims here. And then when they get older, this is going to follow them, whether people believe it will or not. This will follow them for the rest of their life.
I agree.
It
That's
will
why
never go away. Stuff too.
I try to be very, very, very delicate when I talk about the children, just because of that reason. But
hi, John Davis. Would you like to come up? Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, John, the boy's privacy should be respected for sure. I had a huge show on that the other day. But yeah, it's
go ahead and finish what you were saying.
I lost my train of thought. I was just thinking back to something that I did on that other. Oh, that's fine. It's easy. I can get derailed easy.
I do also.
So there's when you look at it from, because I really started looking at it from that angle from the other day, from what the lead detective said, and then from what the Attorney General said, and then with the information that allegedly Benny and Shannon were revealing over, a few shows that I think Benny's done. If, and that's a big if, any of that stuff is true, then law enforcement does know things. And there are a lot of facts. And there is a case. Now,
I agree.
We have seen, I didn't watch the video, but somebody sent me a link to it. I think Benny actually titled, I probably should go watch that stream because I don't want to say what was in it or what it wasn't, but the title caught me because the way my thoughts were going, he said something about, I think it was like, no body, no crime.
Yeah, I seen that.
And yes, people have been arrested and put in jail for crimes when they didn't have a body.
Joseph Daniels.
Yep. So then that led my mind back to what Detective Pruitt said, what the Attorney General said, what the very, very early allegedly leaked information from CPS that Ziggy did in the very beginning, to now what Benny and Shannon have put out. And the other players in the mix along the way. If you can, reach in with, tweezers and grab the little tiny pieces of threads of truth that are mixed in within all the embellishments and flat out BS, there very well be a very, very strong case with tons of evidence.
Right.
Because some of those things, a lot of those dynamics that I was talking about earlier didn't start on June 15th. The drug addictions, the mental illnesses, the alcoholism, the culture. I mean, there were things that Doolittle was talking about in her live that were just horrendous. That if they're true, was happening well before June 15th. And if that's the case, I really, really, really hope, for the sake of Child Protective Services and Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, that they have a laundry basket full of some pretty severe charges headed towards Don and Candace in regards to their children, which they no longer have custody of or even know where one of them is.
Right. I agree.
I think it seems to me that there may be a very strong possibility that there is a large case with a lot of evidence for heavy, severe charges of child neglect.
Right. Or child abuse also.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know they have, like I said, admittedly on my channel, I am not real good when it comes to all the legal stuff. And I've never claimed to be, but I know there's different levels of that. I mean, you have like neglect, and then you have abuse, and then you have, you have child neglect, child abuse, child endangerment.
Right.
They've got different levels, and certain things. I did a show on it once where I went over some forms that I found from talking to some Child Protective Services.
Right.
And the severity of each of the things determines what it's called, whether it's neglect, abuse, endangerment. There's varying degrees. And, if you did this, but you didn't do that, then we're going to call it this. Right. If you did both of these things, then we've got to call it this. If you did neither of these things, but you did this, then we got to call it that. You know what I mean? There's just a list, and I'm not even about to even jump into those complications. That's for the law enforcement and child protective services and
Correct.
all that, for those people to sort out. But here's what boggles my mind. I did a live, it was a while back. There was an infant. He was able to walk, but he was still in diapers. So I don't know, maybe a toddler. I don't know what,
Right.
A passerby was going down the street in Hawkins County, saw this kid walking down the road in diapers, in a diaper. That's all he had on. The man pulled over and was like, hey, are you lost? Of course, it's a little baby, so it's like, can't really understand much. And so the guy called 911 and stayed there with that little child.
Right.
Hawkins County Sheriff came out, knew the child, called Child Protective Services, went to the woman's house. The woman met them there. They did a home inspection, removed the child, put it in state's custody, and put the woman in jail. From the beginning to the end of that process that afternoon in Hawkins County, with Child Protective Services and Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, it took 4 hours to get that child removed, put in state custody, and the mother put in jail. 4 hours. 4 hours.
So what's taking so long with putting Don and Candace in jail? Exactly.
That's why I bang my head on the floor every day, because a lot of people are giving Child Protective Services and Hawkins County Sheriff, and I do it myself. I come down hard on them and cuss them all the time. But things like that give you that frustration when you see this child. The police were aware, knew who the child was, which tells me that the police had probably been to that child's home before because of the mother being neglectful. But they come and pick that child up. The child is still in diapers, which means it's young, so it couldn't have been going on for that long. But here we've got Josie, who's 13 years old. And this stuff is bound to have been happening the whole entire time, not just for the 5 years, well, now 6 that Summer was alive, but for the 13 years that Josie and the other boys were in the house. But yet this one little youngin' that's still in diapers, the cops knew who they were, just like the cops know who Don and Candace was. The cops had previously been to their house, just like the cops have been. Child Protective Services have been to their house, just like Child Protective Services have been to 110 Ben Hill Road. But within a 4-hour period of time, they have that child in safe hands and the mother in jail.
Right.
So it shows to me that, by golly, when Child Protective Services and Hawkins County Sheriff's Department see a child in danger, they jump to it, buddy. And they cut through that red tape and do whatever they do and fill out paperwork later, whatever they've got to do for the protection of that child and for the punishment of the one that's abusing the child.
So what's going on with this case then, Scott?
Exactly.
In your opinion?
Exactly. That's what kills me, because I know they do their job. You can read it in the newspaper.
Right.
They did their job. I mean, Johnny on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. A passerby sees a child walking down the road in diaper with no apparent legal guardian or parent around them. Passerby in Hawkins County makes sure to safeguard the child until the police come. The police come, recognize the child, call the mother, meet at the house, Child Protective Services is already en route. They get there, home inspection, child removed, mom to jail.
Right. Well, just like all these other kids where they go missing and they arrest the parents and hold them in jail until they can find something. We know it's possible. Why haven't they done it with Dawn and Candace?
Yep. I agree. And I've read that statement out. I know probably 10 times from that detective in Sullivan County that was investigating the Evelyn Boswell case that said that Megan's story has changed so many times about what happened with Evelyn that they could not use her as a dependable source for information in their investigation any longer.
Right.
Well, good grief. Have they never listened to Dawn and Candace?
That's what I've been yelling this whole time, sweetheart.
So I'm like, in Sullivan County, they threw Megan's ass in jail and continued the investigation hunting for baby Evelyn.
Right.
Megan's ass is still sitting in jail. Now they've already found, of course, they found Evelyn and everything like that, and the trial's moving in that direction and stuff. But when Megan started being shady and stuff like that, they were like, well, she ain't nothing but worthless. All she's doing is causing us a bunch of lies. Let's throw her ass in jail because she's committing crimes right there by telling a bunch of lies about where her kid's at.
Gail Dorset, honey, I would say, yeah, they're trying to catch bigger fish, but the plain and simple fact is, at whose expense? How long do the kids have to, I know they're not there now, but how long did they have to suffer for them to catch the bigger fish?
Yep.
That's just wrong.
Yeah. I'm going to mute out for just a second, man. I'm going to use the restroom and go fill up my coffee.
All right. You go for it, sweetheart. You come back, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. At the boys' expense, too, Real Rockin' Robin. Can y'all hear me okay now? Am I still cutting out? The pics of Summer look like different girls. She and the milk jug pic look how large Summer's legs are. I think there are several Summers. I think this is a hoax. There's a cult behind this. I'm not too sure about that, Shelly. I respect your opinion, but thank you, Auntie M. They arrested Casey Anthony for her lies and inconsistencies before Kaylee was found. Sadly, her lies got her off. That's true. Thank you, Barbara Eddie. I appreciate that, hon. Isn't there a conflict of interest with Lawson and Dawn being related? Technically, Lindsay, they are not related, though. Nobody's been able to find anything. They're not blood related, we know for a fact. But legally, if Lawson is related to Dawn, it's through William Goad, which would be his stepdad. And as far as we know, he hated his stepdad. His stepdad supposedly essayed his sisters and him also. Thank you, Sandy. You have a great night, sweetheart. Yes, these are multiple children claimed as Summer. I know there's a lot of that going on. Here's Sally, my Jack. Hello. I've not seen you in a while. Good night, Sandy. Yeah, thanks for joining us this evening. Yes, absolutely, Sandy. No, I agree with you. They probably are. I don't disagree with a lot of things that's being said on here, but then again, I have to, if I know something, then I have to say it. Like the simple fact, I mean, they are technically not blood related. Y'all got to keep in mind, Dawn and Candace are not Tennesseans. They are not from the hills of Tennessee. And we, like you would rebuke the devil, I'm telling you, Tennesseans, real Tennesseans, rebuke Dawn and Candace. Please do not hold them in the same light as y'all hold us.
All righty, I'm back.
Good. We were over here rebuking Dawn and Candace from the state of Tennessee.
I see PJ's Parlay says, I feel like I'm on your front porch with you and Scott, Nana.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad. Y'all can hear the birds and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. This is all I hear all day. And it's actually probably the frogs you're hearing right now. Thank you, PJ. So thankful, hon. You're awesome. And I greatly appreciate all of Scott's subs and viewers and stuff coming over and joining me. And I greatly appreciate Scott and his company this evening, and your opinions and your answers to all of our questions.
I appreciate you having me for a guest. Anytime that we, a lot of us in here really want summer found. And the way our minds work, I'm not going to say that it's fun because it's all tragic, but our minds are intrigued by it.
Right.
It's not fun, but our minds are intrigued by all these questions and the mystery behind it and trying to figure it out and looking at every word and every sentence and every paragraph and, trying to break it down and stuff. And any time that, good people can come together and talk about it and share ideas, and new people hear, different people talk about different things. I think it's great.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Like I said on my channel, I don't care, to go on a panel or even have my own live, whether I got 10 people or, 500 people. It doesn't, as long as people are, interested in wanting to hear things and, possibly hear new things or think about things in, maybe a different way. And
right. You have to think out of the box if we're going to figure this out. And one thing I wanted to point out, everybody keeps saying, well, what's so different about Summer's case than all these other cases? And the simple fact is everybody enjoys a good whodunit. But with Summer's case, there are so many possibilities of who done it. That's what makes it more engaging, I guess would be a word.
Yep.
And that's what draws a lot of people to it. And I agree with you, it's not fun. And I hate to say, when I'm doing a video, I hate to say I hope you all enjoyed it, because you can't enjoy it when it's about a missing child.
Exactly. The English language just doesn't afford us the words to properly express, what we mean, I guess.
Enjoy the camaraderie of it. That's what we're trying to say. We enjoy the camaraderie of it, the discussion.
I was watching a channel last night that is brand new to me. I'd heard of it, but I've only watched it a couple of times. Last night was the first time that I'd actually watched it.
What's that one?
It's a Dolly Vision.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And he got to this subject on his live with his chat members and stuff. And he was like, here we are. This scenario that we've got, the Summer Wells saga, however you want to express it, has so many facets to it, like you said, and such a long list of who done it, who could have done it, and so many colorful characters. None of us want to be here, but here we are.
Right.
This is going to be one of these, and this, not to, I can't directly quote Jimmy, but basically what he was saying was, we will probably never see anything like this again. This is one of these things that there's never been a case like it. Even though he said that the Chris Watts case was pretty nutty, he said we'll probably never see another case like this one again.
Right.
This will be probably one of those things in the true crime community that 10 years from now, we'll be sitting around on a panel like this,
Still discussing it.
talking about something, and I'll go, hey, Nana, do you remember that Summer Wells case? And you'll go, oh, holy cow, we thought that one was, we thought this one was bad. Do you remember the list of
Whodunits? Yeah.
whodunits that we had on the Summer Wells,
Do you
And-
remember everybody involved with 110 Ben Hill?
Yeah. But, here we are. Here we all are. This group of creators and that group of creators and this group of subscribers and that group of subscribers. But here we all are. And we got this one little beautiful, precious little 6-year-old baby girl that their parents may very well know where she is and we don't. And then we've got these 3 boys that have their entire lives in front of them. And
Right.
it's just such a sad case that seems to be just never ending. It's just like, the torment, the longer it goes, the more torment the boys experience. Not taking up for Don and Candace if they did it. I hope they endure tons of torture. But if they didn't, they're enduring all this torture. All the neighbors and all the people that are on that list of whodunits are enduring torture. We're enduring torture.
Yes.
I'm sure all the police and the TBI and Child Protective Services, they are. I don't think for one second that anybody is thinking that we're anywhere even close to this case going cold.
Right.
I mean, I don't think so.
Deanna Jordan, are you speaking of me? Yes, it is. It is me that's doing that. I agree, Scott, 100%. And I don't know this. I know it has put a lot of heartache on a lot of people. And I was telling my sister or my daughter one the other day, this will be known. It will be marked down as the case of the century. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
We've
Yeah.
never experienced anything like this case in history that I know of.
Well, this is as well, and I'm not the only one. It may be for you too. This is my first one.
It is
So-
mine. Yes, it is my first.
I know there's a lot of other creators out there that it's their first ones as well. And wow, what a case to learn on, you know. We got
Right?
a whopper, you know.
We're going to
Like
be
you said,
schooled after this one.
yeah, it's like you said, you know, we started out on what's turned into probably, like you said, the case of the century, you know. It's insane to think about, but here we all are, you know, all of us, you know.
Hey, Scott, look on the screen.
Isn't it true
Cody
that
Bigsby's apartment. No, Cody Bigsby's apartment's surrounded by law now.
oh really?
Did they find him? No filter.
Let me scroll back up and see what No Filter's saying. Oh wait, I see one they retracted.
Jen, call me. I'll have you on phone. Call me. Hi, Mimi. Glad you're joining us, babe. We've got Scott with us tonight. He was very gracious to come and let us just listen to his melting voice. Sorry, Scott. You know, women go crazy over your voice.
Right. Well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is meant as a compliment. And please, I don't mean to embarrass you. This is just who I am. Okay, sorry. She read it wrong. I don't know what the correct was, but she said she read it wrong. That's why she removed it.
Yeah, No Filter says Casey Anthony was there first, and they didn't even know
Hang on a
YouTube
second.
existed back then.
Right, that's true.
I
Guys, No Filter's on the phone with us.
okay.
What's up, No Filter?
Oh, I wanted to let you know I put it in the comments, but you didn't see it yet. I retracted my statement because I misread that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
It
caught it.
was something about Cody Bigsby and that area and the surrounding areas. I was trying to go back and get whatever news channel put it out there so I could put it in chat.
Oh, okay.
But I'm praying that at least they found one missing baby.
One
of the many that are missing.
Oh.
I mean, we already suspect that he's no longer with us, so I hope that they at least found him.
Right. Well, when you find it, just holler at me or something, okay?
Oh, I will, honey. Give me just a few and I'll go back and see what that's all about and put it in chat for you.
Okay, thank you, babe.
You're welcome, honey.
Bye-bye. Sorry about the coughing, guys. And somebody's calling me a big flirt. I am not flirting with Scott. I am stating the obvious. I have to listen to all these women talk about his voice, so I'm just passing it on to him. Scott, you'd probably have your pick out here if you're a single man. So.
Oh, it's fine. It don't bother me. There ain't nothing wrong with having a little bit of fun.
That's right. Gotta laugh every now and then.
If you can't do that, there ain't no sense in even getting up in the morning.
And even if I was flirting with Scott, what would it matter? He's in Hawkins County. I'm 20 minutes away.
Give me a break, too. I'll take any flirting I can get.
Ooh.
I'm getting old and broke down and ugly anymore. I don't get much flirting. So
now, wait a minute. Are we saying we're single here, Scott?
I'm happily single. Yes, I am.
Oh, well, now, whoever it was that made that phone call or made that statement, you might be right. I might be flirting. Oh, your laugh is very smooth like Tennessee whiskey. That's what they said.
Yep. Oh, PJ's Parlay. She's a doll.
So I've got to ask though, on your very first, like your test, you say it's your test videos on YouTube? Is that you on those videos?
My what now?
If you go way back to the beginning of your videos
Uh-huh.
and it says a test video,
Uh-huh.
that is you, right?
Yeah.
Wow, you look really young.
Wait a minute. Hang on, let me check on my page. Let me see which one you're talking about now.
The very first one you put up.
Oh, I shouldn't.
You're right, PJ. Of course, this
No,
speaking voice is awesome. Huh?
the first one that I put up was just titled live stream.
Oh, no, I think it was a video.
The only time I've shown me was, well, online anyway. There's people offline that have seen me. I just showed a picture of me and my son, from, like I said, it probably 16 years ago.
I'll have to look it up and show you what I'm talking about. No, I'm not stalking you or anything. It's just you are so mysterious for everyone.
Right.
And so I was trying to find a video. Actually, me and Don B were discussing you one day, and I was trying to find a picture of you to see what you look like.
Oh, okay.
So I went back to the very first videos and saw it was supposed to have been a test video or something you did. I'll look it up and send it to you in your email. Do you have email on your about page?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll send it to you that way.
Okay.
PJ, where are you located, hon? Oh, here we go. Non-filter saying, Scott, show us your handsome face, darling.
Right.
See, that's what I'm saying. We discuss real important stuff, and then we sort of linger off and start, joking around and laughing and, release some of the tension.
Yeah, I do the same thing over on my channel. Teresa Price says there's a musician who goes by Scott H that comes up when I search for your page.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's a Don B out there that's a singer too.
Type in Scott H has thoughts. Well, that's what I originally started the channel, and then I just shortened it. Well, it was too long for people to type, so I just shortened it down to just Scott H.
Well, it's easy for you to find that way too, though. Scott H.
Yeah.
So do you like Jody Sue? I mean, I'm taking it you're sort of semi-friends with her.
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything personally against her. I think, and this is, part of the reason, we'll fight like cats and dogs and stuff, because things like not involving the investigation, we get along pretty good, but I think she gets pretty far out there on her conspiracies of, the different layers and tiers of the conspiracy of creators on YouTube and how they've I was listening to her earlier. She thinks YouTube creators were actually infiltrated into the search teams in the very beginning.
Right.
To do this to her and her children. And I think that's not a little bit out there. I think that's pretty far out there. It's a little bit tinfoil hattish for me, but
Right.
I think she's kind of a nut when it comes to that. But now
Okay,
there is stuff that goes on behind the scenes. I'm not doubting her on that at all. I agree 100%.
Right.
But she has a more vivid imagination, I guess, than what I do when it comes to that. You know,
Okay, if you had one question you could ask Dawn and one question you could ask Candace, and they had to tell you the truth, what would you ask them?
where is Summer?
No, okay, something other than that. I mean, it's something that would give you more information or insight. What would you ask them?
I would have to ask why. Because that's one thing that we do in recovery, which, well, even if you're into religion, you know, they even talk about it and teach it in there, is motives. What's your motivation? Why are you doing what you're doing?
Right.
Or why did you do what you did? What's your motive? What drove you? Was it fear? Was it guilt? Was it shame? Was it greed? Was it lust? Was it gluttony?
Or was it just plain drugs? You were so out of your mind.
Yeah. What, you know, but then that gets into gluttony, you know, overconsumption of something that you know is harmful, but you continue to do it.
Right. True. Fun
You know,
fact,
so
the difference between conspiracy and fact is about 3 months. That's about it.
I'd have to. That would be the thing, is, you know. Was when it comes down to it, psychology has always been, that's one of my things that I love to study and research and listen to different psychologists and criminal psychologists and stuff like that.
Right.
And when they are evaluating these people, you know, it's just kind of like this. The deed is already done. What's happened to the boys has already happened. What's happened to Summer has already happened. Now, we don't know what the outcome of either one of those is going to be, you know, criminally, if anybody goes to jail, you know, if Summer's alive, or if, you know, she's already passed on, or, you know, if the boys get the proper help and turn out good, or if they turn out just like Dawn and Candace. We don't know none of that. But the question is why? Why did we get to this point to where all these people are suffering? And at what point could you have stopped it and saved all of these people that you've came in contact with your entire life, the misery that you've imposed in their lives, which in turn causes their families to be miserable and upset? At what point could you have stopped that?
Right. Tony's asking you, how long have you been recovered, Scott? And congratulations to you and your sobriety.
It'll be 7 years on July 28th.
Well, congratulations. I'm proud for you.
Did it for 31 years.
You do not seem that old, I'm telling you.
Right?
I don't know, guys. I've thought about it, and I believe that I would have to ask Candace. I would have to ask her about her first 2 children. And if she had to tell me the truth, I would ask her about her first 2 children and what really happened. Because if we knew more about where her state of mind was back then and why she lost those and why she abused those, we'd have a little bit more insight about why she done what she did to these.
Yeah.
And Don's just a pervert. I mean, I can't even stand looking at him.
Yeah. And see, that's another thing. We don't know. We really don't know. I read a thing. Now, I don't know. Again, when it comes to law and stuff, I am not an expert on that. Nowhere even close. But someone who seems very knowledgeable sent me multiple emails because Chris McDonough is making the claim. If there's somebody here, we've got 93 people watching. If one of these 93 people are smarter than me, which you probably all are, if any of y'all have any knowledge of law, please reach out to Nana or myself so that we can present it, and then whichever one presents it, we'll share it so it'll get out there. Chris McDonough is claiming
Absolutely, 100%.
that there is a statute of there is no statute of limitations on SA in Utah. Don't quote me on these dates. I'd have to dig back through the emails. But
2013.
I was going to say it was 2013 or 2016. They passed a law that said now there is a statute of limitations. Is that correct, Nana?
Let me try to explain this the best I can, and I may not be able to explain it where everybody can understand. Okay.
The way I understand is it's not retroactive.
Right. If the charges were brought, if it was a case that was already being heard, then if the case was already in process and then it got dropped, they can't go back and charge them with it. But if it had not been, no charges had been processed, then yes, they can go back and actually start a new case on that. But if there was already a case before, then they can't go back and redo it. That's how I read it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Now that the person that emailed me that's why I want somebody that's smarter than me, because the person that explained it to me explained it opposite than what you did. That anything that was in process up to that time, but after they passed that law, it was not retroactive, which means the way they explained it to me was they could not go back and file a claim on someone that essayed them prior to the passage of that law.
Right.
Now, again, which means that there's no way that Don and Jeannie and the other 5 could file charges on Don.
Right.
Now, again, that stuff is complicated for me, and you know, you understood it in one way.
Okay,
The
I
way
actually,
the
right,
woman that emailed me explained it to me, both the way you explained it to me makes sense, but the way that she explained it to me makes sense. So I'm
okay,
like, well, I don't know. I read it and I'm not smart enough to figure it out, apparently, because both y'all are saying different things, but both of you make perfect sense to me.
okay. This is just the little snippet at the top of the page. It says ex post facto law, the law that retroactively makes criminal conduct that was not criminal. If it was a criminal thing back when, like being with someone under the age of 18, if it was not a criminal case, I mean, if it wasn't against the law before a certain time, and at the time they changed the law, it became a criminal act when performed. In other words, when Don, back when Don did what he did or allegedly done it,
Uh-huh.
if the girls were, older than what they were, because messing with kids is always wrong. But back when he done it, if the law did not say, hey, this is against the law, and then after they changed it and it became against the law, it increases the punishment for crimes already committed or changes the rules of procedure in force at the time an alleged crime was committed in a way substantially disadvantaged to the accused. That's not the whole thing. There's the I actually looked up the actual law, and I forget the name of it. It's something in Charles. I don't see it right here. I will look that up again tomorrow. But it's just meaning like, say 20 years ago, you were with a 17-year-old, and at the time it was not against the law. And 5 years down the road, they made it against the law. If charges were brought up back when that child was 17 and the case carried on past when the law was changed, they could not actually carry on with the charges. This is the way I understand it. But like I said, I'll re-look it up.
Okay.
But if the child was 17 then, and then they waited until after the law was changed, and then her parents found out, then they could actually go back and charge him with it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. I got you.
I mean, if that makes sense to people, I don't
That,
know. I'm not
that
real good
makes
at explaining things.
that makes sense. Now, is that just a general thing that was looked up, or is that actually from Utah?
That was that's I believe, if I remember right, that's pretty much in like the big house. That's for everybody.
Oh, okay. Is that federal then? Okay.
Yeah. I believe, but don't hold me to it.
Well, it would have to be state because they keep saying his charges in Utah, his charges in Utah. So,
It may have been state. I was focused more on the actual, because I believe the same woman sent that to me and it was asking me about it.
okay. Let's see.
So I had actually went and looked it up.
PJ's Parlay says
Huh?
Chris M. PJ's Parlay is saying Chris M said he's culpable. And Funny Face Brenda says, I heard former FBI Jennifer last night say that Utah has probably made whatever in this case, if I understood correct, improvisations.
Yes.
I
would have.
All Good says that's like if a person is found guilty of murder they committed 50 years ago. Right. Okay. Years ago, they go by the sentencing from 50 years ago. D.S. Creer says Chris M says Utah. That's what PJ's Parlay said.
If anybody wants to look it up, it's called the Pro Facto Law.
Okay. I'd like to dig into that to see, just,
Right.
because I want to know. I want to know. Is there really something that Don, better be concerned about because, he's fixing to get a ton of bricks dumped on him? Or is it just, more fluff out there to add more distractions and get everybody all hyped up? Because I don't want to get all hyped up about Don having SA charges if there's no law saying, or if there's a law saying, no, they can't charge him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I don't want to be misled. Do I want Don punished for what he did? You damn right I do. But do I want to be misled thinking that he's going to get charged and then get let down and find out that these 7 women aren't going to get justice? No, I don't want that at all.
Right.
And I don't care whether it's Chris M or not. He's not the end all be all.
No. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You do not understand how much it means to me for you to say that. I'm not a big fan there at all.
Well, he did some good in the beginning with his interviews, for sure. But you have to remember, Unmasked did some pretty awesome things too. Because that was about as fresh as you got right there. So now a lot of those videos are down, but a lot of them have been screen recorded, and if you look really hard, you can find people that have got them. But
I don't know if he cares if I say this or not. If you care, if I, not you, Scott, if you care if I say this, you better tell me now, because I'm fixing to read what you text, okay? Don B says, I don't want to come up, but I think it has to do with a child. Then there is no statute of limitations. Don was 18 or 19 when Jenny was underage, so it would not have a statute of limitations. I don't think they would have bothered calling Don all the way across the continent if there were statute of limitations on the case. I agree.
yeah, but again, where did we get that information that Utah actually called?
From Chris McDonough.
Well, I mean, I'm not doubting Don B.
Right.
But what I am saying is Chris McDonough is notorious for putting out certain titles to get Don or Candace or whoever involved to adjust their story to fit what Chris's title is. And then when the show comes, it's something totally different and blindsides him.
Right.
I mean, you got to, I'm not doubting it. Like I said, I just don't know enough about the law and that stuff to know. And I would really like to know. I wish Don B would, and maybe he has, maybe I've just missed it, if he would post that link, because I'm extremely interested, which he's mentioned several times, about the Summer being the only child under 8 years old and the felony, which, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier when the lead investigator said about it, the CPS case bleeding over into Summer's investigation. Again, Don B has said that multiple times, and I trust Don B. I just haven't seen the paper. If that's the case, if what Don B says about the minor being under 8 years old, and if what Don B is saying about the statute of limitations, Don and Chris were saying about the statute of limitations in Utah, Don Wells doesn't have a bucket big enough to bail himself out of the boat that's sinking on him.
Right. And Don B he does know what he's talking about because I've looked that up myself. It is 8 years old is the thing right there.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm definitely not doubting Don B, and I don't think Don B would ever, mislead us. I've never seen it. I trust that Don, I mean, he may have posted it on his community tab and I missed it. I mean, it's very possible. Definitely, I'm not saying that I don't think Don B is credible or trying to mislead us or reading wrong information to us. Not at all. But, I just like, for my mind, I like to see it and go, okay, this is definite, no question, without a doubt. Same deal with Utah. This is definite, no question, without a doubt. Because I want Don to pay a heavy, heavy price.
Yeah, I believe we all do.
I want him to pay a very heavy price. Because I do not Don B, Don Wells.
Right. We all love Don B, trust me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I listen to every video that Don B puts out.
I do too.
But I just, just for my mind, I'm just that way. That's just the way that my mind works. It's not that I'm ever doubting anybody, but I'm always skeptical of everything. And when I see it, then I'm like, or when it's better explained to me, or, when somebody, I've got the document, they've got the document, and we read it over together, just for my mind, it's just my mind. It's just the way I work,
Right. No, I'm right there with you. I have to look stuff up. I have to, when somebody tells me, I learned a long time ago, and it was actually with King James Version Bible. If somebody tells you something, don't take their word for it. You go look it up and get your own interpretation of it and know for a fact yourself what it says.
Yeah. I just, I don't know. I've always been that way. It's just, it's part of every job that I've ever had when I was growing up. And that, I guess it was from the way that I was brought up, the way that I was raised. Everything had to be right. You could not mess up because, it's like, in the beginning, when I was younger, I was a mechanic for like 10 years. You can't forget to tighten up the lug nuts on the wheels when you put them back on when you do a brake job.
Right.
Or somebody's going to go down the road and their wheels are going to come off and they're going to wreck and die and hit another car and kill their kids. And then I changed professions and I went into another profession when I was dealing with a lot of other people's money when they were building houses and stuff. And you couldn't be wrong because everybody was planning their house around information that you were providing and you provided to them. So, you couldn't screw up.
Right.
And of course, at that time, lives weren't in danger, but there was a lot of people's money in danger, So my brain is just always, and I guess that's why, and I'm not bragging or anything, but I guess that's why I was really good at both of those professions, is because I was so meticulous in everything, making sure that everything was spot on. And that's just my brain, the way my brain works. But, the first time Don B ever came out with that, I let it play through and then I hit the play again button.
Yeah.
And I listened to it again and I was thinking to myself, if Don B's right, Don Wells is in a heap of trouble. And this is Don B was telling this long before the lead investigator came out and said anything about the cases bleeding over into each other.
Yeah.
And then Detective Pruitt comes out and says that. And then Don B, I think, talks about it again in a more recent video. And then we hear, the things about the Utah calling Don in jail, which has got to be recent, and I'm like, oh, holy cow. And that just goes back to more things, with what we were talking about as far as everybody, getting kind of discouraged thinking that they don't have anything. Well, they may have a whole lot. It may just end up looking a lot different than what we're thinking it's going to look. They may be coming at it. They may be coming at it from the CPS angle or the Utah angle. And that stuff, that we just, number one, we can't know because, it's Child Protective Services, they're minors, all that stuff is, protected by law. You can't go in and dig into it. And then everything else on the Utah front is, quiet because Jeannie doesn't, come out and talk about it. And the other 5 or 6 ladies don't ever talk about it. Mary talks about it, but when she does, it's, with like Chris McDonough or something. She's not like, panel hopping every night on YouTube like
Right.
Don and Candace do, drunk, so she gives updates, but it's not like I wouldn't call her like she's a blabbermouth or something,
Right. Now I know she went on Doug's or No Thanks channel a few times and gave some information on there, but yeah, she's not running the streets of YouTube screaming to the top of her lungs all she knows. So,
and I'm glad.
Yeah.
And I'm glad Jeannie's not either. And, I'm glad for the sake of the boys. It's like, that's why I did that whole stream, which ended up, showing that Donna Serafina is nothing and always has been a fake and a fraud and a scammer and a grifter.
Scott, you're winning my heart over. I'm telling you, you've got to quit talking like that.
Well, people, they were talking the other day, and thank goodness for Justin on Justice for All. He brought it up, I think it was last night or night before. He did a live after me and brought up asking his audience, what do you think about what Scott H. did? And he read the news report, one of the news reports about Miss Donna Lambert. And everybody's like, oh, medical marijuana ain't no big deal. Go listen or look it up yourself if you don't believe me. In that sting that Donna Lambert was busted in, there was guns, there was money, there was opiates, there was heroin, there was cocaine, there was methamphetamine, and there was marijuana. And
Wow.
even if it was, it's just marijuana, well, when she got busted, marijuana wasn't legal then.
Right.
So yes, marijuana was a big deal then. As far as the law concerns, I don't care what your opinion or my opinion is on marijuana. That has nothing to do with it. The fact is, she broke the law where lots of heavy drugs were involved. And that's
Right.
just one of the things that we could talk about concerning Donna Lambert.
Well, I agree with you and all that. My biggest thing with, and I'm not saying that I do not believe in psychics or clairvoyance, I do to an extent. But come on, if those spirits that she keeps talking to was going to tell her, darn thing, it's been 10 months, they ain't helped out no more than anything else has. Why haven't they told her something? Evidently, they don't like her too darn well.
Well, and if that's the case too, wouldn't every other psychic have the same vision that she does if they can all see the truth?
Exactly.
All the tarot card readers would be reading the same thing. All the psychics would be seeing the same thing, but yet every one of them sees something different. Now, how's that work?
I don't know, but I'm telling you what, I know for a fact Summer Wells ain't buried under the aquarium. She ain't buried under the merry-go-round at Dollywood. She ain't under the whatever museum thing, the upside down building in Pigeon Forge. For one, there's too many people around all the darn time. Nobody could ever get away with doing something. And two, there's concrete that surrounds every one of those places. I'm sorry, that was one of the first ones I seen about her, and it's the baby was under one of those places. Please. I live up here. I grew up in Sevier County. And then she was she's floating up the lake up there next to Eastman. No, she's over at the airport. No, she's here. She's that. Well, can't the spirits make up their mind about where she's supposedly at? Can't you get them to pinpoint something?
Yeah.
Get real, woman. Stop feeding everybody a line of bull crap.
I just got an email here a second ago, and I'll read you the beginning of it. And I've got a few of those. You probably got a lot of hate mail over that rant about the Reverend Donna. To her credit, she did nail it with the Vallow case, which is pretty spooky. No, the FBI never confirmed any of that, and the FBI already had all that information. And listen, I'm here to tell you, all of these cases, and I've got another case that she's screwing up, that another person that's heavily involved in that case emailed me and said, thank you for doing that, because she's trying to mess our case up as well. But she's claiming she's solved all these cases. Well, listen, I'm here to tell you, if you've solved as many cases as what you've solved, you would have more than 32,000 subscribers on YouTube.
If she solved more
And I
cases,
think probably the FBI and every other federal agency would be talking about you and praising you to the moon. But all they're doing is, that I hear, is telling you to get the hell out of their damn way, that you ain't doing nothing but causing them problems. Because everybody listens to your stupid shit and calls them all day long, wanting them to go search out leads about people being buried under the house in Dollywood or at the Bays Mountain Lake or under Eastman or whatever the hell ever. So keep your psychobabble to yourself.
Amen.
And let the law enforcement do their work based on evidence.
Well,
not
exactly.
some little chill bump running up your leg. Buy you a blanket or some heavy socks. Cover your damn self up. And them chills will go away. Sorry, I had to rant there.
You're fine. I don't have a problem in the world with that. I get on a rant every now and then too. You can ask my viewers. Every once in a while, I get fed up with hearing about something about Candace or Dawn, and I just go off.
No, as far as I know, law enforcement has never, ever given her credit.
Well, the other psychic, Juanita, she says that she solved the Vallow case also. Yeah,
she didn't do nothing either. There's all kinds of stuff. If you look at, there was a lady a while back, she was busting Juanita left and right about all the fraud that she was committing, because apparently something, I don't know, I didn't look into it that much, but they said like her her house had just burnt down in New York, or had some fire damage or something. I don't know if it burned all the way down. And that's why she just latched on to the first thing that she could find, which was a summer case. And Jody Sue said that she would just see Juanita pull up down there, get out, walk into the ditch, do like a selfie video or whatever, claim that she had been down there sweating and working and all this kind of stuff, get back in her car and leave, wouldn't even be there 5 minutes. And then Jody Sue said she'd click over onto her Facebook Live and watch her do this big long live about this big search and everything that she had done.
Right.
So it's all just, crazy and stuff.
Scott, they're still asking, hon. They're asking for you to show your face.
Oh, Lord have mercy. People had screenshot that and shared all over the world. Or all over the YouTube thing. And then people, they'd be bashing me because my nose is a little crooked or my haircut's wrong or my eyelashes are out of place. Or
I doubt that, but it would definitely give my channel a boost.
Right.
I uncovered Scott H., the real man. Oh,
International Man of Mystery.
Huh?
I said the International Man of Mystery.
Yes. Hey, what does your symbol stand for? Is it happiness?
Stands for Om. It's
Om?
Om, yeah. It's a Sanskrit symbol that's used a lot in a lot of the Eastern philosophies, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Sikhism, Jainism. A lot of the Eastern philosophies use it, but mine is based off of the Advaita Vedanta philosophy in Hinduism.
Oh. Well, interesting to know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever told that or not, but I've wondered it ever since I've seen it.
Yeah, I've talked about it a few times on my channels and stuff. It's basically the ultimate reality and the path to lead you to discover that you are that. Twamasi. You are the ultimate reality. And Auntie M, she says like namaste.
Right.
Namaste, what namaste is it actually means I recognize and acknowledge the divine in you.
Right. Your faith, whatever it may be, correct?
Basically, when I say namaste to you, it's I'm recognizing that you are God, that you are divine, that you are the ultimate reality. And when you say namaste back to me, that means that you recognize that I am the divine, the ultimate reality.
Right.
And together as one, there is one ultimate reality.
PJ says namaste.
Yeah. she's heard me talk a lot about that philosophy and stuff. Oh, Lara Croft says, I have massive respect for the Hindu gods.
Right.
All 33 million of them?
Laura's from the UK also.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Love my UK people.
Oh, I do too.
But yeah, it's a Advaita Vedanta is, well, the Vedas are arguably the oldest, what you would call religious texts. And we know that because they're written in the oldest known language which is Sanskrit. And they're arguably dated to 8000 BC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for you. One, either you're very educated, or two, you are a big, huge history buff. Which is it?
Well, I mean, I don't want people to think that I brag or anything, but.
Very educated.
Okay, PJ's Parlay says both. Okay, well, I don't know. You make your assessment. PJ's Parlay says I've had this spirituality for 25 years.
Right.
And see, that's the thing about it. It's spirituality. It's not religion. It can be applied regardless of what faith you are.
Right.
Hinduism does not affect or negate any other belief system that you may hold. It's simply a way of life, an understanding, a better understanding of who you are, why you are, to know that you are.
Wait a minute. Who, Teresa, you please tell me you're not speaking about Scott H. Unless you're saying it in a playful manner, we're not going to do that. Or you, oh, okay. Maybe they're saying you're a brainiac.
Oh, yeah. PJ Parlay says it's a practice, not a religion.
Right.
And Niels Knob 74 says, fun fact, all religions are a system of control. Fun fact, I would agree. I personally would agree with that. And that's why I was saying in the beginning with the Vedas were never religion. The Vedas were philosophies. And over time, man created religion, which are or can be used as systems of control and have been for thousands of years. I mean, if you look at it, Christians have killed more people over the course of history than any other group or person, socialist, dictators combined.
Right.
I mean, the Romans weren't nice people.
Laura says she's really interested in you explaining Hinduism.
Well, cool. Laura, come over to my channel one day and I was actually thinking about doing that. I've got a backup channel and a lot of people want me to do things like on finances. And a lot of people have asked more about Hinduism. And a lot of people have asked about recovery because I have a lot of people that are in recovery in my audience. And I was like, well, I've always done like crime and news on Scott H, but I've got Scott H 2.0. And I thought about, I could do all that other stuff on Scott H 2.0, the philosophy and the finance and recovery and things like that.
Right.
On that channel. And that way, you know, the people that were, you know, kind of interested in, you know, that kind of stuff could tune in over there, but it wouldn't drag all the people that wanted to come and listen to the Summer Wells stuff and then go, oh shoot, he's talking about, something totally different.
Right. Nish or Thunder, I call him Thunder. He says having faith is not the same as being religious. Which is
No.
true.
Laura Croft says, I had an experience with the Hindu god of dance. Marianne Nolan says, honoring the God in you. Yeah, you got it, Marianne Nolan. You have got it.
Scott H's channel, I'm dropping it. That's the name of his channel. His other channel. That's correct, isn't it? Scott H 2.0.
Scott H 2.0 is my second channel. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they were asking.
Yeah, it has no content on it yet. Like I said, I'm just now thinking about starting to do different things on there. I was actually yesterday, and then somebody else went live, and I think that's when Justice for All went live, matter of fact. I think.
Okay, Teresa, I apologize. I apologize, Teresa. Got to take up for my guests on here. You know that. Thank you, PJ. I hope you come back and stick around, babe. Make yourself at home here. Everybody likes to come and hang out at Nana's. They've nicknamed it Nana's Place.
Let's
Scott,
see.
I asked a question earlier, but let me change it. Yeah, Scott, read this. I did mean it's all good. I meant to bring it to his attention earlier, and I forgot. Did you read
My
that?
son is on meth and maybe heroin also. What's the number one advice to parents dealing with that? My advice to them is to wait till they're in the mood to listen. And you'll have to know that because you know your son. I can't tell you when to do it. But the way we approach people is wait till he's normally, when he's not feeling good because of the meth and the heroin, but not when he's real too sick because it won't stick in his head. But just let him know that you know someone that got clean and sober. And if he's ever interested, you can set it up and introduce him to me. Or he can visit his local chapter of Narcotics Anonymous.
Can I give a little piece of advice? It's all good. Actually, he's right. Catch them where they're midstream between sick and not sick. But try, after Scott gets his second channel going, wait till he gets a really interesting video that you think your son might be interested in, and let him sort of listen in on Scott. Let him get interested in what Scott's got to say, and then point him in the direction of actually speaking to Scott. Say, hey, by the way, I sort of know that guy. I can hook you up with him. He could probably help you out.
You want them to feel like they're the one that made the decision to seek recovery.
Right.
Because the first thing, if you fuss at them and scream at them and yell at them, all they're going to do is rebel at you that much harder. But if they feel like that it's their idea, that's why I say just suggest it. When they're kind of feeling sick, but not super sick, but they're feeling bad, just make a suggestion. That way they can say, and it may be a week, it may be 6 weeks, it may be a month. They may go, hey, remember when you was telling me about a guy that you knew that got sober? You got that guy's phone number, or you know how to get a hold of him? And see, in their mind, they were in charge of making that decision. They weren't forced. They weren't coerced. They made the decision. They're much more likely to be receptive to the idea if they think that they came up with the idea.
Exactly. And then again, sometimes, sweetheart, you're not going to be able to do anything until you can't pull them out of the ditch until they actually hit bottom.
Yep, they got to
So
want it.
Yeah, you got to be there for them when they reach out their hand. So
Yep.
you just can't, all this tough love stuff, put them out on the street. Don't, turn your back on them. Don't do that. You got to be there for your kid in good or bad health, and just be there when they need a hand.
Well, you've got to be careful with that too, because sometimes it's not too bad for them to go to the street, because a lot of people mistake the difference between enabling and love. Love is to not let someone continue on a destructive path. Enabling is holding them up off of that rock bottom just enough to where they don't hurt bad enough.
Right.
When you need to jerk that hand away and let them hit. That's when I would recommend for the parent or the loved one of the addict or alcoholic to contact Nar-Anon or Al-Anon, which is a program that's set up for the people that suffer due to the addict.
Right.
And they can guide you on how to do.
By no means am I saying put yourself through hell doing it either. If you've had enough and you can't take no more, and they're not trying at all, then you have done all you can do, and you can't make yourself sick. I'm not speaking as in the same experience Scott is. I'm speaking as the parent.
Let's see. He says last time he was here, I said he couldn't come back till he was clean. I just can't anymore with him. Well, what you need to do right there, all good, is stand firm on that. Because if you break right now and let him come back, he's going to know and he's going to use that every time.
That's true. That is true. But like Tony says, my stepson ended things because of tough love.
Well, if everybody knows it's 2022. Alcoholics Anonymous has been around for 82 years.
Really? Wow.
Narcotics Anonymous has been around for well over probably 50. It's 2022. Everybody knows that there's people that get clean and sober every day. Everybody knows of AA meetings. Everybody knows of NA meetings. Everybody knows of rehabs and detoxes. But what they don't realize is they don't know enough about the damage that pride can do to a person. Pride took him to the grave, not the tough love. He had the opportunity to get clean. He just didn't take it. Everybody, rich, poor, fat, tall, black, white, skinny, smart, dumb, rich, poor, living under a bridge or in a mansion, don't matter. All you have to do is change your mind instead of getting high. I'm going to get clean. That's how everybody everybody that got clean and sober got clean and sober. In one moment is all it took them. One moment they said, this time I'm not going to take that drink, or this time I'm not going to do that drug. And they continued that process repeatedly over a period of time. And for me, almost 7 years, I've made that same decision that I made that very first time when I said, this time I'm not going to take that drink. As a result of that, long-term sobriety. But you got to swallow that pride. You got to get that thought out of your head that, oh, I'm a man. I'm supposed to be able to handle any problem that I've got. I'm tough. I can handle it. I don't need no help. You got to get rid of all that, because that's what kills you. Your inability to admit that you can't quit on your own is what killed you. Your resistance to the solution is what killed you. The solution's out there. You resisting to get it is nobody's fault. Nobody's. It's their fault for not taking the opportunity.
Right.
My best friend in recovery shit sweated and shook in the back of a Honda Accord in the Johnson City, Tennessee's Walmart parking lot for weeks getting sober. I went to a level 3 detox where you can't leave unless somebody has a fancy little card to swipe. You go in there and they lock the doors behind you. There's different ways, but it's all out there.
PJ.
He has to have his experience.
Right. PJ, things are just different at Nana's place. And I'm sure Scott is not shocked by what you've been saying about your son, hon.
I'm sorry, PJ. I wasn't even reading your.
But what she said last is on the screen right there.
I'm not even sure why I'm sharing my screen. Oh. Well, PJ, if you feel comfortable, hon, then you know you can. Anytime, there's multiple ways that you can get a hold of me.
And you're more than welcome to get a hold of me anytime, PJ. I promise, sweetheart. Ask probably half the viewers on here. They all have my personal phone number.
Well, here's the thing. When I quit, my health got bad and I was having problems. You know, I got to the point where I couldn't drive anymore because I was blacking out. It's a whole different story, different show. But the last statistics that I ran when I was volunteering at that last clinic that I volunteered at last recovery.
Right.
I had my own room in the clinic where I did recovery. 7.4% of the population of Tennessee were alcoholic. 49% of the population of Tennessee was affected by alcoholism. So what that tells us is pretty much everyone knows somebody or knows somebody that knows somebody who has a problem with alcohol. Now, I help people with drug addiction, but my main focus is alcoholism because that's what I struggled with the most. So it's a family disease. It affects everybody. I was a drunk. It affected my mom, my dad, my aunt, my sister, my brother-in-law, my niece, my son. Right there, 7 people that are really close to me. Then it affected my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, both my brother-in-laws, my sister-in-law, and all of my nieces and nephews. And then it expands out farther. It affected my coworkers, because they had to work harder because I couldn't give an honest 8 hours work because I was hungover and didn't feel good, which affected my employer because he wasn't getting his money's worth because I couldn't perform as well as what I should have been able to.
Hey, Scott, you got this for just a minute, hon?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, babe.
All right. So it just compounds over and over, further and further, causing more and more damage. Yes, funny face, Brenda. It's even harder for dual diagnosis. I struggled with that for sure. Oh, it's all good. He's bipolar also, yeah. Definitely harder for dual diagnosis because those have to be treated, and both of them have to be treated. They're two separate things going on there. That was one of my biggest questions when I went into detox the first time. I was like, do I drink so much because I'm so depressed and anxious, or am I so depressed and anxious because I drink so much? They said, well, I don't know. But first we got to get all the drugs and alcohol out of you. And then we'll look at what we got left. Come to find out, I had a severe panic disorder, severe anxiety disorder, and major depressive disorder. And then they treated me for that as well as for the alcoholism. So let's see, PJ's halfway there. Let's see. I'm not even sure. Oh.
I'm back.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no problem. Oh, let's see. The Neil's knob must be your
Nish.
fun fact. He's Nish. Okay,
Nish.
Nish has got us another fun fact. If you have a drink after dinner or bedtimes, you are not an alcoholic. Correct. Not everybody that drinks is an alcoholic. Not everybody that drinks can ever be an alcoholic. It has to do with your physiological makeup of your body.
And to be an addict, you don't have to always, it doesn't always have to be a substance either. It can be people.
Oh, yeah. Yep, sure enough.
I know that sounds weird, but it's true. Or it can be YouTube. It can be the internet. It can be games.
Gambling, overeating.
Gambling. Right.
It can be all kinds of stuff. I've worked with people with porn addiction, Facebook addiction, video game addiction,
Shopping.
shopping, yeah, impulse buying, all that. You know, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. And you can see in the Wells family, all that stuff that I was talking about. Yeah, funny face Brenda, the ripple effect. That's what I was describing there, how it affects immediately. It's like, the way I describe it is you throw a rock into a pond, the biggest ripples are the closest to the rock. Those are the people in your life that are affected the most, are the ones that are closest to the addict or the alcoholic. The ripples get smaller and smaller as they head out to the bank. And those people are affected less and less and less. But you can see how that in the Wells family, on both sides, with the Hares, the Blyes, the Wells, how it just pervades through generationally. I think Mary said one time, like 5 generations back, they had, the abuse problems going on. And we know we had it in Don's son. Don, allegedly Don's father, allegedly Candace with Hunter. We know that Candace Hare's brother was locked up for it. So it's both sides of the family, multiple people. And then you look at all those people have got families. So you look at how not only has Jeannie been affected, but Jeannie's family's been affected.
Right.
And then their families have been affected because, well, it's like Jeannie, we've heard from Trish, Jeannie's daughter. So you know how tore up Jeannie was, or Trish was. So not only was Jeannie affected, Trish was affected, and then Trish's children were affected due to the fact that their mother was affected. So, I mean, if you look at just how extreme all these different things that are going on within this case, it's something else.
Absolutely. No filter. The boys are going to be majorly affected because not only were they whatever happened to them, but they're having to live through all this mess. And we know what it's doing to us, and we are not even connected to the family. Imagine what those poor babies are going through.
Oh, yeah. You have to wonder. I wonder sometimes because, well, it's, I've said this, and you learn this a lot with working in recovery, is it's amazing what a person can consider to be normal. Over time, it's easy if you're facing adversity, it's just naturally easier to give up than it is to fight through it. So every time you run up against something tough, you dismiss it. And then the next time you run up against something tough, you dismiss it. And then it's kind of like, women in abusive relationships or men in abusive relationships, anybody in an abusive relationship.
It's sort of like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. They get screamed at one time and they make up and they're like, okay, that'll never happen again. And then a few weeks later, after a few more weeks of getting screamed at, they get slapped one day. And then it's like, well, okay, I can get over that. And then the next thing you know, they're, after a few weeks of getting slapped, they're getting punched. Well, if you look back, the first time that you really got screamed at, you thought that was horrible. But somehow now you're used to that. And that's no big deal, but the punch is something serious. Because you've already forgot about the first time you got smacked. Now you're getting thrown up against the wall or down the steps. Well, now you're forgetting about that first punch. So it's amazing what a person can start to consider to be normal. And it's the same way with drug addiction. You know, it's like you see this a lot with pills. You're like, oh, I just swallow the pills. I'm not that guy over there that snorts them. And then the next thing you know, you're snorting pills. And you're like, yeah, but I'm not the guy that's shooting them up. The next thing you know, you're shooting them up. And you're going, yeah, but I'm not the guy over there that's sharing needles. I use clean needles every time. And then the next thing you know, you're the guy over there sharing needles. You're like, yeah, I'm not the guy that's got hepatitis C yet, though. And then you end up getting high and having sex with somebody that's got hepatitis C, or shooting up with their dirty needle that's got hepatitis C. And now you're the guy that's got hepatitis C, but you're not too far removed from that time when you were saying, well, I'm not that guy. I'm just swallowing them. I'm not snorting them. At one time, I ended up doing things in my life that at one time in my life I said I would never do. How did that happen? Because I started normalizing things that was bad so that I could continue That's what we see in the wells.
Scott, do you
In
see
the wild.
Nish's comment?
It does sometimes feel like distraction. The White House is going to shit. Possible blankety war, or just me. Sorry. No, Putin did talk about that. Nish.
I know you. I know you discussed this on your channel. Is the reason I brought it to your attention. You know more about that than I do.
I haven't. I read that last night or early this morning. I was up last night. Well, this will get into finance, but we won't talk there. I had some pretty exciting things happen in on the finance side of my world. And I was waiting for some of that stuff to get straightened out this morning. And well, PJ's Parley probably knows, because the place I needed to talk to was in the central time zone instead of Eastern time zone. So I'm sitting here, tapping the coffee table, waiting on because we're an hour ahead of them,
Right.
And so I was reading through the news or whatever, but I wasn't really concentrating on anything. I was just kind of like skimming headlines. And I saw that apparently the Ukrainians have damaged extensively one of the Russian warships. And I'm thinking that's what Nish is talking about. Putin came back with, the nuclear thing again. I saw something on YouTube that they sent out to all creators about discussing the war in Ukraine and stuff. So I don't want to get your channel in trouble.
Okay.
I
That's
don't
fine.
know. I don't know at what level we are allowed to or not allowed to talk to or whatever, but they sent all creators a email this morning.
Oh, really? I didn't get nothing.
Oh, really?
Really? It might
Huh.
be just you guys that like talking about it.
I was going to say it might have been because I've got videos on it, and so that was probably flagged in their algorithm somewhere.
Well, when I went to title the video I put out today, I put Little Green Men and the connection to 110 Ben Hill Road, and with the Little Green Man on it, and they would not. I mean, it tried for 2 hours and it would not finish checking it. I deleted the titled it what it's titled now, but left the Little Green Man on there, and it went through, but they copyrighted me.
Oh God.
So, but I go in for the Mandela effect and stuff. So I don't go for the war. So maybe it's just depends on what you talk about.
Every video until here recently, I had to post, I had to upload. That's why you were seeing me upload a lot of videos.
Yeah.
And along with my lives, because normally I was always doing lives. Every video, and it's been a long time since I've started on YouTube. Not a long time, but I mean, it's been a while. A few months anyway. Every video has to go through a human review before they monetize it. So by the time I do my live, I get all the traffic of everybody watching it, because you get your most traffic when you first put out a new one.
Right.
All that time it's under review. By the time they get it reviewed and approve it for monetization, everybody's already seen it and quit watching it.
Right.
Which, like I said, I don't do it necessarily for money anyway, but
have they not graduated you up to let you evaluate your own content?
Well, that was the thing. I had to upload 20 videos and rate them myself to see if it agreed with their ratings. And that has helped. I passed. One video they had a question with. So 19 of them I passed, and the other one was partially ads. They partially could put ads on it or something.
Right. Limited. Yeah.
Limited. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, it's which, like I said, I don't do it for, money's not my sole purpose for doing it. But that's funny about your Little Green Men. That would have been a fitting title for sure.
Well, that comes from Don B when he made his statements, about Big Bird and Bert and Ernie, and he said next it's going to come Little Green Men did it.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
Where that came from.
When he did those little shorts, yeah, that was funny.
But I was basically referring back to that we're not just literally pulling names out of the hat, that these are real people that are connected to this hill, and this is how they are connected. I mean, I didn't go in depth, but I did, show in that video how each person is connected to that hill. I mean, like Crystal and Marlena are friends. They're both friends with Candace. Crystal has a child with David Brett. That kind of stuff.
That was awesome work by Crystal. Crystal's Crime Time.
Oh no, no, I was talking about Crystal Spencer, but I don't know.
Oh, Crystal's Crime Time. That's another creator. She did some really good work on the Brits and stuff. She actually interviewed Crystal Spencer's mom.
Right. I've got her on Messenger. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Crystal Spencer? Or
no,
Crystal?
her mom.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Crystal's
cool.
mom.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she
That I mean,
that woman was, man, I'd love to hear more of her interviews because she's talking about the the Beach Creek that I remember. You were asking me when I first
right.
came on, uh, what it was like then. She's talking about the Beach Creek that I remember.
Right.
And I was like, man, this woman is, everybody needs to hear this woman. Everybody needs to. And I linked it. I shared those interviews that Crystal had done with her because everybody, like I said, everybody needs to hear Crystal Spencer's mom talk and explain.
That's how. Yeah, that video is how I wound up picking up with her. And but her at that time, her mom said she was still missing, but they found her since.
Oh, okay. The other girl down there.
No, Crystal Spencer was missing,
Oh, okay. Wow.
but they found her. Anyways, Crystal, Crime Time with Crystal is where I heard about Crystal's mom, and that's what made me get a hold of her.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Now those were fabulous. I bet you've had some awesome talks with that lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ask her if you could do me a favor, because this would pull something, and
Uh-huh.
I'll let you have all the credit for your channel. I mean, like I said, just
Okay.
as long as people hear it, ask her if she remembers the rooster's nest.
What is the rooster's nest? I'm texting her right now.
Oh
What is
gosh,
the
you're doing it
rooster's
like
nest?
real time? Okay, hang on just a second. Let me run to the restroom again.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
before we get into this story here. Well, shoot, for some reason, StreamYard's there. It's coming up. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey guys. Sorry, this is not the usual little place where we're hanging out, but Scott's a very interesting and very intelligent person. And I mean, I like hearing this. And we are still talking about a lot of the stuff that we normally talk about. Did somebody say rooster? We know, Thunder. You are the rooster in this. We know that. Tangerine, did you slip in and I didn't get to see you? There's a lot of people came in that I didn't get to see because I am listening to Scott and I am very interested in what he's got to say. Like I said, he grew up there. He knows a lot of these people. Well, PJ, thank you. I don't know what you're thanking me for, hon, but thank you. You're welcome. Whatever might be appropriate. Elaine Valla, how are you, hon? Make yourself at home, sweetheart. Everybody is welcome at Nana's place. Everybody have a say at Nana's place. You just normally have to come in when there's not somebody on panel that's I'm really interested in hearing. See, I wish David would come on here and actually do this. Where we could ask questions or his theories. Oh, ain't telling me crap, honey. I could listen to this man's voice all night long. Yes, it is.
Alrighty, I'm back.
You're back.
Sorry
Well,
about
we
that.
were not by no means talking about you. I promise.
Right.
Okay.
You can talk about me. I don't care. I'm used to it.
Like you can't go back and read the chat. Right?
I get to talking, and a lot of times I
Well,
don't even pay
Trey,
attention
darling.
to the chat. They could be
Well, that's
they could be throwing
what's
rotten
happening
tomatoes
with
at me.
me. I was telling him I was sorry for not paying, because normally I'm sitting here reading every chat that comes in, but let's see. I see what you can come up with. I'm gladly help Nana. Okay, thank you, babe. What was it you said? The rooster's nest.
Yep, the rooster's nest.
Okay, I'm
That's
trying
what,
very
I was
hard. Not
told the name of it was. I want to hear if she knows about it before I start talking about it, because I don't want to get a bunch of wild theories and craziness and stuff. That's why I haven't done a show on myself on it yet, because I got to have another person verify.
okay.
And I haven't been able to find another person to verify it. And if she verifies it, I'll tell you why. If she doesn't, then I won't. Because like I said, I'm not starting a bunch of rumors and stuff like that. I always like to have two different sources saying the same thing, and then I'll go with it.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. It says she's active, but I don't know if she is or not. But we'll see. I know she's online, so
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have to wait till she answers. But I asked her. I said, "Hey, Scott H. He is a YouTuber. Wants to know if you have ever heard of Rooster's Nest up there in Hawkins County."
It'd be in, well, I'm pretty sure it would be in Beach Creek, but
Well,
I can't.
right. That's why I said Hawkins County, because I wasn't for sure where you were meaning it was located.
Right.
I know she does not like Hawkins County at all, especially Beach Creek.
Right.
And she was very upset. She came down for her surgery not too long ago, and they went up there and tried to see the baby. Her and Crystal both did. And David wouldn't even let the baby wave at him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got Crystal's, I believe it's her youngest son.
Yeah.
And he's the dad, and he's got him and won't let Crystal or her mom see the baby at all.
Wow.
She's really, she loves her grandkids, and it's killing her not to get to see them.
Yeah, that David sounds like he's something else.
Yeah, have you heard anything about his niece, Robert's daughter, that went missing down there in Florida?
Just what Crystal's Crime Time had put out.
No. It's just strange that it's, everything is the same. No sign, no evidence, no witnesses, no nothing.
I
But
know
that girl went missing from a mall.
Right. Well, it was in Florida too, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's down in Florida.
So that's a little, they were talking about, and I'll just use him for an example, Chris McDonough talking about the likelihood of somebody getting missing from a mall in a big city is a lot more common than somebody getting missing off of the top of the hill on a dead end road.
Okay, Scott, we got a couple of questions here.
Okay.
Zero wants to know what you think about Ronnie Lawson.
I think he's a politics guy. I
Politics.
really do. Yeah. I think
And go ahead.
I think there's just a lot of politics involved in him.
There was another question there. Auntie M, you'll have to re-ask the question, honey. I couldn't find the first part of your question. Sorry about that. I missed it. Well, I guess she'll post it here in a minute.
No, Auntie M, Jody Sue doesn't know. Or if she
Oh,
does,
okay.
she told me she didn't.
Right. So do
But
you know Andy?
She might be too young.
Do you know
to-
Andy?
No, He's
No.
younger than me. Him and Jody
Lord.
Sue. Andy's
gotta
younger than me, and Jody Sue's younger than Andy is. So
Scott, I gotta ask, how old are you, darling? Because I'm thinking of you as in your 20s. I'm telling you.
oh, Lord have mercy, no. No.
Can you give me a roundabout number of how old you are?
50 plus.
No way.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Sure enough.
Thank you, PJ. PJ gave you up.
She did. She busted
Yes,
me.
she did. Hey, look at it this way, darling. You're still younger than me.
Funny face Brenda says, Rooster, drink beer there. You know, it was funny because for years, for probably over 25 years, that was my nickname, was Rooster.
Really?
That might be the first time I've ever even told anybody that.
Well, I feel privileged. Thank you. They want to know what you feel about Ronnie running for sheriff again. Well, running ain't sort of the word for it, is it?
No, I wouldn't call it running. He's unopposed, so that's why I think it's, all into politics. Because read the news, and why do you figure nobody's going to run against him? With all the crap that's going on down there, does everybody just throw their hands up in the air and go, well, we can't do no better than what he's doing, so we just won't even run?
Right. Let me get something cleared up here. Now, this is my understanding, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, okay? Ronnie Lawson has been in there for several years. I think maybe 2010, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's been in the sheriff's department, law enforcement down there for 44.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean, as sheriff, he's been in since 2010. Okay.
Right.
Nobody has ever run against him. The guy that was in there before him did not finish a full term, and he did away with himself or whatever may have happened. The guy before him was Ronnie Lawson's dad, who never had anybody run against him.
Yep.
I thought I was right about that.
That's the way I understand it. So the Lawsons have been involved in law enforcement in that small county, well, big county, small population, for a long time. So pretty much everybody down there would have to know him. True?
Right. True. Tangerine,
I said,
no.
I was
Go
running
ahead.
around. I probably started running around in Beach Creek when in 1986, 87. So if he's been in law enforcement for 44 years, he would have been in law enforcement when I was running around down there.
Right.
That's how long. And before that, like you said, his dad.
Right.
So you know everybody in Hawkins County is bound to know Ronnie Lawson. And every crooked person down there, you've got to figure Ronnie Lawson knows them.
Right. Exactly. Stars and Stripes, I am so happy to see you in here, sweetheart. Thank you for coming. Please make yourself at home like everybody else. They'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I've seen Stars and Stripes around. Hello, hello.
I normally holler at her in Doug's chat. I'll go in when it's just the mods running around before he starts, and I'll say hello to everybody, and then I usually duck out or leave him playing, and I always fall asleep to Doug yammering on. So I guess it counts as me viewing him, even if I just, listen to him while I fall asleep.
Right.
But I don't know if that's good or not. Does that mean he's not got an exciting show? I don't know. He's funny. I like Doug.
Well, a lot of times I don't feel like going live, and I'll just, I want to channel surf and go to other people's channel and just hang out and chat and stuff. Like I said, I was thinking about doing a live today anyway, and your title got me, and I was like, because like I said, I've done so many shows on this exact topic. I'm gonna have to go back and catch the first of you because you was already a couple hours in when I saw you were going. And but yeah, I saw your title and I was like, well, by golly, I'm gonna hop right in here and see what this woman's talking about, because that title's right down my alley.
Well,
I see. Come in and see if I can get some learning here.
Well, no, you've been the teacher in this one, honey. Trust me, you've been the teacher. And so I was telling them that's why I've not been paying attention to the chat and stuff. And I've been enjoying myself listening to you because I do find you so interesting. And when I asked earlier if it was education or just a history buff, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. People are smart in different ways. Right. But I find your outlook on life and your opinions about stuff very interesting, and it grabs my attention. So,
well, thank you. It's all good. I appreciate that. Now, sometimes I'm gonna give you fair warning. I get a little rowdier over on my channel. Nana can probably tell you that. PJs can definitely tell you that. But I get a little rowdier over there. I'm nicer when I'm a guest somewhere. But
well, you're an awfully sweet guest, so you're welcome back here anytime.
Yeah, sometimes, like I said, I like to just do the channel hopping myself and relax, but I was planning on doing a show, and like I said, I don't care, really how many people are listening, just as long as somebody hopefully hears something they haven't heard before, to help them, maybe clear up some things in their mind or whatever.
Well, I had
certain channels I wouldn't go on, that I wouldn't even be associated with, that's for sure. But
well, thank you. I appreciate that. that I'll take that as a compliment that you came in and came up on panel and that you've stuck around for a little while. I've loved visiting with you, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, I've definitely enjoyed it. Y'all are pretty cool over here. Definitely, for sure.
We're pretty chill.
A lot of
Like
the
I said, we
same.
normally get in here and we go ahead.
Got a lot of the same views on some things, so I like people that's got common sense.
Right.
I just can't.
Thank you.
I just can't
I don't know
be
exactly.
around people that don't have sense. Exhausts me. It literally exhausts me to even be around them.
Right. I agree completely with you. And so I'm telling you, Lord, forgive me if I'm doing wrong by saying this. And none of the people that are in here right now am I talking about you. I'm not. But there are some people that comment on some of my videos. I swear they knew Terry's feelings, don't have a problem with any of them. But some people are so incompetent with some of their ideas. I was told one time that they thought that the baby was in the basement. Dawn and Candace was upstairs arguing, and that Dawn walked downstairs and pew-pewed the baby in the stomach, and that's what happened to her. And
Lord
I'm
have
like,
mercy.
first of all, he didn't even have a pew-pew to do that with because they took it in October of 2020. What are you thinking? People like that agitate me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, we're here. The world exists. So, I mean, I guess anything's possible, but you get to that thing, how probable is it? And,
Yeah.
had tons of law enforcement up there that night, but they never once stretched one single inch of crime scene tape anywhere.
I
And
know.
you'd have thought with all them people going in, if somebody would have got pew-pewed, the dogs would have picked up on it, TBI would have picked up on it, FBI, the card team, Hawkins County Sheriff. You think there would have been some kind of sign. I don't know. I personally can tell you that I cleaned up after a double murder where two girls did get pew-pewed, and it's not like Hollywood. It's more like Hollywood now because they've got better with their graphics and stuff. But I can tell you it makes a heck of a mess, not only in the spot where they fall, but in the walls, on the walls and stuff behind them.
Right.
For a far stretch back.
Well, yeah,
And if
that
that would have happened, there is no possible way that they could have got that cleaned up.
exactly.
No possible way.
And it just seems like people would have more common sense than to think that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get really agitated at things like that.
Oh gosh, I guess one of the best ones I saw was green algae from the swimming hole.
What, she drank it?
Yeah, it killed her. Yeah.
Oh wow. I think I did run across that one somewhere.
Because I almost did a whole show on Fort Patrick Henry Lake showing the fish contaminants, the levels all checked out being good, the water quality all checked out being good, the size of the lake. It's no horse pond, it's a freaking lake. It's 10 miles long. It's like
Right.
850 acres. There's boats, there's boat ramps, people water ski, jet skis, swim. It's a state park. There's hundreds of people go there every day. They have an 18-hole golf course. They've got children handicap playground. They got disc golf courses. They've got world-renowned mountain bike trails. They've got hiking trails. Of course, they've got the horse stables. They've got 2 campgrounds. One campground was so big they had to build an overflow campground.
Wow.
They're working on right now a big project to redo all the campsites in it to expand it even more. They've got a huge in-ground swimming pool. The park ranger has his own house on property. I couldn't tell you the concrete picnic tables and grills that they have where you can just come up, park your car, have a picnic. All kinds of wildlife. They have pavilions up there where you can have family reunions, and it's all covered, and public restrooms and clubhouse with vending machines, paddle boats. I mean, just on and on and on. The place is freaking huge.
Right.
You know, it's a state park.
I've never been there, but I saw a lady did a tour of that tree house up there at the actual little park. And I would love to go there. That it was such a beautiful little park, and that tree house was gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic place. I mean, they've got like, crews that are always picking up trash. They're, landscaping crews. I mean, it's a nice place. It's a nice place,
Right. Hey, can I ask you, let me ask you a question. You grew up in the country. You're from that area. When I was 5 years old, I grew up in the country. I ran in the woods with my brothers and sisters, and I didn't wear shoes.
Right.
In your opinion, all the stuff that is on the ground in the woods, the twigs and the leaves and the gravel, or not gravel, but rocks, all that stuff on the ground. Tell me if you think a 40-pound little girl is going to leave a deep enough footprint that somebody's going to be able to find it 4 days after it happened.
Nope.
So I'm not alone on that thought, huh?
Nope.
Because I'm telling you, I never once left a footprint.
Even if there was a footprint, give you the benefit of the doubt. Who says it wasn't there on the 14th or the 13th or the 12th?
Right.
Or the 11th? Why have they not said we found a footprint accompanied by a size 10.5 boot?
They explained that. They explained that away.
Or a hoof prints from a horse, or tires from a dirt bike, or what carried her there? It had to leave a print.
Scott, they said there was so many people up there searching for her and walking around those footprints that by the time they found the footprint of her, there was too many adult footprints up there to make out which one was actually the right one.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Yeah. I heard that.
You believe that too, right?
Yeah, I sure do.
I'm sorry, but I even went out here behind my sister's house, and I took a bare spot that was nothing but mud, and it had been raining for 3 days. And I put my bare hand down and pushed. And when I lifted my hand up, there was still no way to tell my hand had been there. You cannot tell me that a little 40-pound little girl is walking around out there in the woods and is leaving footprints on top of all that bramble that's laying there. Not going to happen.
Well, and here's another thing. Now, I mean, again, we got to look at possibilities and probabilities. To get from point A to point B as the crow flies on a suitable surface, could Summer have got that distance where they say the last footprint is in that amount of time barefooted? Yeah. The path that they show up through the mountains, up to the ridge, and then down through the mountains back, headed towards Beech Creek.
Right.
When you're walking through the woods, or at least when I'm walking through the woods, and I've hunted with a lot of people, and I used to manage 8 shelters on the Appalachian Trail through Carter County and Unicoi County on the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Rarely in Northeast Tennessee do you find a road or a path or a trail that goes straight for any amount of time, because it has to curve
Around the mountain.
around the mountains.
You do not go up and down the mountain. You walk around the mountain. Yes.
So as I'm going somewhere in the woods, I'm going to be zigzagging all the way to my destination, because I'm weaving around branches and briar bushes and thickets and low branches. So I'm going to take the easiest route to get somewhere, not the quickest route. Because the quickest route I can't make from point A to point B because there's too much stuff in the way. So I have to zigzag around all that stuff. I'm also going to get tired because I'm walking uphill, and I got up at 8 o'clock and I've been gone all day, and the only thing that I've had is a slushie from Sonic and some Skittles.
Right.
So I'm going to be tired. I'm going to be hungry. I don't know where I'm going. I'm scared. So I'm probably stopping every now and again to catch my breath and to look around and try to figure out where home is. I'm probably crying. I'm probably sitting down, scared half to death. Then I'm probably getting up and going again. Now, by this time, we're gathering hundreds of men and helicopters and planes. Got to remember, the search team gets there at 7:03. It's when they set up the command post. It's June 15th. The longest day of the year is June 21st, the first day of summer.
Right.
So it doesn't get dark till 9:30, 9:40. So they got all this manpower for a good 2 hours and 15 minutes searching. Dave Rader from EquiSearch said the area, his words, were saturated.
Right.
With, heat-seeking radar and planes and helicopters and people and dogs, live scent dogs, cadaver dogs. Didn't even find as much of a thread of her. Nothing. No crime scene tape nowhere. At Warriors, at the driveway, on the dog trail, in the house, at the shed, anywhere where the quote unquote footprints were, even if there were a lot of footprints, wouldn't you think the FBI, the card team, the TBI wouldn't have roped that place off and put a tent up and really, really got down with a microscope to try to figure out and identify a footprint of somebody that could have been carrying her, especially if there were multiple footprints, but we never
Right.
saw any crime tape. Never saw nothing.
Nope.
All we've heard is the scent ended when the substrate changed from gravel to asphalt.
Right.
So here we are. If she wandered off, could she have got that distance up the mountain and across the mountain, knowing that going through the mountain, you've got to weave around trees and brush and briars and take breaks and cry and whine and be scared, all that kind of stuff, with over 2 hours of daylight and hundreds of man hours and eyeballs and radars looking for you?
Right. I agree. There's no way. I'm sorry.
Something don't add up with me. Well, with
Don't
me, it
either.
adds up. With me, it adds up is Candace and Dawn needed to get rid of Summer and get her out of there before they got in trouble, like Don B said. Or one of them creeps, like your title says, that visits Ben Hill Road, or somebody that lives on Ben Hill Road had committed a crime of opportunity, and Candace and Dawn had got a pretty damn good idea who it was.
And
How
possibly
else could you have a 5-year-old little baby girl disappear with not a freaking trace?
exactly, it couldn't have been animals because there would have been some kind of trace.
Yep, sure enough.
And the possibility of them knowing who the creep was, they probably, like another person that we know that Dawn doesn't want to piss off, they probably knew who it was and didn't want to piss him off, or possibly owed him money and said, okay, guess what? We'll just let the debt be settled.
Yep. That,
I mean, it's horrible.
sounds far more probable to me than the footprint theory,
Yes.
the walking away theory. To me, it does. Because, man, they've spent, I mean, I know that area, and I know it's a vast area. And I've been up in those mountains, and I know that there is no way that you can search every square inch. There's just a lot of that ground up in there that's just too steep. It's just impassable.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it would take hours and hours and hours for a group of men to climb up some of them steep banks. And some of them steep banks, I'm here to tell you, you couldn't even climb up them. You would have to start at the top and hang on to a rope and rope yourself down them. So there's some of those spots up there. There's just no way that every spot could be checked.
Right. That Crystal's Crime Time, is that the one that works with Harsh Reality? Do you know?
I saw something that they were planning on working together. I don't know if they ever did start working together, or,
Well,
but yeah, that was.
okay, she had called, and that horse ranch or whatever it is that's down the road, they didn't even look down that far.
Right. Yep.
And is that a far distance from there, or would that have been a possibility for them to have? Is there a possibility she could have been down that far, or is it way too far away?
I mapped that. Hang on, let me map it again. I can't remember because it wasn't that far. Because I was on
Nish, you really think that? Nish says he thinks that she's within 10 miles of her home alive.
I could almost agree with that 100%. Not 100%, but pretty damn close to 100%. Like really, really close to 100%.
Nish is a very smart, very intelligent man, and I could just on knowing just what I know about him, I could almost go with what he's saying.
Well, all right. I'm mapping 110 Ben Hill Road to Elite Frontier Adventures on Beach Creek Road. And it takes 4 minutes. It's 2 miles.
So it's just as close as that ridge they're talking about her being on.
It looks like it's probably 1,250 feet behind Mount Carmel Free Will Church.
Wow.
So, like, well, I mean, it's just right off Beach Creek.
Right. Yeah.
It's directly across from Fields Road and Bell Road. Just on the other side of that. See, my dad, I don't know if you remember this, and Nish, I don't know if Nish has ever watched my channel or not, but me and my dad was talking, and when all this very first started, and I told a story on my channel. I've told it several times from the very beginning, when I think all the way back on Tiffany Marie's, when I very first time I ever came on YouTube. I've got an autonomic nervous system disorder, and your autonomic nervous disorder does a lot of stuff that you're not in control of, like your blood circulation, your blood pressure, and your heart rate, among other things.
Right.
That doesn't work right with me. That's why I don't drive, because I pass out because I don't get enough blood to my brain and I black out. Anyway, I had to get a new blood pressure monitor. So my dad took me to Walmart, which happens to be the same Walmart that Candace threatened to blow up.
Wow.
It's no big deal. I mean, that's the Walmart that's around here. So
right.
Everybody goes to it. So I asked Dad, I said, "You hear about that pretty little girl that went missing down there in Beach Creek?" And he said, "You know, there's critters that'll sneak out of them damn woods and snatch up a little girl like that and lock her up, and you'll never see her again." I said, "Yep." About a week later, he had to take me to the pharmacy. So we went to the pharmacy, pulled back in the driveway here. I was getting out. I was about halfway out of his car. And I said, I turned back around. I said, "Oh, yeah." I said, "You know, they still ain't found that little girl." He said, "They won't either." I said, "Not until Beach Creek wants them to." He said, "You're goddamn right." And that was our conversation in the middle, from June 15th to probably June 30th, somewhere right around in there. Right after when she went missing.
Right. I have an email.
That was before all the all the YouTube crazy theories and all that stuff. Before any of that ever had a chance to all get started.
Right.
So, we was sitting here and we got the missing child alert on her phone.
Right.
And then shortly after that, that would be just something that you would talk to your dad about is, hey, did you see that alert? Did you hear about that little girl that went missing or whatever?
Yeah.
Plus, my dad has grown up around here, so he knows how Beach Creek was or is or whatever. He used to work for the Kingsport Power Department. When he started out, he was the guy that rode around in the little truck going house to house, walking up and reading the electric meter on the side of your house. So they know how much to charge you for electricity. So he knows every road, every driveway. And he retired from Kingsport Power Company. Well,
Right.
They changed it to American Electric Power now, but back then, so I got all kinds of stories I can tell you when he was young and when I was young, going all the way back into the 60s.
Right.
But go ahead. You said you got a.
Oh, I'm not going to mention any names or anything, but it's a real weird email I have on my computer. It describes a group of people. Now, don't think I'm out there. I'm just saying this is what it says. There's a group of people supposedly lives in the woods up there. Now, I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm talking about almost military people or militia type people, and that they do take people, they take kids. Supposedly Dawn and Candace knows about these people, and they're the kind of people you don't mess with no matter what they do, because they're the kind that will basically rip the skin off the front of your face. I don't want to go into more detail than that, but have you ever heard of anything like that? They're like anti-government almost.
No, I haven't. Now, I know there's a lot of people around here that have ideologies, but I don't know of any, like specific group of people that have done that or are doing that or whatever. That's not to say there's not, but
It just sort of it fit right in there with what your dad said while I was thinking.
right. Well, what my dad was more leaning to was, and I can tell you a story, and I'm not going to tell who it come from or anything like that. Of course, this was years ago, so I mean,
Right.
the old man's probably dead now, but they was a little girl, about Summer's age, and she was cleaning out her kiddie pool. And she was out there in her little bathing suit or whatever. And there was a man across the road sitting on his porch in his rocking chair. That little girl's mom went inside. That man got up, walked across his yard, walked across the road, picked that little girl up, took her up in the woods. Brought her back, went back over and sat back down on his porch. Mom never said a thing. Because she knew better.
Right.
It's not because she didn't want to say something. It's because she knew better than to say anything. That's what my dad was talking about for Ruby Pearl Glamper True Crime Podcast. you pinned it on the screen there a minute. So exactly what does that mean?
Yeah.
That's what my dad was talking about. Not militia type men.
Right.
Because my dad knew at that time in Beach Creek that things like that happened. And I've got other stories that I can tell you. You've probably heard some of them if you listen to Tiffany Marie's channel. Did you ever remember Tennessee Truth on there?
I may not have caught that one.
She was 6 years old when her grandparents took her out of there.
Right.
You know how old her mom was?
How old?
13.
Wow.
You know how old her daddy was?
How old?
41.
Now that I do believe.
I've got the damn family picture. When she was 3, her mama was 16 and her daddy was 44.
This is Tennessee, darling. You know how things are around here, Scott.
So I've told people before, and they don't. They won't, because it challenges their mind that you can be a great grandmother by the time you're 45.
Oh no, baby. Honey, I was a grandmother at 34.
Yeah. People don't understand. I mean, if you have a child at 13 and then your child has a child at 13, that makes you a grandma at 26.
Exactly.
If that child has a child at 13, that makes you a great grandma at 39. People don't believe, they don't want to believe when I tell them and explain to them that it is not uncommon in parts of Appalachia to be a great grandmother by the time you're 45.
Right. Exactly.
Well, how do you think you get to be a great grandmother at 45? You have kids very early. How do you have kids very early? By men forcing themselves on women when they're kids.
Exactly. And it don't even have to be the girl doesn't even have to believe that it was forced. They can convince them that they are their one and only, but they're still children.
Yeah.
And they don't understand the difference. And it's all good. I have seen white underbelly. Scott, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Loretta Lynn was 14.
Funny Face Brenda says Tennessee Truth is a strong woman. You damn right she's a strong woman.
I know my brother-in-law used to have a sister-in-law. My brother was married into a family, and one of those guys was 19 and he got with a 12-year-old. Now, granted, this 12-year-old stood 5'7", but he got with her and she had twins at the age of 12.
Wow.
And this was not, this was in the 80s. It wasn't like it was way back when.
I see PJ's parlays posting soft white underbellies under there. PJ's, you know that my tattoo artist knows Jesco White. I think it was, it wasn't that long ago, just a few months ago, they had Mamie was on Soft White Underbelly.
Right. Now I would like, you know, Jesco?
I don't know him. My tattoo artist does.
Oh. I would like to meet him. Not because I think he's some kind of superstar or anything, but just to talk to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet he'd be a trip.
Oh yeah. I would not like to go to their house and socialize with the family, but I
No.
would like to talk to them, yeah.
Yes, Auntie M, Tennessee Truth needs hearts. She's something else.
It's all good. Your niece had a baby at 9.
Wow.
Wow. Christola? She was only 10? Oh, wait a minute. Started her period when she was 10. So, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, the old saying in the mountains, guys, whether it's crude or not, Lord forgive me, I don't want to be crude, but still, the old saying is, if you're old enough to bleed, you're old enough to breed.
Yeah. That don't make it right, but
No, it don't.
it does make it possible. You know,
Yeah.
that's the thing. It don't make it right, but it does make it possible. And the thing, you know, that's the thing, even if they aren't sexually mature yet, I mean, they still have they can still be, you know.
Right. They can still be harmed.
Yeah, violated, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
It's sad. My ex-husband's grandmother, her father was harming her. And she was 13, and her mother's, the way her mother solved it, the way her mother saved her from her father messing with her, she signed the papers for the guy that was 41 years old down the street to marry her and get her out of the house.
Right.
Like that solved anything. I mean, she just went from one old codger messing with her to another one.
Right. Yeah. I'll tell you, it's
Yes, that is correct, Daisy. Hang on one second, Scott. Scott H has his own channel. He grew up in Hawkins County, and he used to, when he was younger, run up on Beach Creek.
near. I was right across the line in Sullivan County.
Oh, okay. But anyways, he's really smart, and he knows a lot about this case, and he's done a lot of interviews like with Jody Sue and stuff. So that's who he is, Daisy. You need to go and subscribe to him too, okay? Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, I was in Sullivan County. The way there was 2 middle schools, and what our middle schools was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Well, down in that area right there, there's 4 counties: Hawkins, Greene, Washington, and Sullivan County. All the 4 corners meet right down there. See, like Don and Candace's house, that's why they always went to Kingsport. I think somebody said, I ain't never mapped it out, but I think 110 Ben Hill Road is like half a mile from the Sullivan County line.
Right.
So when we was growing up, there was 2 middle schools, one down in that end of Hawkins County, and the other one was over in Sullivan County. Well, then they merged into one high school that was in Sullivan County.
Right.
And that's how I met all of the people in Beach Creek and Grassy Creek and down in that area down in there. And of course, naturally, you know, when you go to high school with people, you become friends with them. And, you know, that's the way I got to got to know some of them and got to know their parents and their brothers and sisters and cousins and aunts and uncles. And, because we'd all, hang out or whatever, just nothing new, nothing out of the ordinary that you would do any other place or whatever, just like everybody else. And, that's ever went to school and merged together with another school from somewhere, you get to know the people. And that was, my first thought was when I got that alert and saw that it was, a girl in Beach Creek. My first thought was, holy crap, this could be, one of my friend's kids or grandkids or something.
Right.
And then I seen the name Wells, and I was like, there ain't no Wells in Beach Creek. So I wanted to find out. I don't think then I wanted to find out who they was. Then I was thinking, well, I don't know them. They ain't from Beach Creek. And then I seen the famous interview.
Right.
And I was like, these son bitches are higher than hell, lying like a sack of shit. Then I started digging in to who are these people? Why are these people in Beach Creek? Because I know Beach Creek, you don't just move to Beach Creek. You have either belong there or you've been invited there. Because they don't like outsiders moving in. You can see Jody Sue's old videos of that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not saying all of them right now they're probably in 2022, there's been new people move in, but for years and years ago, like when it was those boys, there was just a few families down there and that was it.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. Is Don and Candace came in and his mom finagled away where he got that property when it should have went back into the family, which is basically everybody up there. That property was supposed to have stayed in the family, and Karen Goad finagled it around to where Don got that piece of property, and it made a lot of people up there mad.
Most likely. Yep. And that's what I figured, because when I found out, that's when I started doing the genealogy, and I found out, all right, Don, everybody was focusing on Utah and Wisconsin because that's where Don and Candace was from. I didn't give a shit where they was from. I wanted to know why they were in Beach Creek. Then I found out Don's biological mom lived there and was married to William Goad, who is from there. Then it all made sense. All right. The guy, his mom lives there. So, most people visit their moms. And she died and left him the property. Okay, no big deal. That explains why he's there. Now I want to know, how long has he been there? And even though he ain't kin to him, he's kin to him through marriage. So he's gonna know a lot of the original families that was down there, because his stepdaddy's line comes out of them, just like everybody else's in Beach Creek. And then it started making sense to me why he was there, why Summer went missing in Beach Creek in Hawkins County, Tennessee.
Right.
And then, of course, I saw that they were lying on that interview. And I was like, well, I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention to these folks because I know they ain't telling the truth. And I know, just like, well, here's the thing. PJ's Parlay says, Scott, my husband, just said he'd buy a plane ticket to see Jessica White. Right? I tell you, if we can get Jesco and Hank 3 together, by gosh, I'd about buy him a plane ticket and we'd all go. You drive because I can't drive. I get him to drive us. We'll go see Jesco and full throttle.
Right.
But yeah, I started, digging into, and of course, like everybody else, you see the dysfunction. And it's like, okay, I'm going to, again, it's not fun, but it's intriguing because of all the dysfunction and everything. And back to these boys and those boys, like, me and Jody Sue had a long conversation about this, and me and Tennessee Truth had a very long conversation about this, and me and a couple of other sources that just want to stay completely out of it had a conversation about it. And that's what I was talking about, the transition from going from those boys that run the moonshine to these boys that are into the meth.
Right.
And the differences between those boys and these boys. Years ago, and I fully 100% agree with Jody Sue on this. There is no damn way a stranger would have come into Beach Creek and took anybody's kid out of Beach Creek.
Right. I agree with that.
Because the way those boys operated, it just would not have happened. You would have not got out of there alive.
But make the now this
even if you hated your neighbor,
right,
you would have killed the person that was trying to hate your worst enemy's kid.
Right.
And then you would have dealt with your worst enemy later, but by God, they ain't coming into Beach Creek and stealing your damn kid.
Right. That's the difference, though. Think about this. That's the difference, and that's what everybody cannot seem to understand, especially all these people that are coming up there, and they're so scared to go up there. Those boys are the ones that you need to worry about. These boys are not. Those boys are the ones that would get out there with a pew-pew and deal with you face to face. These boys are the ones that put tinfoils up on their window and they peek out every few minutes. They're so scared that they're going to go to jail for what they're doing and that they're going to get caught. They're not going to be coming out with a pew-pew because they're already hiding, trying to keep from going to jail.
That's right.
Those boys are the ones that ain't really doing nothing wrong. They're sitting in their own home doing what they enjoy doing, and they will come out and they will pew-pew your head off.
Yep. And that's what people need to understand.
But they're all hollering, with the new drugs and stuff that's up there. Oh, you can't go up there because the new drug, basically the crackheads, that they'll get you, they'll hurt you, they'll do this, they'll do that. No, they're too busy hiding in their house behind their tinfoil on their windows. They don't even want you to see them. They're not going to do nothing to you. It's the ones that's got the quart of moonshine sitting on their end table. It's the ones that's, sitting back trying to chill and leave everybody else alone and hoping everybody will leave them alone. They're the ones that's going to come out and do something to you.
And you got to figure that all the old timers, now see, there's those boys.
Right.
Those boys, that age group includes a whole lot of people that at one time was young that held county positions.
That's right.
And who'd they go buy their liquor off of?
Yep.
those boys. Well, now most people that hold county official positions ain't gonna smoke meth, but they sure would have took a drink of liquor.
Yep.
So here's the thing, you've got to look at when they get digging. Now this is just speculating. Somebody's family that's been in law enforcement for a long, long time,
Yeah.
that knows those boys that have been doing stuff for a long, long time. What if one of those boys, youngins, which is these boys, done something they shouldn't have done, but it's going to dig up a lot of the past
Yep.
and implicate
A lot of politicians, a lot of those boys, a few of these boys.
But who'd you say you got to worry about?
You got to worry about those boys.
And those boys want everything back the way that it was.
Right.
Like you said, left alone, back in the holler, doing what they want to do. You don't come unless you live there or you're invited.
Right.
That way, you ain't got to worry about nobody's kid getting gone. Because everybody knows that that stuff don't work with those boys. But we're getting older. Now listen, I got my battle scars and been in the bar fights. I've kicked ass and I've had my ass kicked. I've drunk liquor. I've cooked moonshine. I've drank moonshine. I've done a little bit of it all here and there. You know, sex, drugs, rock and roll. Drink, hoot, holler, raise hell. And what better place to do it in a place like Beach Creek,
Up in the holler.
Grassy Creek, where the law ain't going to come.
Right.
And you've heard Dawn and Jody Sue both talk about the law not coming down there after dark. Now, that's the way things was back then. And you didn't know I was as old as what I am, but when I'm talking, you know, like I said, it was late 80s, early 90s when I was running around down there.
Right.
My dad was before that. So my dad fits in with those boys' ages.
Right.
I'm falling in to when, like I said, the moonshine was going out and the marijuana was coming in and was out of there when the meth and the hard stuff, the pills, the pain clinics and all that started coming in. So I was out of there at the tail end of, I guess you could call the more loyal people. Now it's turning into the more these boys and the meth people, and they act a whole lot different. Like I said, you know, you can look at the crime rate and everything and the differences in the changes as the years go on. And you've got a lot of the, just like happening everywhere in the country, you got the older generations dying off. They leave the old home place to the kids. The kids don't want to farm it, or they're wiped out on dope. So they end up selling it, and then new people move in. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But the new people that move in ain't no different than these boys that are moving out, because the property value is so low down there that it's affordable to people that, and no offense here, but to poorly educated people that struggle with addiction, with alcoholism. With that breeds your domestic violence, your SA, and all that. So it just continues, but you end up with a new breed of people that do a lot different things than what used to go on down there, even though there was a lot of illegal things that went on down there. It's a change in the culture, I guess.
Yeah.
You could say. And a lot of the people, they like the old ways.
Well, it's the same way here in Cotton County, babe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I tell you what, I guarantee there's hollers in Cotton County that I wouldn't go in after dark unless I knew somebody.
Right.
And that's not being scared. That's just
Being smart.
That's just knowing the area around here that you just don't. I mean, that's rude. You know, you just don't go in and harass people. You leave people be on their own property or whatever. Now, you know, if your kid was missing, it'd be a little bit different. But if your dog was missing, you'd probably wait till daylight.
Yep.
You know? But that's just, I mean, and I guess people just, maybe they just don't understand. You know, that was my whole reason to ever coming on YouTube to begin with, was to try to explain this area and how it works and stuff.
Me too. Seriously, that is exactly it. Because we're from here, and people were getting crazy ideas about, you know, the bad stereotype reputation that Tennessee people have. Or I don't know how to explain it, but that is exactly why I started my YouTube channel, because nobody would listen to what I was saying.
Right.
I'm from here, guys. I know what it's like.
Right.
And it drove me crazy. So I started my own channel so I could get my own opinion out there.
I'm glad you did, because it's much needed. That's for sure.
Well, thank you.
I understand, you know, people, you know, all over the world and all over the United States are interested in it just like we are. And it's no offense to them, but it would be like me trying to figure out a drive-by shooting in Detroit or Chicago or New York City. I would not even have a clue. I would not even have a clue. But if I knew somebody that lived there, that'd be the first person I would want to hear from.
Right. Exactly.
Figure out how that place worked, and, you know, because I sure couldn't. And I sure wouldn't. I mean, I guess it's just the way that we're raised here. I sure wouldn't be going and poking my nose in people's business.
Honey, trust me. I was on the street of Detroit. People want to put Candace down for being a carny. I wasn't exactly a carny. There are different areas when you work for the fair and stuff. And I was actually on the independent line. But we did parades and stuff, and we did a parade in Detroit. And while I was out there selling my items, somebody started shooting a gun off, and there was over 200 people in a mass running down the street. You want to talk about scared?
Gee.
People were hiding everywhere. I went back to my boss and I said, "You can fire me. I am not going back out there. Period. Not happening. I've never been so scared in my life."
Well,
Yeah,
see, I've been working on. I'm done now because you got to have it done by Easter. Is you get your next year's firewood out of the weather. If you got a place, get it out of the weather for the next winter. So I've been moving this coming up winter's firewood in out of the weather.
right.
And I was out there and I didn't even notice it, how long it had been going on, because it's just nothing for me to hear. But I get my heart rate flies up because, like I said, my nervous system don't take care of it the way it's supposed to. So I was out there and I'd bent down and I was loading up my dolly, and I stood up and I got dizzy and my heart was flying and everything. So I just was kind of standing there. And while I was standing there getting my bearings, I heard my neighbor was out there target practicing.
Yeah.
Gun going off, just pow, 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 pow. And then a few minutes, and I got thinking, I was like, there's one of those things that, 99% of people on YouTube would never even understand, that I could be out here in my yard and not even thinking about ducking or getting out of the way or nothing. And there's live gunfire going off, just across the field,
Right.
and don't even think a thing about it.
Well, it's because most of the people around here know, they have common sense enough to know what direction to shoot in.
But what I do here, which other people would never even pay attention to, is I can guarantee you I'll know if a car comes up my road up here.
Yeah.
And people are like, you don't think that you don't even notice gunfire, but you're on red alert when you hear a car. Yep, pretty much.
Absolutely. Because you don't know who's coming up in that car.
That's right.
Or what they're wanting. But you got a fair chance of knowing what direction that bullet's going to, oh, shoot. That thing is going to be going, because people have common sense. They know to shoot away from houses and stuff.
Yep. The way I live right now is, I can tell is the minute. Now my road, it's got a few curves in it, but there's one area when you're coming down the road before you start up my piece of the holler, is the headlights will shine through my door and hit my wall.
Right.
And if I know if those headlights hit that wall before they start the curvy part coming up to my holler, they've already passed the last driveway that's on the road. So I know they're either coming to visit me, which it's after dark, and ain't nobody comes to visit me after dark. So there I know they ain't supposed to be here, or they're lost. So yeah, I'm definitely paying attention. If I see a headlight hit that wall right now, I'm going to get my sidearm off of my coffee table and I'm going to walk over to my front door right there. And I'm going to see if they get pull in my driveway, or if they do like you see everybody does on Ben Hill Road, if they pull up and back up there a couple of times and head on back out the road.
Right.
Because like I said, it's after dark. You ain't got no business being here, because I didn't invite you. And I live by myself, so I know you don't live here. So my question is, what are you here for? I need to know this,
Right. I zipped you an email over just so I could save your email address. So when I find that tomorrow, I can send it to you.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I don't know what we're going to do with this Wells and Bly and Hare crew.
Send them back to Wisconsin, Arizona, Texas. Where do they come from? Florida and Texas, I believe. Dawn was born in Florida, and Candace was born in Texas. So maybe we need to send them back there.
Golly, I'd about hate to put that problem off on anybody.
Well, that's true.
I heard somebody say the other day, which other people's mentioned it before on different things, we need a deserted island somewhere out in the middle of the ocean where we can just ship people like this and put them all together and just let them do whatever the hell they do till they all wipe each other out.
Right.
It's a gene pool we don't need to continue.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, well, All Good says, well, Don's going to Utah, so we ain't going to have to worry about him.
Yeah.
Actually, I hope he doesn't. I really do. I hope he goes to jail here. If he gets shipped to Utah before he gets charged with this, then all we're going to ever get is a conviction. He's not coming back out of prison from Utah. He will never see a jail cell in the name of Summer Wells if he gets locked up in Utah before he gets charged here.
Yeah, I wonder how they would go about doing that.
That's exactly what they'll do, hon. If he's already in jail and prison in Utah, all we can hope for is a conviction here. He'll get a conviction and they'll announce his sentencing, but it's not going to add any more time onto what he's already going to be spending. So we'll have a paper that says he's guilty. This is how much jail time he got. But he's not ever going to come back to Tennessee and serve the time for the crime that he committed here.
Oh, wow.
Now, Candace, on the other hand, maybe Candace would actually go to jail here and actually spend time here. But Don won't, not if they ship him to Utah. And
I wish they still had old Brushy Mountain down here in Tennessee.
I know, it's exactly what I was just thinking. And maybe I'm wrong for that. I mean, I want him to be punished for all the crimes that he's committed. But I myself, I'm sorry, I would much rather him be sentenced in a court of law here and go to prison here in Tennessee and have to deal with the people that know what has happened to this baby girl and have to live day to day with those people compared to him going to Utah and spending the rest of his life in prison down there for crimes that were committed over 40 years ago, and those people ain't gonna care.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, he deserves to go to jail for all of it, but
well, I mean, I guess if it come down to it, we'll take whatever we can get, right?
right, he deserves all of them, and it don't really matter which order they come in. And I would rather him go to prison up there than to get away with everything here scot-free and not go to prison at all. But, I would love to see him and Candace go to jail in Summer's name.
Yes, definitely.
And the boys.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget about them boys.
Well, I've heard, you hear varying things about the boys, but I've heard a lot of positive stuff here recently about them now. Is it true or not? And that was another thing I was going to talk about on my live tonight, about some of the stuff that we've heard, good and bad. Is it, have we seen any proof of any of it? Has anybody got any kind of documentation of any of it? And that's the thing where you run in, like we were talking earlier, being children, everything's locked down a whole lot tighter, as it should be.
Right.
As it should be. But, I hope the best for them boys.
I do too, hon. I hope the stories that, not all of them, but the good part of the stories that supposedly came out the other day, I hope they are true. I hope the boys are together. I hope they are happy and getting what they need right now. I mean, It's said they don't want to come back home, which, I mean, they shouldn't ever.
I have heard that. I have heard they're doing good. I haven't heard one way or the other if they're together.
That was part of. See, I didn't even watch that interview. I don't know if you were in here when I said that earlier. I have gotten to the point where I don't even hardly watch anybody's channel anymore. I just flip through and look at the headlines
Right.
and see what the titles are, and you can pretty much tell what's in there.
Right.
But I do remember the other day it was about that interview. Oh no, I did watch about 10 minutes of it, the Ziggy and Cher show, and
okay.
it was said that they were all together, and also Jeannie, Candace's sister, went on Crimes, Critters, Crazy, All on the Farm or something like that.
Yeah.
And she said that they were all together.
Okay.
There's
good.
also a friend of the foster parent out here running around letting people know stuff too privately.
Now that's where the information that I've got.
Okay.
That's what Donna Serafina's crew was trying to get a hold of me from. Because
Really?
they know that I know I'm not getting into all that. I'm not stirring all that stuff up again. But yeah.
Well, it's more than just.
I did hear though that the middle one was extremely smart.
Yeah, and AB honor roll or something like that. Yeah.
I heard they caught up real quick. I did hear some things, that their immunization was not, it's up to date now, but it wasn't. Now, again, I don't, because that's medical records, I don't know.
Right.
It's good to hear, but it shows that, and I don't see, that's the thing, I don't think that's a huge surprise.
Right. It's not.
I don't think anybody thinks that, Candace was this loving, nurturing mother that made sure her 4 kids got all their shots and boosters and were ready to go to school, and got their teeth cleaned every 6 months and had their yearly annual physical at their doctor. And, I don't think anybody believes that any of that ever happened.
Right. I want to point out too, though, I want to point this out because I do try to look at both sides. Not that I'm for Candace or any of that. And I do think all children need their immunizations, but let's point out the fact that if you had another set of parents out here who were totally against immunization and never got not the first one on their child because of their religion, and that is possible.
Yeah, well, that's true.
They would not be considered bad parents. They would not have CPS called on them.
That's a good point.
So the boys and Summer not being caught up on their immunizations can't technically be held against Dawn and Candace as bad parents. We all know they are, but I'm just saying.
Right.
Because I mean, I do try to point out all aspects of it.
That is a good point. Yeah.
That's just like people were attacking David Dotson. And okay, fine. If the man is guilty of something, yes, he should be right there along with everybody else. But they were talking about where he just up and ran and he, got out of Dodge. And I'm like, folks, this man showed up 3 months to that SDA church before summer got gone. He had just started getting to know these people. I'm just saying, if he's innocent, he had just started getting to know these people. When summer came up missing, he went up there. He was literally trying to just help out, take those boys away from the situation, get their minds off things for a while. If he's innocent and then he gets attacked the way he got attacked and accused of everything he got accused of, if you were innocent and you were in that situation, wouldn't you have gotten out of Dodge?
Yeah.
So, I mean, people are just jumping all over him because he left the church and went back to the Baptist church. And, nobody sees anything from him anymore. Well, if the man's innocent, I don't blame him one bit.
Yeah. I never really thought nothing about David Dotson. I mean, I think he's a weird dude.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
I never, he never really crossed my radar. Even in, the very beginning, I was like, well, he told a couple of things that doesn't really match up, but I think he's just weird.
What about Tim Mullen?
He's definitely a weird guy. I don't like him. I think he's
William Goode?
Well, I've heard that. I think I started hearing that, I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago, that he's supposedly a goat related to the Goads somehow.
Well, I've heard today, actually. I mean, I heard that a couple of days ago too, but today it started coming out that he might possibly be William Goade's son.
Oh, like his biological son?
Yeah,
So that would make him and Dawn stepbrothers.
right. But it would also mean that he should have gotten the property.
Not stepbrothers, half brothers.
No, step. Half means that you share a parent. They didn't share a parent.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah.
But that would also explain, if that's true, and it's hypothetical, guys, allegedly, if that is the case, he would have been mad if he didn't get that property and Dawn did. That would also make it understandable why
Oh,
he
yeah.
got the property signed over to him when Dawn went to jail,
Huh.
just in case Candace goes to jail.
Huh.
Yeah, it makes you do that, don't it? Makes you scratch your head and say,
Boy, I bet there's all kinds of people doing genealogy on him now.
I mean, I throw
Moving
ideas
in.
out there, Scott. I don't necessarily believe all of them, but I try to put different possibilities out there because unless we get some of them ruled out, we're never going to narrow it down to what may or may not have happened.
Right.
So
Yeah, I don't. That'll be interesting to see if anybody comes up with any, like true ancestry genealogy on him, proving it,
right.
the way that we did, with Dawn. We didn't have to, but we, decided we'd dig in and see, and we found out, he's just related by marriage.
Right.
So
Hey,
it'll
what did
be
you think?
interesting to see here the next day or so, because people will be quick on it.
Your thoughts on the flower bed thingy on top of Karen's grave and the fact that chain link fence was cut on the backside of that graveyard right next to that grave.
Okay. I was watching Scott E. Skulls last night,
Uh-huh.
and he had went to the graveyard while he was down here. I don't know if he's went back home or not. I hadn't been on YouTube much today. I was sleeping. He went up to the graveyard, and those wooden ring things are like the wooden ring that's around in the circle.
Yeah.
Those are like, you can buy them at Lowe's or whatever. They're like landscaping borders.
Right. Flower bed liners. Yeah. Or edgers. Yeah.
And what they said that was, there were people in Scott's chat. One person from West Tennessee said they had seen it at graveyards before, and then some people out west were saying that they had seen it before. Apparently, some people do that. They put the wooden things up so that the lawnmowers, the caretakers of the graveyard, don't mow down the flowers. That way they can plant like perennials, and that is just a way to have fresh flowers on their loved one's grave instead of having to come out and put flowers on the headstone or whatever.
Right. Okay, I got something to go with that.
And that made sense. I was like, hell, that's a pretty damn good idea, really.
That is a good idea, but listen to this, Scott. Think about it. Everybody was all in an uproar about that flower bed and the cut in the fence until William Goade's relatives, his nieces and nephews or whatever it was, got on there and started raising Cain about people going and taking pictures of their loved ones' graves. Wait a minute, they weren't taking pictures of William Goade, who you are actually related to. They were taking pictures of Dawn Wells's mother's grave, who you are not related to. And the flower bed was on her grave, not William Goade's.
Oh.
So why were those people raising so much Cain, or was it really them?
Huh.
Nothing about Karen Goade was related to those people. I'm sure they weren't close to her. And if they were all obsessed about family graves, why didn't they put the flower bed on their actual blood relative?
Right. I didn't pay attention to the actual placement.
Yeah.
That it was just on Karen.
Right. It was just on Karen's grave.
Well, according to Jody Sue and maybe, shoot, I know I heard it somewhere else. Apparently, Dawn's mom was kind of a cuckoo woman, from what I can gather.
Right.
She was like kind of eccentric, maybe the word.
Right. Yeah.
So they may not have, well, number one, like you said, they may not have liked her. Number two, she may have been crazy and they just didn't want to go around and, deal with her. So, I mean, there's reasons I could see why, maybe they, I don't know. I never really thought much about that.
Well, I think it's strange that they were raising Cain about Karen Goade's grave when their actual relative was right next to her. They didn't put flowers on his grave. Nobody was complaining about, people taking pictures of his grave.
Right.
It was just Karen Goade's, somebody they weren't even related to, that Dawn was actually related to. And come on, to be honest, even if it was somebody that I didn't want or didn't love or whatever, if they were that concerned with her grave, don't you think they would want to know if there was something perhaps maybe buried there?
Right. Well, I'm sure they probably checked it. You know, they've about had to, because I'd say 40 million people, I still get emails.
Do you?
10 months in, I still get emails, people going, do you think they checked that graveyard across the street? Me and Jody Sue were actually talking about that. Not last night, like I said, she's pissed off at me right now. 2 nights ago, maybe.
Right.
Somebody was talking about the graveyards and everything. And we were talking about, and it's probably the same way down in Cotton County, I know, not that long ago, within the past probably 75 years, they was burying people out in their cow pastures, in their backyards.
Oh yeah.
They didn't even have cemeteries or go to cemeteries. And then eventually, you know, as the communities grew up, they made cemeteries a place to bury, you know, all the people. But, you know, back in the old days when it was horse and buggy roads, and nobody lived out there for miles and miles and miles, when somebody died, the only place you had to bury them
was in your backyard or up on the hill next to the tree. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, honey, my daughter-in-law, or my ex-daughter-in-law, her mother passed in 2015, and they own their own property. I mean, granted, you have to go to the health department and get a certificate to do it, but her mom is buried out in her yard.
Right.
So it still happens to this day.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But I wonder, you know, when was the law passed where you had to start even getting a certificate or whatever you got to get to bury somebody on your land?
I would say it was when they started, when population started getting heavy in a certain area, because you wouldn't want to just bury somebody and then somebody try to drill for a well, you know, that kind of thing.
True.
So if they grouped them together, you know, this is a certain area, don't dig for anything in this area.
Right.
And that's why you have to get the certificates from the health department now if you want to make a family plot in your yard, is so that anybody, not that you would ever sell, but like any future generations, they know, you know, hey, there is somebody buried here, don't dig here.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Been out of the loop. Was Benny K arrested, please? When was Benny K supposedly arrested?
Huh. I don't know. I've been on here with you. I hadn't got any emails or anything saying anything.
I haven't either, sweetheart. I'm just
Crazy.
Catching the chat every now and then, which is something I don't normally do. So you need to feel very honored.
Right.
Because I mean, I do. I'm taking time out tonight for me because I'm enjoying myself. But normally I'm all in my chat, talking, reading everything. You know, putting it up on the screen, discussing everything with my group.
Or they'll fire me. They'll boycott me.
No, they won't. They love your voice.
Well, it's been fun. I've enjoyed the conversation for sure.
I have too. I'm so glad that you popped in.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I've been trying to get Don B to come on panel, and no.
Yeah, I don't think he's much on the lives, or doesn't seem to be.
No, he's not.
Well, I just got Daisy Cassidy Says, I just left one of Nana's live streams where you were the guest panelist, and I've now subbed to your channel as well. Well, thank you very much, Daisy Cassidy.
Yeah, she asked me what the name of your channel was so that she could go and sub to you. Don B is me and him sit and talk like me and you have been talking. We sit and talk like this on the phone. He's just not, he's a shy person. He really is.
Right. Oh, well, I mean, that's fine.
It's not fine for me. He's supposed to be a friend. He ought to be up here.
Right.
Can you mention another channel here that's stated?
He said that he was gonna do a live a while back.
Yeah, he says he did do a live. He did now, Scott. He did a live when Megan Boswell went to court. He flipped the computer open. He turned on his phone. He pointed it at the computer, and he said, I think 3 sentences through the whole 30 minutes. The rest of the time, it was Megan Boswell.
Oh, right. Yeah. So it was just like a video.
Yeah.
Dang it, one. We're going to have to get after him.
We are. That's what made me do my first live, is because me and him had a bet going. And then he's like, no, I've got this to do and that to do. So you go ahead and do one. As soon as you do one, I'll do one. Yeah, that didn't work. So I've really enjoyed having you tonight. I love being able to have an intelligent conversation with somebody, discuss something that I'm interested in. Before I started my channel, all my kids were ready to put me in an insane asylum because they thought I'd lost my cotton picking mind.
Yeah, I can understand. Well, I can't. My son knows that I do it, but I don't. He subscribes to my channel because he likes to see, it grow and stuff like that. He thinks it's pretty neat, but I don't think he ever watches anything that I do.
My daughter is the same way. She did watch it to begin with, but then she's got kids, and she's dealing with the house and stuff, and she has her own interests. She's more political now, so but she just told me the other day, she's like, Mom, I can't tell you how proud I am of you for doing that. Now, all my kids are real proud of me for starting my channel, but no, they ain't going to listen to it. They won't listen to me in real life. You really think they're going to come on YouTube and watch me?
Yeah, true. That's a very good point, yeah.
So, do you have any grandkids, Scott?
No, I don't. I don't know if I'm going to have any or not either, but that's all right. That's a whole different conversation there.
Right. Wasn't trying to be nosy.
I don't know.
He's old enough to have kids, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
He's navigating life is the best way that I can say it. Trying to get the money saved and the planning to, buy a house and get the career started and
right.
All that kind of stuff. So
what do you think about Sharfie Jr.?
I think he's scum.
Somebody asked me to ask you that hours ago, and I forgot.
Well,
yeah, he's scum. He is.
The way I read it, and somebody, pointed it out to me, because when I first did that, and you got to know me, which you probably do because you watch my channel a lot, I'll ask a lot of, and the people that know me, they know this. I ask a lot of rhetorical questions. And a lot of times I ask questions because I want you to think. I want people to go, why did he ask that question?
Right.
Well, sometimes I'll do things like I did with Donald Scherfy. I went to school with Donald Scherfy. I graduated with Donald Scherfy.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
So I knew who that was. What I wanted to do was I wanted my chat to put in there what they heard his name was, because I knew my audience would know that I was asking that for a reason. Now, I act like I couldn't hear it
Right.
so that they could put their thinking caps on. And sure enough, in just a matter of a few minutes, people were popping up with Donald Scherfy Jr. and his charges, because I knew that's what they would do. I didn't have to say a word. All I had to do was just point them in the right direction, let them use their own brain, and let them find the exact same thing that I found, because it's all out there if you just put your mind to it and look.
Right.
Well, then I go back over and I read his charges and stuff, and he uploaded stuff. Now, it's one thing to download stuff and watch it. It's another, I think he used Snapchat and I can't remember a couple of apps. What he was doing was soliciting photographs of young girls, taking those photographs and uploading them so that other people could watch them. So it's it's bad enough to watch child blankety blank blank blank,
Right.
but to create it,
Yeah.
that's a whole nother level of sickening.
Yeah.
So I don't think a whole lot about him, to be honest. I think it's pretty depraved. And like I said, it's bad enough to watch it.
But
when you're soliciting girls and getting their stuff and then creating the child blankety blank and uploading it so that other sickos like you can watch it.
right.
Yeah, that's sick. That's sick.
It is. It really is. And when I done my video on him, because I really do, Scott, try not to, like, when Agranda's done her interview, everybody was doing the same story over and over again. I try not to do that. I'll try to go find something else to do a story on. But I did a story on Scherfy, and my point was, okay, everybody was hollering he had no connection with the Wells. Well, first of all, we don't know that he didn't have connections with them. And I think actually Don Wells actually said that, yes, they did know each other. But could he not have been driving down the road and Candace have met him as she went down the driveway that day in the truck? Perhaps the baby was in the truck with her and the baby wasn't there when she went back up. Because if you think about it, not only was he trying to get it off the internet, the content that he was using, but if he was doing it, he needed to come up with as much content as he possibly could. Who's to say he wasn't creating it himself somewhere in a back room or a basement or wherever?
Right.
So when I did a video on him, that's what my video was about.
Right.
And you say you ask lots of questions. let me tell you something. I make fun of Don B all the time because that's all he does is ask questions.
Right.
And I think that's why he won't get on panel, because when you're on panel, you have to actually answer questions.
Right.
So, and I tell you something else that aggravates the pee out of me that he does. He does it to me all the time. You be talking about something, and out of the blue, he'll say, "What does that have to do with Summer Wells missing?"
Right.
Like us talking about those guys and these guys, and he would just pop up and say, "What does that got to do with Summer Wells being missing?" That'll aggravate the pee out of me. So I very much enjoyed talking with you about stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely. Had a good time. But I think I am going to dig me a bowl of chili.
Oh yeah, I never did fix my fried pork chops.
Oh gosh, that sounds good.
I couldn't figure out if I wanted to do fried pork chops or country fried steak and gravy with mashed potatoes and fried green beans.
Mm,
That does sound good, don't it?
it does.
All right, Scott. I appreciate you stopping by, sweetheart. And like I said, I sent you that email. I'll look that up tomorrow and see if I can't get it sent off to you, okay?
Okay.
And you have a great night, sweetheart. Come by anytime. Stop in, say, hey, drop the link. I'm here.
All righty. Thank
All
you.
right. Bye, Scott.
Bye-bye.
Hey, guys. It's just us, kiddos. Does that sound good, Nish? I'm a good cook. I really am. I just am overcooking. It is all connected, I believe. You two were good therapy for me today. Well, thank you. It's all good. Scott's just good therapy for anybody. Come on, you got to admit it. You could be ready to strangle somebody and sit down and start listening to that man's voice, and you're lulled off to sleep. Fun fact. Try not eating after 6 p.m. till breakfast. It's true. Absolutely 100% true, especially if you're trying to lose weight. I'm so glad I stopped by. Well, thank you, Stars and Stripes. I'm glad you're here too. Did Doug not have a live tonight? I mean, trust me, you're more than welcome to stop by here anytime, and I'm so tickled pink that you did stop by. It's just normally I'm done by now and I catch Doug's lives. I wish Doug would. Doug told me he would stop by and talk one day when I got my yard stream fixed, because last Saturday he would been busy with his kids all day. Well, crap, what, Lisa? Scott's already gone. Well, I'm hoping you will be, sweetheart. You are welcome here anytime. I promise you. And if ever you want to get up here on panel, you are more than welcome to. Here, everybody has a say. Everybody has a right to get up on panel when they want to say something. If they have a thought, theory, feeling, it don't matter. Everybody should make themselves at home at Nana's place. If it weren't for viewers and subscribers, there would be no channel. I'm happy you're here, Ruby. I am so happy you guys are here. Everybody is welcome here. I have really enjoyed your live. Thank you, funny face. Nana Scott warms my heart with his kind heart. Yes, he does. And with that warm voice, too, huh? I don't know who was it, DS, that was accusing me of flirting with him. But Lord, he's as bad as everybody going crazy when Don B walks into a chat room somewhere, going crazy over him like he's a superstar. All the women go crazy over Scott's voice. That's right, it is. Thank you, Thunder. And I make a nice hostess. Well, thank you. I love giving parties. That's why when I make some extra money, I'm telling y'all I'm going to rent a big convention center or a big barn somewhere, and we're going to have one heck of a party. Everybody's going to show up for real in real life, and we're going to have a party. A real one with music. Lord, I can't stand not having my music. Is John Q one they go crazy over? I've only seen him one time. I was listening to, oh Lord, I got to admit this. I saw the title or something and on BK's channel, and I stopped to see what they were talking about. Or somebody sent me over to actually watch the video, and John Q was on there. Yep, 10 months today, sweetheart. I believe it's after 12. Yeah, it's after 12 o'clock, so it's 10 months today. Well, today for me, anyways. Okay, everybody, I love yous, each and every one, with all of my heart. I promise you I do. But I have been on here for 8 hours. And I do believe it might be time to go, like Scott said, and grab something to eat. For one, I'm shackled. Oh, I'm shocked he was on BK's channel. He was. They were discussing, what was the name of that one road, that Treetops Road or whatever it is. Nana gargle warm water and salt every once in a while. Yep, it helps take care of the bacteria and stuff in your mouth. Woohoo! And celebrate summer, and she'll be dancing too. That's right. That's absolutely right, Lisa. Good night. Love to you. See you soon. I hope so, baby girl. I hope you come back. Or, baby, we decided you were a girl, didn't we? Didn't you tell me you were a female? I hate messing up like that. That's why I ask everybody if they're male or female. Ain't nobody doing 8 hours, people. Give it up for Nana. Well, thank you, Thunder. I love you too. Yes, you are female. Okay, thank you. Oh, you just took that off of my head. I was so worried that you might have been a male and I referred to you as a female. Thank you. Okay, Shelly, thank you. I will read it, hon, as soon as I jump off of here. Anyways, as I was saying, I love you guys. Nana, Nana, Nana. You know I got to say it, Thunder. Batman! Good night, much love. Who's that from? Oh, Funny Face. Good night, sweetheart. I was glad you came. Thank you for coming. Teresa, it's all good. Shelly. Laura, thank you for being here, babe. Lisa, Nish or Thunder or you're special, and you got to always be in my chat. You have to be. All of my subs and my viewers are special. Every one of you. Ruby, thank you for showing too, babe. Stars and Stripes, I'm so happy you were here. I'm looking. I don't see anybody else that I've missed. Faye, I think, is already gone. If you're not Faye, thank you for coming. I think that's everybody. Bon Faye. Oh, sweetheart, you'll have to do the replay. Yeah, I'm sorry you missed it too, but we've been going for 8 hours. I've had Scott H on here for, I think, 4 hours? Good night, everybody. I'm going, Nish. I promise. Good night, everybody. I love yous. I'll see you guys next time. Ring the bell, hit the thumbs up like Nish says, guys. Y'all have a great morning, night, wherever you are. Good night, Laura.